Hey you all, welcome to Just a Shinobi. Today, we dive into an exciting what-if scenario. What if Naruto is legacy of Madara's bloodline a Sharingan Naruto? Part 3. Thanks for loving the previous 2 parts. If you enjoy this, hit subscribe for more thrilling content. Explore my other videos, share with friends, enjoy them too, and drop your thoughts in the comments below. It motivates me. Let's not waste any time. Jump into today's what if. Chapter 25 Aftermath. Konoha had proved once again why it was considered the strongest of the elemental nations. Konoha was pitted against 2 other villages, one of them being one of the top 5, and yet Konoha came victorious. However, in war, no victory is without sacrifice, and as such Konoha lost a few shinobis whose names would forever be engraved in the memorial stone. Naruto was slowly regaining consciousness and opened his eyes only to be blinded and brought his hand to cover them. He slowly adjusted to the light and looked up to see a white ceiling. He took the scent of the place and it smelled like disinfectant. Great. I'm in the hospital, Naruto mumbled to himself and tried to rise, but felt a weight in his chest. He looked down and saw a mop of dark blue hair that belonged to Hinata. She was curled against him with her head on his chest drooling. It was a funny sight to see. He chuckled and softly shook Hinata, trying to wake her. She began to stir and opened those wide eyes that Naruto loved so much. She rubbed them to shake off her sleepiness and took her surroundings to find Naruto's deep blue eyes staring at her. Comfortable? Naruto asked with an amused smile. Very much, thank you, Hinata replied and tried to bury her face closer to his chest. How long have you been here? Naruto asked. I didn't want to sleep alone at the house, so I infiltrated the hospital after hours so I could cuddle with you, Hinata said, slightly blushing, and Naruto chuckled. How's everyone doing? Naruto asked, sitting up and stretching his arms. Everyone we know is fine, but the village did suffer its casualties. Hinata explained, looking down. I understand, Naruto said. He gently grabbed her chin, making her lock eyes with her. Cheer up, Naruto said, and slightly kissed her on lips. The quick kiss became a hot makeout session with Naruto leaning against a wall and Hinata straddling him and holding him by his neck. Oh yeah. This is golden. Ryu tries to cheer up his lover by kissing her deeply, his hands feeling her soft skin. Moments later his hands start roaming down, eliciting a small moan of bliss from her. Jiraiya said out loud as he was scribbling furiously on his notepad. This kid will be even better than his father, Jiraiya continued on, writing as a small trick of blood fell from his nose. What are you doing, Jiraiya-sama? Jiraiya looked up to see Hinata with a very sweet smile on her face. Jiraiya played with that particular smile and he could swear he saw a visage of the Shinigami behind her. Have mercy. Jiraiya pleaded. Not today, Jiraiya-sama. Not today, Hinata said before she flared. Secret technique, 1000 years of pain, Hinata said, and empowering her fingers with chakra, she slammed them right in Jiraiya's butt, sending him flying into Naruto's room and crashing into the wall. Naruto was wondering what this commotion was until he saw his pervert of a godfather flying into his room. Jiraiya crashed into the wall and fell to the ground, crying and I'm tears with his ass smoking. Hinata approached the pervert, who recoiled in fear as she approached. She quickly found his notebook and threw it in the air and burned it to ashes with a small Kaiten jutsu. This particular Kaiten jutsu was taught to her by Kurenai, who burned every icha she found. Nuo, Jiraiya yelled, crying as he watched his precious work turn to ashes. Naruto just chuckled at the antics of his godfather, who was now getting back to his feet while nursing his precious butt. How are you doing, Jiraiya asked. I'm good. I just had chakra exhaustion, I'm good as new, Naruto replied. But good, Jiraiya replied as he saw the ashes of his notebook fly off the window and sink his head. Naruto looked around and when he didn't see it he decided to ask Jiraiya. Hiro Sennin, Naruto said, gaining a thick mark from Jiraiya. Have you seen my fan? Naruto asked. I have it right here, Jiraiya said and took out a scroll from his back and unsealed his fan. Jiraiya picked it up and Naruto raised an eyebrow. Jiraiya saw the surprised face on Naruto and asked what was wrong. I'm just surprised you can lift the weapon so easily, you do realize that thing eats a lot of chakra, Naruto said, and Jiraiya sensed his chakra and noticed almost 20% missing. This thing just ate a fifth of my chakra just by picking it up. How can you use it? Jiraiya asked, confused as he placed the fan near his bed. That fan was created by the Rakuto Sennin, and only a descendant from him can use his weapons without the massive chakra drain, Naruto explained, and Jiraiya nodded. There are only 2 people left in this world that can use these weapons. Me and my grandmother, Naruto said. Speaking of which, Sarutobi-sensei told me to take you both to his office when you woke up, Jiraiya said, and Naruto nodded. Jiraiya called a nurse over so she could do a quick checkup on Naruto and allow him to leave. He's completely back to normal, you can go, the nurse said, and Naruto jumped off the bed. He quickly got dressed, picked his fan and placed it on his back and they all left towards the tower. Naruto, Jiraiya called and Naruto focused his attention on him. Can't you hear us to the tower? Jiraiya asked and Naruto's sweat dropped. His father's S-rank space-time technique that he used to decimate a battalion was reduced to transportation. I can but I won't. I want to stretch my legs, Naruto said, and Jiraiya pouted. They were calmly walking through the streets without a care in the world. Naruto got so caught up in his thoughts, he didn't notice the road ahead of him and crashed into a civilian, knocking him to the ground and making Naruto recoil a bit. When the civilian noticed who he crashed into, quickly rose up and bowed to Naruto before he could even apologize. My apologies, Uchiha-sama, the civilian said, and everyone raised an eyebrow. Uchiha-sama? Naruto asked and the civilian flinched. Hi, the civilian replied, slightly fearful. Figures, Naruto thought. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, for now anyway, and you don't have to bow to me. I hold no grudge against any of you, Naruto said, and the civilian sighed in relief. He didn't want to piss off the grandson of Uchiha Madara himself, even more after what he heard Naruto did during the invasion. Thank you, Naruto-san, the civilian said and left. That was interesting, Jiraiya said, and Hinata nodded. Indeed, maybe they will stop shouting demons everywhere I go. That's always a plus, Naruto said and looked at the other civilians walking in the streets, but the looks Naruto used to receive weren't there anymore. In the beginning they held hatred, after he showed them the Kyuubi they held fear, but now they seemed to hold respect and admiration. Hokage Tower. They all arrived at the tower and went through the doors to see the old giggling like a madman with blood trickling from his nose while he had a few cage buncheons working on his paperwork. They giggled once more and Naruto's sweat dropped only to see Hinata disappear in a blur and snatch the Hokage's book and destroy it with the same Kaiten jutsu. Are all men perverts? Hinata asked out loud and got a sigh from her. How are you feeling about Naruto-kun? They asked. Naruto outdid himself against the cages. It isn't every day we see a 14-year-old boy hold his own against cage-level shinobis. I'm good as new, Naruto replied. Now let's get into business, he said as his clones dispelled and he took his seat behind his desk. Oh, by the Jiji, Naruto said, getting the Hokage's attention. Did you take the scroll I had with me, because I had Gaara and his team sealed in there, Naruto said. Yes, don't worry, they are all in lockdown pending negotiations with the Sand, they explained. And what is the Sand saying? Jiraiya asked. It's up to the council now since they died in the invasion and they took a very heavy blow. They came at us with a full battalion of almost 1,000 shinobis and they can't risk war against us, so they will comply with our demands, they explained. What did you ask? Naruto asked. Financial compensation for the damage dealt to the village, and we are keeping Gaara as another and their team should they choose to stay as well, they said, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. I know you may not like it, but they dictate the power shifts in the villages. Until now we only had the, now we have two if Gaara decides to turn friendly to our side, they said. Naruto brought his hand to his chin and thought and replied he holds no love for his village as he was treated like me. Good, he replied. Now they would stand like Kumo and Iwa both having two. The Leaf never prided themselves on making weapons and proved it many times. They won 3 world wars by having extremely skilled shinobis and not relying on others to do their work. But before that we should fix Gaara's seal, Naruto said, and Jiraiya raised an eyebrow in confusion. After I placed my demonic oppression seal on Gaara, I noticed some irregularities. The seal that holds Shukaku was designed for inmate objects, it's nothing more than an advanced storage seal, that is why Gaara is so unstable. It is probably also affecting Shukaku, Naruto explained, and Jiraiya nodded. We will take care of that later, but now I have other concerns, he explained before taking out a file and handing it to Naruto to read. What's this? Naruto asked as he picked the file and started reading it. The report on how good Uchiha Sasuke did during the invasion was based on Shinobi Saw and Kakashi himself, he explained. Invasion report. Name: Uchiha Sasuke. Team affiliation: Team 7 under Hada Kakashi. Rank: Genin. Team assigned: Nara Shikamaru and Haruno Sakura. Description: Sasuke displayed a high level of skill and responsibility by taking charge of a Genin team and provided crucial assistance in the civilians' evacuation as well, defeating multiple level shinobis from both sand and sound. Recommendation: promoted to Chunin. Okay, now what? Naruto asked, slightly confused as to why they would show him this. I want your and Hinata's opinion on this, he explained. Why us? Naruto asked. You are friends with him and know him better than anyone, he said. Friends is a very strong word, Naruto said, sighing before pulling his thoughts together. I have no doubt that Sasuke is strong enough for, it's just his attitude that endangers this. If he does get promoted, his ego will skyrocket and he might conflict if someone of the same rank is chosen as leader. Naruto reasoned. On the other hand, not promoting him will just enrage him even more as he will think that the village is holding him back, and with Orochimaru's offering of power, he might be a flight risk. Naruto finished his explanation. What about you, Hinata-chan? Naruto asked. I agree with you, he's too focused on revenge, and both choices have drawbacks. However, promoting him and placing him with a strong leader will solve these problems, Hinata replied and nodded in comprehension, and would take this later on with the council. I will take it into consideration. Now on to the next manner, and this relates to you, Naruto said, and Naruto focused on him. I'm too old for this job. I should have stayed retired, but when your father died I was forced to take back the hat, said, sighing. This invasion was proof of that. I'm no longer strong enough to lead this village, and as such I chose a successor, he explained. Are you giving the hat to the pervert? Naruto asked offhandedly and got a smack on the head from Jiraiya. I'm not a pervert. I'm a super pervert, Jiraiya said. Cough, they forced a choke to silence the bickering duo. I would have asked him, but he would have refused, he said, and Jiraiya nodded as if it was true. His spy network was of too much importance to the village, and besides he wasn't the type of man to be strapped behind a desk 8 hours a day. Now this is the main reason I asked Jiraiya to bring you in, he said, but before he continued Naruto interrupted him. You're making me Hokage? Naruto asked with a disbelieving look. Not yet, I'm afraid, he replied, chuckling. The reason I called you here is because Jiraiya wants you to accompany him in searching for my replacement Senju Tsunade, he finished with an amused smirk on his old face. Really? Naruto beamed, thinking of going to search for the last piece of family he has, even if she doesn't know about him. Yes, although she might be a bit reluctant to come back to the village, he said, sighing. She hasn't been able to cope with her losses, and she throws herself into drinking and gambling. Don't worry, I'll bring her back to the village. That's a promise and I will never go back on my word, Naruto said. Now this brings us to the final topic of this meeting, he said, and Naruto sighed. They had already been here for quite a while, and it seemed it wasn't going to end anytime soon. After this I'm calling a council meeting to give the promotions. You will be promoted to, which gives you the right to have a council seat as the head of the Senju, Uzumaki and Namikaze clans, they said, and Naruto nodded. So have you decided on your name and if you will take the seat right now, they asked. Naruto once again was lost in thoughts. The Uzumaki name has been with him since his birth, but it's too far away, and apparently he's the last of the Uzumaki along with Tsunade. He would like to honor the Namikaze name of his father, but that never belonged to any clan, and he wouldn't want to forget the Senju clan. The Uchiha name was out of the question, and as such the choice was only between Senju and Namikaze. It was a tough choice in the end. Naruto would be leaving one name to die, and as such he decided that he should not let the name of the founders of Konoha be forgotten in history. I'll take the Senju name. From now on I'm Senju Naruto said with a smile. It was a good choice as it were any other, but Sarutobi liked that he chose the founders' clan name. Are you taking the seat now? They asked. Naruto mused. I don't know, there is going to be a lot of noise because of this, Naruto said. Yes, but they can't deny you your heritage, he explained. I'll take it. Now let's go make some noise, Naruto said, smirking at the thought of all those yelling civilians. The sweat just dropped. The flared his chakra and an Anbu dropped from the ceiling and kneeled in front of him waiting for orders. Summon the council and call Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto, he said. Hi, the Anbu replied and disappeared in smoke. Let's go face the music, Senju Naruto, they said chuckling, and they all left the office and went towards the council room. Council room. It took about half an hour before all the clan heads could come. They were all seated in the traditional place. Jiraiya, Naruto and Hinata walked through the double doors and saw that the council was already assembled. They sat down and noticed the room. To his left were the clan heads, there was an empty seat closest to him, followed by Inyazuka Tsume, head of Inyazuka clan, Hyuga Hiyashi, head of the Hyuga clan, Aburam Shibi, head of the Aburam clan, Nara Shikaku, head of the Nara clan, Yamanaka Inoichi, head of the Yamanaka clan, and finally Akimichi Choza, head of the Akimichi clan. To his right there were his advisors, Shimura Danzo, Midokado Himura and Udateen Kaharu. Next to them was the civilian side of the council. It consisted of the most important civilians in the village that ran the most shops and provided food, clothes and other materials and services for shinobi use. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Grandson of the legendary Uchiha Madara. Sasuke remembered those words as he watched Naruto walk into the room. His long hair and the fan on his back made Sasuke seethe his teeth as he was permanently reminded of his utter defeat. The council is in session, he said before looking at the genins in front of him. We are here today to award promotions to these extraordinary people for their skill and work during the invasion they started. Nara Shikamaru stepped forward, they called out, and Shikamaru stepped forward as requested. For great planning during your match and work during the invasion, we promote you to Chunin. Congratulations and keep up the good work, he said, and threw him a flak jacket. Troublesome, Shikamaru said before putting his jacket on and stepping back. Hyuga Hinata called out and Hinata stepped forward. For great skill in taijutsu and ninjutsu and for remaining calm in the face of stronger opponents, we promote you to Chunin. Congratulations, he said with a smile. Thank you Hokage-sama, Hinata replied. Uchiha Sasuke called out and he stepped forward with his traditional cocky smirk. You're a special case. After many deliberations and taking into account the work you did during the invasion, you are promoted to Chunin. At this, Sasuke's smirk got even wider. But any sign of insubordination or failure in conduct and you are stripped of the rank, understood? They said in a serious voice leaking a bit of kai. Of course Hokage-sama, Sasuke replied with a smile. And finally he said, shifting his attention towards Naruto. For great skill in defeating not only Shukaku, but for providing great assistance during the invasion and defeating the Kazuki and providing assistance to me against Orochimaru, I award the rank of Elite Chunin to Senju Naruto, he said, and an immense silence followed. Everyone was still wondering if they heard them correctly. What? Sasuke yelled out and pretty much resumed the thoughts of everyone in the room. How can he be a Senju? Sasuke said, spitting the Senju name. He has the Sharingan, Naruto stated. Everything I said is true. Naruto is the last remaining Senju in the village, they explained, and surprisingly enough, no one yelled or said anything, and they just stared at the waiting for an explanation. You all know that Senju Tsunade had a daughter, right? They asked and the clan heads nodded. Yes, but she died, Hiashi stated in a calm tone. That Naruto was becoming more surprising by the moment. Her death was faked by me to protect her from the Kra, they said, and they all gasped to think they would go to such lengths to protect someone from Kra. Her death was faked and Uzumaki Kushina was born, he said, and Shukaku's eyes widened in realization. Troublesome, he said without thinking, making the focus on him. Trust Nara to figure the rest, the thought. Would you like to do the honors? They asked. Troublesome, Shukaku said before pulling his thoughts together. You all remembered that red-haired loudmouth, right? Shukaku asked and everyone nodded. After all, Konoha's Red Death wasn't easily forgotten. We all know who she was always around, right? Shukaku asked almost rhetorically. Yes, that hussy was always around, Minato-kun, the pink banshee said. The moment she said hussy, Naruto's chakra spiked to the level that everyone gulped in a dry throat due to his presence alone. However, he didn't release any kai, and as such the civilians were all oblivious to that. If Naruto is a member of the Senju clan, the only possible outcome would be if he's Kushina's son and looking at him. Blonde hair, blue eyes, I'm confident, assuming that Minato was the father, Shukaku said, and everyone's eyes widened. Who's Minato? Sasuke asked, who was oblivious. You wanted to know who my father was, right? Naruto asked Sasuke, who nodded. My father was Namikaze Minato, Yondaime Hokage and Uchiha Madara's son, Naruto said, and everyone's jaws hit the ground. Who would in their sanity believe that Madara's son would become? It's ironic. The son of the greatest traitor became our biggest hero, Naruto stated out loud. And the funny part of all this is that Madara hated the Senju and his son ended up marrying one, Shukaku said, and everyone chuckled. So that means that you are the great-grandson of Senju Hashirama, the Shodaime Hokage, great-grandnephew of Senju Tobirama, the Nidaime Hokage, grandson of Uchiha Madara, and son of Namikaze Minato, the Yondaime Hokage. Tsume said, whistling. That was one powerful lineage right there. And you people treated him like garbage, Tsume growled at the civilian side, who held their heads down in shame. But that's not all, they said, gathering their attention to him. I'm resigning and as such I've chosen my successor, he said, and many were shocked by this blunt statement. After this meeting, Jiraiya along with Naruto will be retrieving Senju Tsunade, Naruto's grandmother, for the position of Godaime Hokage, they said, and people were happy with his choice. Tsunade was considered a princess in the village and was a Sannin with the power of a cage, so she was a fine choice. A very strong lineage indeed, Hiashi commented, but everyone could hear the tone which was said. A fine choice, perhaps my teachings weren't a total loss, as Hiashi thought discreetly, looking at Hinata. Even if they were low in numbers, the Senju clan was still one of the most powerful and renowned clans in the entire world. Enough, Sasuke yelled, making everyone jump from the sudden sound spike. You are an affront to the Uchiha clan. You flaunt that fan and have the Sharingan, and yet you choose to honor the Senju name, Sasuke said. You are a disgrace and unworthy of such a weapon, Sasuke spat. You want my fan now? Naruto asked. Yes, I demand you hand that fan as it belongs to an elite Uchiha like me, Sasuke said, and Naruto laughed, and Sasuke got a tick mark on his face. You don't even know how irony-packed that statement is, Naruto said, and Sasuke got confused and was getting angrier by the moment. I will explain everything, so just listen, Naruto stated. Sasuke, can you tell me what the levels of the Sharingan are? Naruto asked, prodding around a bit, wondering if he knew about the Mangekyo. They sent Naruto a look that clearly said, do you think it's wise? But Naruto nodded. It would become knowledge at any point in time, so he just wanted to get this over with, so he didn't have anything more to worry about. 3 levels, from 1 to 3 tomatoes in each eye, Sasuke simply said, but Naruto gave a knowing look. Fine, there is a fourth level called Mangekyo Sharingan, but can only be obtained by killing your best friend, Sasuke blurted out, without wanting to make Naruto raise an eyebrow. Naruto knew of that because Kurama told him about it, but how could Sasuke now? How do you know how to achieve it? Naruto asked, narrowing his eyes. Itachi told me to come after him when I had the same eyes as him, Sasuke replied, and Naruto seemed to accept the answer. Now let me tell you all something that has long been forgotten, Naruto said, and everyone focused on him. We all know the legend of Rakuto Senin, right? Naruto asked and everyone nodded. They were all shinobis and as such they all knew the tales of their father. Rakuto Senin was a shinobi of unparalleled power, he was even considered to be a god. During his life he had two sons, his older son inherited the sage's eyes and found the Uchiha clan, and the younger brother inherited the sage's body and founded the Senju clan, Naruto said, and everyone raised an eyebrow at the statement. How are you all this, Naruto-san? Shibi asked. Let's just say that the furball is an endless pit of information, Naruto explained, and his stomach growled at the furball nickname. Moving on. When his life was ending he had to choose who would carry on his work and as such, he chose the younger brother, the Senju leader. However, this didn't sit well with the Uchiha brother who thought that being the firstborn deserved to be the one to lead the world to peace through strength. Naruto said and everyone was focused on his explanation, the silence was disturbing. As such, the older brother challenged the younger one to a battle for the title, but lost. Angry with this loss he decided to exterminate the Senju before it even began, but he would need more power to do that. He decided to perform a blood ritual to transform a normal person into Uchihas capable of using the Sharingan, Naruto explained, and everyone's widened. The benefits of such ritual were unparalleled and could easily bring Konoha to heights never before reached. The Uchihas created by the blood ritual were half-blood, while the ones that came from the older brother's line were called elite or pure blood. Everyone understand? Naruto asked and everyone nodded. The pure bloodline was my grandfather's line, going through Minato into me. I assume that my grandfather is dead from a letter I have from him, so I'm the last of the pure blood Uchihas, making Sasuke a half-blood, Naruto explained, and Sasuke seethed, he didn't want to be a half-blood created by some ritual. And what's the difference between the pure blood and half-blood? Shukaku asked curiously. The key difference lies in the activation of the fourth and final stage of the Sharingan. In pure blood Uchihas the final level is achieved like any other through training and life and death situations, like mine, Naruto said and closed his eyes. He opened and showed them the normal Sharingan, but then the Sharingan started to slowly spin until it became his. This is what I achieved when that civilian sent two to kill me. I've got to thank you for that, Naruto said, smirking with his EMS glowing in all its glory. Everyone was drawn to his eyes, his blood-red eyes that seemed to give off power beyond anything ever imagined. The true power of the Sharingan, the power of Uchiha Madara. He just became much more dangerous, Hiashi thought as he watched his glow. But there is one more key difference, Naruto said, and broke everyone trance just from looking at his eyes. If a half-blood Uchiha awakens his, the more they use it, the more the eyes get sealed, until there is nothing more than darkness, Naruto said, and everyone's eyes widened. So that's the price for power for the half-blood. That's why I said you didn't know how irony-packed that statement was. You called yourself an elite Uchiha, but in the end you are nothing more than a copy, Naruto explained as he deactivated his eyes and waited for the explosion. That came out a little harsher than I wanted, Naruto thought in retrospect. How dare you mock me? Sasuke said to him, spitting every word. Is there any proof you can give? Sasuke asked. Just one. My fan. Naruto said and removed it from his back. This fan was created by Rikido Sennin, and as such only a true descendant can wield it without massive chakra consumption. Naruto explained. Hinata-chan, can you check Sasuke chakra levels? Naruto asked. If he gave the fan to Sasuke and he didn't have enough chakra he would hit the ground dead like a sack of potatoes. He's around level, Hinata said, and Naruto nodded. Do you want to prove that you are pure blood? Naruto asked Sasuke, who nodded. Then pick my fan without fainting, Naruto said, and offered the fan to Sasuke. The moment Sasuke just touched the fan he collapsed to the ground on his knees taking deep breaths. Is that enough proof? Naruto asked as he replaced the fan on his back. There are only two people in the whole world that can use the fan, me and my grandmother Senju Tsunade, Naruto explained, and everyone was still processing everything they heard until now. It doesn't mean that you can't be strong, Sasuke, it only means that the next level of eyes isn't worth the cost, Naruto explained. He knew that this explanation would piss Sasuke even more, but he had to find out sometime. I'll make my own choices, Senju, Sasuke said, and left the council room without even asking for permission, and slammed the door shut. It was inevitable, he said. I have a question, Danzo said, and Naruto shifted his attention towards him. Do you know how to do this blood ritual? Danzo innocently asked. No, but even if I did I wouldn't reveal it, Naruto said, and Danzo scoffed. I hold no hate for them, but the half-blood Uchihas shouldn't have been created in the first place, Naruto explained. That's a bit harsh coming from you, Inoichi said. True, but you knew the Uchihas and their hunger for power. If they all knew how to achieve the next level, what do you think they would do? Naruto rhetorically asked. I think Itachi wiping them out was a blessing in disguise, Naruto said. You have no idea how right you are, he thought to himself, as did his personal counselors. Well, this was a very strange day of revelations, Homura said. Yes, is there anything else you want to discuss? She asked and the pink banshee raised her hand. Yes, Hokage-sama. Since Naruto-sama is now the sole heir to a clan, the craw applies to him, the pink banshee stated, and Naruto's eye twitched. I have a question. You didn't know about me until now, so why didn't Sasuke go into craw? Naruto asked, trying to outmaneuver them as he already knew this was coming. We didn't want to pressure him as he might run away, the pink banshee explained. Well then apply the same principle to me. If you force me into craw, I will leave the village, and the Senju, Uzumaki, Namikaze and pure-blood Uchiha line ends with me, Naruto stated out loud and clear, and Jiraiya scoffed. He didn't know why his godson wouldn't want a harem, but he was just like Minato, an idealist. Hinata is the only one for me, Naruto said, and Hinata turned bright red. Kids. With Naruto-kun, Hinata thought before fainting. Naruto quickly rushed to her and caught just before she hit the deck. She hasn't fainted in years, Naruto said, chuckling. So are we clear about the craw? Naruto asked with a serious voice. But you can't refuse its law, the pink banshee tried to explain, but she couldn't help but feel a bit scared of him. I took down Ibiju alone. I suppose it's civilians like you that are going to force me? Naruto rhetorically asked. He didn't want to flaunt his power, but in this case he was forced. The pink banshee flinched at his tone and said nothing more. She was trying to set him up with Sakura, but it appears it's too late. The shinobi side never really appreciated the craw, especially the females, just the thought of being turned into a baby factory made them want to puke. Anything else? Naruto asked, but everyone remained silent. The meeting is adjourned, they said, and everyone started leaving except Jiraiya, Naruto and the fainted Hinata who was regaining consciousness. That was a very interesting meeting, he explained. Yes, and they didn't want to kill me this time, Naruto said, chuckling. Although Sasuke didn't seem happy, Naruto said. Can't really blame him, Jiraiya said. Are you ready to head out? Jiraiya asked. Do things? Can Hinata go with us? And I would like to visit Gaara before, Naruto said, and both Jiraiya and the nodded. Here they gave him a paper to allow him to visit Gaara. Meet with Jiraiya and Hinata at the north gate in 2 hours, then they said, and everyone left the room. The department. Naruto made this way towards the interrogation and torture division. The division was located near the tower, so it was only a couple of minutes on foot. He entered the building and suddenly a kunai came out of nowhere and grazed his cheek, drawing a bit of blood. Naruto turned around to see Anko trying to lick his blood, but apparently the wound was already closed. What kind of greeting is this? Naruto asked, shaking his head. You're no fun, Anko pouted. So what are you doing where, Mr. Uchiha? Anko asked and Naruto sighed. My name is Senju Naruto, and I'm here to see Gaara, Naruto explained, and Anko's eyes widened to the Senju name. Here, Naruto said and delivered her the Hokage's permission to visit the inmates. After you, Senju-sama, Anko said, licking her lips and bowing deeply. Crazy snake lady, Naruto muttered in thought. Naruto made his way down the stairs and came into a heavy metallic door with an Anbu stationed outside. Naruto quickly showed him his permission and was allowed inside where the holding cells were. This section didn't have many cells when compared to Konoha's prison because the department was only temporary. Naruto arrived at the last cell and looked inside. There were Baki, Temari and Kankuro all wearing chakra seals and restricting clothes. Gaara, however, was chained to the middle of the room with a kanji circle around him. Hum to gloat? Temari asked. Her voice was broken and weak. Not my style, Naruto replied. She didn't understand how a 14-year-old defeated not only her sensei who was a but also her brother. In fact, I came to talk to Gaara and explain a few things, Naruto said, and Gaara looked up, locking eyes with Naruto. How's the seal? Naruto asked. How are you so strong? Gaara asked instead of replying to Naruto's original question. Enter Naruto OST1 Sadness and Sorrow. The pain of being alone. Is really terrible, right? Naruto asked and Gaara's eyes widened. I don't know why, but I understand your feelings so well that it hurts me, Naruto said, and everyone was silent. But I have precious people now. And I would never allow anyone to hurt them, Naruto said. Why do that for strangers? Gaara asked with a shaky voice. Because they took away my solitude and loneliness, Naruto said. They saved me from my hell, and because of that they are precious to me, and I would do anything for them, Naruto explained. Love. Is that why it is strong? Gaara mused in thought. Hinata-chan, Hokage Jiji, Iruka-sensei, Kakashi-sensei and more. Naruto said, smiling. I don't have anyone like that, you were lucky, Gaara said sadly. You just have to look around. And not very far, Naruto said, pointing towards his brothers and sensei. When I placed the barrier, they jumped in even knowing that you might lose control and kill them as well, Naruto explained. Really? Gaara shakily asked. Of course Gaara, we are your brothers, we would do anything for you, Kankuro said, patting him on the back. Thank you, Gaara said, smiling for the first time in a long time. Then Naruto OST1 sadness and sorrow. Before we begin again, I need to tell you that. Naruto bit his lips but continued. I was the one that killed your father, Naruto said. Killing someone else's father is hardly a good thing when starting a friendship. But Gaara said, and Naruto fainted for a moment before regaining his senses. Good? Naruto asked in disbelief. Yes, he turned me into a weapon and then tried to kill me on several occasions by sending assassins. Besides, he was never a father to any of us, Gaara explained, and Naruto sighed in relief. Now I have good news and bad news, Naruto said, and the sand team focused on them. The demands we made towards the sand were financial reimbursement and the Ichibi, Naruto said, and everyone's eyes widened. Which means that you, Gaara, won't be allowed to leave the village, Naruto said, and Gaara remained silent. However, you might be able to join our ranks and be like me, Naruto explained, and Gaara nodded. He never really enjoyed his time in the sand, so maybe Konoha would be a nice change of pace. What about us? Temari asked. She didn't know what they were planning from them, and it could be execution. As an offer of good faith towards the sand, we are offering you a choice. You can remain here in the leaf as Shinobis, or you can return to your home village, Naruto explained, and they started thinking. We stay with our little brother Temari and Kankuro, and Naruto chuckled and turned to Baki, who remained silent through this whole meeting. I can't remain here. I have people there, Baki shakily said, and Naruto nodded. I understand, Naruto said and got up. I'm going now to get the 5th Hokage since the old man is retiring. When I come back I will take you all to ramen, my treat, Naruto said. Ramen? Gaara asked. They apparently didn't have those types of food in there. Ramen is food for the gods, you will love it. See you in a few days, Naruto said, and left the department heading towards the gate where Jiraiya and Hinata were waiting. Naruto. You are a strange person, Gaara thought. Sand Village Council Room. It has been a couple of days since the failed invasion, and the scarce survivors of the invading force arrived at Tsunade to inform them of a terrible mistake and ever worse failure. News that the Kazuki was killed in combat forced the council to be summoned, and the demands from the Leaf answered. Of the 1,000 shinobis they sent, only a couple dozen survived to tell the tale. It was a massacre to the Sand Shinobi to lose so much and gain nothing in return. The Sand never stood a chance, even with Odo and Gaara's power combined they were utterly defeated. The Suna council was composed of 12 members, now only 10 since he was dead, and Baki the commander was missing in action or dead. What a mess, Dai said. Dai was one of the youngest members of the council, he was a who got recently promoted and was the head of intelligence in the Sand. What do we do now? Aki asked. Aki was a middle-aged man. He was retired from the shinobi life and chose a simple civilian life with his wife and kids. I say we will fight, Kimi said. Kimi was one of the few civilians in the council. She was the leader of the civilian council that ran all of the stores in the village. We can't fight. We lost a fifth of our shinobis to that invasion. That attack was a leap of faith and a wild card. We are severely weakened right now, and we probably wouldn't be able to hold an attack should the Leaf go to war with us, Aki explained. According to the reports, they were able to defeat Gaara and kill the along with 200 of our own with a single jutsu. Yura and everyone's eyes widened. What could they do against such overwhelming force? We can't do anything else but to surrender to their terms, Yura said, sighing. Their village took a very hard blow and it would take years to recover. We can't surrender to them, Kimi said. We broke the peace treaty, we invaded and lost. We have no choice but to surrender the money and the Ichibi to them, Yura said. They want our Bijuu, that's unacceptable, Aki said. Would you prefer war? Yura rhetorically asked. We can win, we will have the home field advantage, Dai explained. And they use the same jutsu and obliterate the village. Konoha isn't considered the strongest of the 5 for no apparent reason. They won all the 3 world wars, and this invasion was proof their strength hasn't diminished, Yura explained. I told you many times that alliances make you dependent and weak. I never thought of seeing this village fall to such a degree, Chiyo said. Chiyo was one of the elders of the Sand and the one that performed the sealing on Gaara. How much money are they asking? Kimi asked. For property damage and lives lost they ask for 50 billion, Yura said. That will almost destroy our economy, we must renegotiate with them, Kimi said. These terms are non-negotiable. We should never have placed our faith in Orochimaru of all people, Yura said, shaking his head. So what's left of this village? Without help we will probably no longer be considered a shinobi village among the great 5, Dai said. We must make new alliances, Aki explained, and a few nodded. A new alliance would cement their growth so they can stand back up and prevent any attacks. Yes. Send a word for Tsuchikage, Yura said. Chapter 26 Searching for the Old Hag. The Togakur. Orochimaru was cursing every single fiber of Naruto's being. Orochimaru was considering whether he should keep Naruto alive for his purposes or kill him for destroying the chakra network on his arm. The moment his chakra network was destroyed, he lost the ability to mold chakra in that arm, preventing him from doing hand seals, and as such preventing him from doing any type that required any hand seals. Kabuto had studied his arm and tried to heal it, but you can't heal something that doesn't exist. With his level of knowledge, Kabuto didn't stand a chance at doing anything to heal his master. Of course Orochimaru had a solution, which was to swap bodies, but he wanted to wait for a very special body that he felt was getting closer and closer. He could feel all of Sasuke's hate and hunger for vengeance, and soon enough he would belong to Orochimaru. "I'm sorry Orochimaru-sama, but this type of wound is beyond me," Kabuto replied sadly, and Orochimaru cursed the blonde. Everything was good until he showed up, and the barrier he placed didn't even slow him down, but above all else he had the eyes Orochimaru always wanted, the Mangekyo Sharingan. "It can't be helped. There is only one person that might be able to heal me," Orochimaru said, sweating. Losing the chakra network in his arm placed him in constant pain as his cells weren't properly fed. "And who might that be?" Kabuto asked as he pushed the glasses in his face up. "My former teammate Senju Tsunade," Orochimaru replied with a glint in his eyes. He knew exactly what it would take to convince her. "Contact our spies, we are leaving now," Orochimaru ordered. Konoha's Dango stand. A few days had passed since Naruto, Hinata and Jiraiya left in search for Naruto's grandmother, Senju Tsunade, so she could return to the village to become Sarutobi's successor as Goddamn Hokage. The constructions around the village were progressing very well and they didn't receive much damage. The most important buildings were protected by Naruto's barrier seals, allowing the hospital and other buildings to remain working non-stop. In the middle of Konoha, more precisely in the Dango stand that Anko spends most of her time in, were two cloaked persons inside drinking a bit of tea and eating dango, since it was a Dango stand. Both of them had long, high-collared black cloaks with red clouds in them, on top of their heads, straw hats with a small bell hanging by a small red wire. These two unknown members actually belonged to an organization called Akatsuki that were after the one in Naruto, but no one knew that. "Have you heard the news?" one civilian asked, and both Akatsuki members focused on the conversation. Believe it or not, listening to civilians talk is a very good way to scout for information. "About what?" one other civilian replied. "That brat, Uzumaki Naruto, is now Senju Naruto. Apparently is the heir of the Senju clan and great-grandson of the first," the civilian said. "Did you hear that, Itachi-san?" the Akatsuki member asked his partner, now identified as Itachi. Uchiha Itachi, the prodigy of the Uchiha clan and the one that butchered all of them except his little brother a few years ago. "Yes, kiss him. These are new revelations, we must inform our leader," Itachi replied in his monotone voice, and Kisum nodded. "You don't say, but I thought he was an Uchiha since he was the Sharingan," the civilian replied, and Itachi's eyes widened, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes with 3 tomatoes in it. "I think you missed one a couple years ago," Kisum said, chuckling. It was fun to see at least some emotion coming off from Itachi, since he was always stoic and didn't say much. "Interesting. How can Naruto-kun have the Sharingan?" Itachi mused in thought. "I know for certainty that I killed all of my clan minus my foolish little brother. Neither Kushina-senpai nor Minato had the Sharingan. Is it the Kyuubi?" Itachi thought as he ran through all the various scenarios in his head to explain. "What are you thinking so hard about?" Kisum asked in an amused tone. "I don't understand how Naruto would be an Uchiha. It doesn't add up," Itachi replied. "Well, if you listened to what they were saying you would know. Apparently the brat is the grandson of Uchiha Madara," Kisum said, and Itachi froze. He never said anything about having a grandson. If he had a grandson he would most likely use him to achieve his goals. Kushina-senpai didn't give off chakra similar to an Uchiha, which only leads me to conclude that it was Minato, Itachi thought. Minato never showed a Sharingan, and yet he was a force to be reckoned with. Deception, the true way of the shinobi, Itachi thought, chuckling to himself. He was considered a genius among geniuses, a prodigy that appears once every 100 years, very similar to Minato, but it appears that Minato won the pool. "This is very interesting indeed," Itachi said as they continued to listen to their conversation. A few minutes later another civilian said something that caught their attention. "It's good that Sandame is retiring. He did so much for our village, he deserves to rest," the civilian said. "Yes, and the chosen to the Goddamn Hokage was Senju Tsunade," the civilian said. "Looks like the title falls into the Senju once again," the civilian replied. "I know," the other replied, chuckling. "Jiraiya-sama left with Naruto-sama so they could find her and bring her back," the civilian said. "Looks like we lucked out, the Kyuubi just left town," Kisum said sadly. He was hoping to feed a good portion of chakra to his Samahata. Yes, let's leave before we are discovered, Itachi replied, and both of them stood up and left the stand. Both members were walking through the village, making their way out of the village when they came across two familiar faces, to Itachi at least. "Bjorn from the village, right?" Asuma asked, weary of the unidentified males in front of them. "Why are you here?" Asuma asked. "Long time no see, Asuma-san," Kurenai-san, Itachi said in his monotone voice. "If you know who we are, then you must be a shinobi from this village," Asuma said. Itachi simply raised his hat slightly to allow them to see his blood-red eyes. The moment they saw his eyes, they both tensed. "Uchiha, Itachi?" Asuma asked, and Itachi dropped his hat and let his hair flow with the wind, locking eyes with the two in front of them. "You know these people, Itachi-san?" Kisame asked and also dropped his hat. "Then I'll present myself. Hoshigaki Kisame, a pleasure to meet you," Kisame said. "You dare show your face after what you have done?" Asuma asked as he kept his guard up. Even with Kurenai, he didn't know if he could take him on, and his companion wouldn't help at all. "I'm going to end you both," Asuma said. "Itachi-san, it looks like you are hated in this village," Kisame said, chuckling. "I know who you are," Kurenai said, eyeing Kisame. "Hoshigaki Kisame, former member of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist," Kurenai informed. "You are in a lot of trouble for coming here, Itachi," Asuma said. "Don't get involved in my work, I have no intention of killing you," Itachi said. "You aren't the type of person to return here without a goal. What is it that you want from the village?" Asuma asked. "You are annoying," Kisame said, and took his sword out and hit the ground, making chunks fly and a bit of dust to rise. "Should I kill them?" Kisame asked Itachi. "It appears we aren't leaving without a fight," Itachi said. The moment Itachi said that, Kisame picked his sword and tried to hit Asuma, who jumped back to avoid it. Asuma took out his trench knives and blocked the next sword swing. Kurenai used the cover that Asuma gave her and went through hand seals, disappearing into thin air. "Ninjutsu?" Itachi thought as he used his Sharingan to analyze the battle. Asuma was starting to sweat as he was being pushed by the sword. Kisame was a lot stronger than he let on, and that with only a single hand. "My Samahata doesn't cut. It shreds," Kisame said, and pulled his sword back, shredding through Asuma's skin and drawing blood, making him wince in pain. Meanwhile, Kurenai had her Jinjutsu ready. "You are late, Kurenai," Asuma said, nursing his arm. The moment Asuma said that, the ground around Kisame started to melt and he was trapped and unable to move. Behind Itachi, a tree suddenly sprouted from the ground and snared him in place. Kurenai emerged from the tree with a kunai at hand, getting ready to kill him. "This is the end for you," Kurenai said, and moments later she realized that she was the one pinned to the tree and was watching Itachi run towards her with a bladed hand. Kurenai bit her lip and used the pain to break the illusion. The moment she broke it, she ducked under a horizontal slash from Itachi's blade. Itachi saw Kurenai duck and gave her a kick that she blocked, but she was sent towards a nearby river nonetheless. "Kurenai," Asuma shouted, concerned with her. "You don't have time to look away," Kisame said. Meanwhile, on top of the river. "That was very good, Kurenai-san," Itachi said as he quickly appeared next to her at the river. "But," Itachi said, but was interrupted. "But this is the end for you," another voice said from behind Itachi. He turned around to come face to face with Kakashi himself. Asuma was dodging swing after swing until he saw an opening and tried to slash with his knives that gave Kisame a small cut through his cheek. As a reply, Kisame started going through hand seals and said, "Suiton. Suryuiden no Jutsu, water dragon," Kisame said, and from the river a water dragon erupted and went towards Asuma. Out of nowhere came another dragon of equal strength that clashed with the one from Kisame, destroying each other. "The same jutsu?" Kisame asked, surprised. "Why are you here?" Asuma asked. "I thought you might need a hand," Kakashi replied. Suddenly Itachi's hand flew out of his jacket with shurikens ready to throw. Kakashi jumped back and said, "Suiton Sujinheki, water wall." A water wall rose up around Kakashi, blocking 4 water drills. Apparently the shurikens were a mere distraction from Itachi. "He's fast. I barely saw the hand seals," Kakashi thought as he analyzed the powerful opponent in front of him. "Very good. You are skilled with that eye of yours, Itachi." Right before a shadow clone from Itachi came behind Kakashi and stabbed him with a kunai, Kakashi bursted into water, revealing it to a simple water clone. "Water clone?" Kisame asked, amazed. "He knows so much from my village," Kisame thought. Itachi was looking for Kakashi when something caught his attention. He looked down only to see Kakashi giving Kurenai a kunai. But, the moment Kurenai was about to attack one of the Idichis in the river, Kakashi tackled her just before the clone exploded. "Kakashi. Kurenai," Asuma yelled as he also jumped into the river. The water was coming down from the explosion and showed a slightly scorched Kakashi and an unharmed Kurenai and Asuma. "Be careful with him. He became an Anbu captain at 13 years old," Kakashi explained. "I didn't expect him to be so strong," Asuma said, surprised. No. He has yet to show his true strength, Kakashi explained. You are really skilled with your Sharingan even though you aren't an uchiha, Itachi said. He's right, I tire easily, Kakashi thought. Sharingan. The true power of the Sharingan. I'm about to show you why the Uchiha clan was feared and unparalleled in power, Itachi said just before his eyes opened very slowly. This is bad. If his powers are what Naruto told me about then we are in big trouble, Kakashi thought. Guys. Close your eyes, no matter what happens don't open them, Kakashi yelled, stressing every word. Only a Sharingan user can fight him, Kakashi explained. It's true that a Sharingan user can resist it but you can't counter this technique with it, Itachi explained just before he locked eyes with Kakashi. Tsukiyomi. Tsukiyomi world. The moment Itachi pronounced that single word Kakashi was drawn into another world. The sky was red and the clouds and sun were black. Kakashi was pinned to a cross trying his best to break the illusion. Don't overexert yourself, this technique is unbreakable. In here I'm God and control everything. 3 days in here are but 3 seconds in the real world, Itachi explained as he had a sword on his hand and was clear what he was going to do to Kakashi. Suddenly Itachi stabbed Kakashi in the gut and he yelled in pain. Itachi suddenly multiplied and all of them had swords and started stabbing Kakashi as well. 71 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds remaining, Itachi said as Kakashi was healed and he started stabbing again. Real world 3 seconds later. What happened? Asuma asked as he felt Kakashi wince in pain but didn't know what happened. His mind held on. Kisame was surprised to see Kakashi still standing, but taking hard breaths, it seemed a miracle that he had yet managed to stand. But Itachi-san, it's dangerous to use those eyes, Kisame said. By the looks of it, Naruto was right, Kakashi thought. Are you after Sasuke? Kakashi asked, his voice strained by the genjutsu he just suffered. No, Itachi replied. We are looking for Yondame's legacy, Itachi replied in his traditional monotone voice. You are from the Akatsuki aren't you? Kakashi asked, surprising everyone in there. We are taking Kakashi with us, Itachi suddenly said, and Kisame dashed towards him, only to be intercepted by a fierce kick from Konoha's green beast Mido guy. Who are you? Kisame asked as he regained his footing. Konoha's green beast Mido guy replied with his teeth sparkling as he took his stance. Look at you. Perhaps you meant to say fool, Kisame taunted, but Itachi cut him off saying don't underestimate him. Suddenly Kakashi fell to the water and started sinking only to be caught by Guy. Open your eyes, Guy said to Asuma and Kurenai. But Kakashi. Kurenai said but was cut off. Just don't look at his eyes, focus on his legs and arms and fight from there, Guy explained as they both opened their eyes, but it seemed that they were always drawn to lock eyes with Itachi. Easier said than done, Asuma said. We are leaving, we didn't come here to start a war, Itachi said, and they both disappeared in a blur. They are gone, I'm taking Kakashi to the hospital, Guy said and disappeared as well. But Sasuke. Sasuke was currently in the Uchiha compound in one of the many training grounds, taking out his frustrations on some unlucky wooden dummy. He was frustrated from everything he learned during the council meeting. That Naruto just seemed to have everything. Sharingan, Sasuke remembered as he drove a fist through the wooden dummy, destroying the right arm. Uchiha Madara, Sasuke remembered and gave an open palm strike and severed the dummy's head. Senju, Sasuke remembered and gave it a spin kick and destroyed both legs, leaving only the torso left. Pure blood, Sasuke seethed and charged a Chidori and completely obliterated the dummy, leaving nothing but bits and chunks on the ground. The once mighty wooden dummy was no more. Sasuke took a couple of deep breaths, trying his best to calm himself. He went towards his house to take a bath to clean the sweat from the training session until he remembered something. When you awaken your Sharingan, go to the main house and look beneath the 7th tatami mat from the far right. That is where our clan used to meet, in there you will find your answers, Sasuke remembered. One of the last things Itachi ever said to him just after he massacred the clan, leaving only him behind. Sasuke quickly made his way towards the main hall. Since his clan demise he only used his house and the other buildings were just gathering dust. He quickly arrived at the main house and made his way towards the meeting hall. He counted 7 tatamis from the far right. He removed the 7th and beneath it was a small staircase that seemed to go in deep beneath the main building. He quickly made his down, but it was pitch black. He scanned his surroundings and used a small fire jutsu to light the torches. He suddenly came face to face with a big stone wall and, by the looks of it, it seemed very sturdy and heavy, but Sasuke noticed the Sharingan design in the middle of it and quickly activated his. What seemed to be an empty wall now had writing in it. He quickly performed the hand seals instructed in the wall and stone moved to the side, allowing entrance to the chambers. Apparently only someone with a Sharingan was allowed entrance to such a place. Sasuke entered the new room and as he expected it was empty and dark, but the Sharingan enabled him to see better at night, so he found the torches and lit them. The moment the torches flared to life, Sasuke saw a big room with a tablet in the middle. Behind the tablet is a wall with the uchiha fan in it. Sasuke used his Sharingan and looked very carefully at the tablet. It seemed that he could only read bits and pieces, but from what he could read it clearly stated that there was another level above the Sharingan, and it was the Mangekyo Sharingan. Maybe the more advanced the eyes, the more I can read, Sasuke pondered as he was using the Sharingan to read what was written on the tablet. Everything the tablet said was exactly like Itachi had said about his eyes. Sasuke knew he needed to achieve the next level of eyes so he could go up against his brother and defeat him. Interestingly enough, the tablet said nothing about the half-blood and pure-blood uchihas, so Sasuke wondered just how old this tablet was. I will need every bit of power I can get to defeat him. With Naruto, Hinata and Jiraiya. A few days had passed since they left Konoha. As they were going towards the town, Jiraiya had received info from his spy network. According to his spies, Tsunade was last seen in a small town in the Land of Fire called Tenzaku. One interesting fact is, don't for a moment think that Jiraiya won't be a pervert around you, even when you sleep. This particular fact was a surprise to Naruto and Hinata since both of them got a room for them and Jiraiya was left with one for him. Jiraiya, being the pervert that he is, thought that Naruto might be getting some action with his girlfriend and as such used his infiltration jutsu and infiltrated Naruto's room with his notepad ready to write. Not a good idea to try and spy on someone who has the Sharingan and that can spot anyone using chakra. As such, he was once again on the receiving end of Hinata's techniques and Naruto defense seals zapping the poor pervert. They were approaching the town Jiraiya heard about. They have been walking for a couple of hours now and they are starting to see the town on the horizon. This town was famous for having a huge castle in the middle. So Naruto, are you working on some new technique? Jiraiya asked, wanting any juicy details. If he had the same mind as his father's, then any technique would be worth learning. Actually, yes. I'm working on recreating the lightning armor since I saw the basics during the battle against Orochimaru. I can already channel lightning chakra through my synapses to further increase my reaction time, but the outer shell is a bit tricky. Naruto explained and Jiraiya was stunned. You do realize that is an S-rank jutsu, right? Jiraiya asked. I know. That's why I'm trying to recreate it. I think I'm rather good with lightning. I'll get it down eventually, Naruto said, and Jiraiya nodded. His father was the same when he got some jutsu ideas in his head. It would stay there until solved. How about in the meantime you improve the Rasengan, Jiraiya said, and Naruto got confused. Improve? My father's notes didn't say anything about a better Rasengan, Naruto asked, and Jiraiya nodded. Your father created the Rasengan intending to add his elemental affinity to it, but it might be a jump to do that yet. So why don't you try to make a bigger Rasengan by pumping more chakra into it? Jiraiya said and Naruto pondered. The Rasengan was by itself an A-rank jutsu. If he created a bigger one it would go towards S-rank, and adding elemental affinity, it would most likely be a one-shot kill. An Adama Rasengan, big Rasengan? Naruto asked for confirmation, and Jiraiya nodded. So I just pump more chakra into it? Naruto asked and Jiraiya nodded again. How much more? Naruto asked. How about you try with twice the chakra and go from there, Jiraiya said, and Naruto nodded. As they were walking, Naruto decided to try and do a big Rasengan. They were walking and Naruto was focusing chakra in his hand. He started spinning the first round of chakra and immediately created a layer to compress it and easily reached the normal Rasengan. He started pouring more chakra into it and the ball started glowing even more. Sensing no strain in containing it, he continued to add chakra and was easily reaching double the normal Rasengan. He was about to tell Jiraiya he managed twice the amount when the Rasengan suddenly destabilized and exploded in his hand. The result of the explosion created a shockwave that sent everyone tumbling to the ground as they didn't expect the backslash from the jutsu. His Rasengan seemed just fine a few moments ago. Damn it, brat, Jiraiya said. How about you train it away from us, Hinata asked, and she got up and dusted off her clothes. My bad, Naruto said, chuckling and rubbing the back of his head. We are almost at town, how about you keep the training for later, Jiraiya said. Away from us, Jiraiya stressed and Naruto's sweat dropped. It was a little shockwave after all. Fine, Naruto said, pouting as he couldn't train this new technique right away. He might be strong, but he's still a brat, Jiraiya said, shaking his head. But he isn't strong enough to take on cage-level shinobi alone, though he has techniques to run away, Jiraiya thought as was thinking about what he should teach Naruto. They arrived at the gates and entered the city. Hinata and Naruto were marveled by all the activity going on and all the people having fun in the various stands available. They didn't leave the village much and only started after they became genin. Let's go to a hotel and sleep at night. We will start searching tomorrow, Jiraiya stated, and they both nodded. They were calmly walking through the town completely unaware of two presences after them. They were keeping their distance and suppressing their chakra levels so they wouldn't be detected. Looks like the information was accurate, he did leave the village with Jiraiya, but I don't know the girl, Kisame said as he watched the three of them check into a hotel. The girl's name is Hyuga Hinata and she was the Hyuga's heiress but was expelled from the clan, Itachi calmly explained. She doesn't seem like much, Kisame said as he watched her, she seemed fragile like a doll. We are shinobi, don't underestimate her. She was promoted to along with Naruto-kun. We don't have much info on her so tread carefully even if she seems weak, Itachi explained. He was always the prudent one, while Kisame tended to jump in, guns blazing. Fine, but even we can't take on Jiraiya, Kisame said. Indeed. Let's find some girls, Itachi said, and Kisame's jaw dropped. You want to get laid? Kisame asked and Itachi got a tick mark. I heard about Jiraiya's obsession for women. It's our best choice to distract him long enough for us to get to Naruto-kun, Itachi explained, and Kisame nodded. What about the girl? Kisame asked. She is irrelevant although it appears that Naruto is very close to her. Notice how he walks close to her, yet he's slightly ahead of her as if shielding her, and he's ready to jump into action at any time. Itachi analyzed. He seems close to her so we might use it to our advantage, Itachi said, and Kisame nodded. Let's go, Kisame said, and they both disappeared in a blur. Chapter 27 Red Clouds and Old Hags. With Tsunade. Two women could be seen walking through the empty streets of the town. The reason they were empty was simply because they were walking through a castle that made that town famous. The first woman had a slender frame and a rather large bust. She had brown eyes and long pale golden hair that was strapped in two pigtails. On her forehead she had a purple diamond tattoo. She was wearing a grass-green haori with the kanji for gamble written in black on the back, inside a red circle. Underneath she wears a grey kimono-style blouse with no sleeves, held closed by a broad dark bluish-grey obi that matches her pants. Her blouse is closed quite low, revealing her sizable cleavage. She wears open-toed sandals with high heels and red polish on both her fingernails and toenails. She also wears soft pink lipstick. She was also wearing a necklace with a green stone, similar to an emerald. The other person was a fair-skinned woman of average height and slender build with black eyes and hair. Her hair is straight and shoulder-length with bangs that cover her ears and frame her face. She was wearing a long bluish-black kimono with white trimmings, held closed by a wide obi, and open-toed sandals with low heels. They were Senju Tsunade, Naruto's grandmother and a world-renowned medic and her apprentice Kato Shizune. Suddenly the earth started shaking and the castle they were walking to visit exploded and came crashing down. As the dust started to clear it showed that the castle was destroyed by a rather large snake with two people on top of his head. I found you, Orochimaru said from the top of the snake's head. Orochimaru, Tsunade said with her eyes widened. She hadn't seen her teammates in a very long time. It was approaching 2 decades by now. Long no time no see, Orochimaru, Tsunade said. She knew that Orochimaru was missing Nin and as such was treating him wearily, especially since she knew exactly what he could do. You are difficult to find, Orochimaru replied. What do you want with me? Tsunade asked, trying to get this over with. You didn't come to talk about the past, did you? Tsunade rhetorically asked. Actually I wanted to ask a small favor, Orochimaru said. He doesn't look good. He looks like he's in constant pain, Tsunade thought as she observed Orochimaru taking particular attention to his arm, who was limp at his side with bandages around. Tsunade-sama, you can already tell what we want, Kabuto said. Find another one. I've stopped performing medicine, Tsunade flatly replied. You can see very well the extent of the injury. There isn't another one, Kabuto explained. That arm. That isn't a simple injury, Tsunade said, fishing for information. A sealing technique. His arm isn't giving off chakra. As if it didn't even have a chakra network, Tsunade analyzed. What did you do to get that? Tsunade asked. Just something that happened when I attacked a leaf, Orochimaru said, and Tsunade's eyes widened. You did what? Tsunade asked, surprised. Looks like sensei did a number on you, Tsunade said chuckling. It wasn't sensei. It was your pesky grandson, Orochimaru said, and both Tsunade and Shizune froze. What grandson? Tsunade said. Don't tell me you didn't know, Orochimaru said, chuckling. Tsunade dashed forward and grabbed him by his clothes. Answer me, Tsunade yelled, giving off so much killer intent that Kabuto was sweating slightly. Exactly what I said. Your grandson did this to me, Orochimaru said. But. He's dead, Tsunade said, and even Orochimaru got confused. He seemed very alive when he destroyed my chakra network, Orochimaru said, annoyed. He still hadn't made up his mind to either kill the brat or kidnap him for his experiments. Maybe he could clone him and once the body was properly matured use it as his own. But. I got a letter from sensei saying that no one survived the Kyuubi's attack, Tsunade said, shocked that her grandson was still alive. She knew that her daughter Kushina was pregnant at the time. Looks like someone has been playing games with you, Orochimaru said chuckling, you see. Even sensei has betrayed you, Orochimaru said. Tsunade was lost in thoughts at the revelation. Her own sensei said that no one survived the Kyuubi's attack, and 14 years later she hears that her grandson is alive and kicking. Enough of this, Tsunade said, and punched a nearby wall, completely destroying it. She would have her answers when she got to the leaf, and no one would stop her. She was about to dash towards Orochimaru when he started talking again. If you heal me, I'll bring back your daughter, brother and lover, Orochimaru said, smirking, and everyone froze, and Tsunade started shaking. Don't you want to be with Tsunade? Orochimaru asked, pressuring her even more, and she started sweating and remembering everything she had lost. If I heal that arm, what will you do? Tsunade asked, making eye contact. I dislike lies, so I'll destroy the leaf, Orochimaru replied. Destroy the leaf? Shizune rhetorically asked. Tsunade-sama, you can't accept this. I would like nothing more than to have them back, but you can't heal his arm, Shizune stressed out. Shut up, Shizune, Tsunade yelled, and Orochimaru smirked. Tsunade sunk her head deep in thought. You don't have to answer now, Kabuto explained, and she raised her head. You will have a week, and this kenjutsu requires human sacrifices, so it's up to you to gather 3 sacrifices, Kabuto explained. Tsunade-sama, let's kill them both here. With the state of his arm we won't get another chance, Shizune said, but once she looked at Tsunade she fell silent. Tsunade was very deep in thought, almost unaware of her surroundings. Don't think just because I can't do hand seals I can't put up a fight, Orochimaru said, and bit his finger, drawing blood. The moment Tsunade saw blood she started shivering and clutching to her necklace. I know of your fear for blood, Orochimaru said, chuckling. We will be going now and we will meet in 1 week, Orochimaru said, and both of them disappeared in a blur. With Kisame and Itachi. Itachi and Kisame dropped the chase after Naruto without losing his location and started walking calmly through the town, bursting with activities. They were searching for an appropriate distraction for the Toad Sage. The Toad Sage was a well-renowned and self-claimed super pervert, and of course his biggest weakness was women. They were scanning the crowd until their eyes met with a woman that would get the job done very well. They calmly walked towards her and stopped in front of her. She had a slender body, C-cup breast, well-toned and shaped legs, beautiful green eyes and dark blue hair. She was wearing a dark blue dress that ended just above her knees. All in all, she was someone any man would drool for, and Jiraiya would be no exception. Can I help you? The woman asked with a melodic voice as she watched the cloaked individual stop in front of her. One of the cloaked men lifted his hat, and the last thing she saw was a pair of deep blood-red eyes, as if they were staring into her soul. With Jiraiya, Hinata and Naruto. The team was currently walking through the village in the hopes of finding a good hotel so they could rest for the night, and the following day they would search for Tsunade. After a few minutes of walking they all noticed a hotel and decided to settle in. As they were walking towards the entrance of the hotel, Jiraiya spotted a woman. Now, this wouldn't be a surprise to anyone since all of them knew Jiraiya very well, but the fact that said woman smiled and waved at Jiraiya actually surprised Naruto and Hinata. Jiraiya had hearts in his eyes as he saw the beauty that was waiting for him. Jiraiya didn't even need to think twice as he said, check in here and work on chakra control, Jiraiya said, and ran as if his life depended on him towards the woman who was waiting for him with a small smile. Naruto just sweat dropped when he told him to work on chakra control, at least it wasn't that bad, since Naruto's chakra control still could be better. Let's settle in, Naruto said, and started walking into the hotel when he noticed that Hinata wasn't following him. Something wrong? Naruto asked as he watched Hinata look at the roof of one building. No, Naruto-kun, let's go in, Hinata said, and they both stepped in and walked towards the attendant's desk where there was an elderly man waiting. We would like 1 room with 2 beds to spend the night, Naruto said, and the man nodded. That will be 200 ryo, the man said, and Naruto handed him the money and got the keys to his room. Both walked up the stairs and headed towards their room. Their room was located on the 2nd floor. They walked through a long hall before stopping at the right door. They opened it and walked in. It was a simple room with 2 beds, a couch, a table with chairs, a closet and a small window aimed towards the town. Naruto immediately dropped his fan to the ground and plopped to the bed, while Hinata went to look through the window and watched the activity going around in the town. After a couple of minutes, Naruto sat up in the bed and got into the lotus position and started meditating. He looked at long breaths and sensed his heart rate slowed down. He channeled chakra to his ears and he could hear everything, the water dripping in the bathroom, a small fly buzzing around, and even Hinata's heart rate. He decided to expand his senses to see if he could locate Tsunade around town, but was surprised he didn't feel any Hirshin seals nearby, and he placed one in Hinata's ring. Naruto opened his eyes and looked towards Hinata, who was now sitting on the couch reading something. His eyes trailed towards her hands and noticed that she still had her fox ring on. He tried once again to feel the marker, but couldn't. As he was sensing the mark, he felt that Hinata's chakra was different from what he knew. Something is wrong, Naruto thought as he watched Hinata carefully. She seemed normal for now, but her chakra was different and the mark didn't work. "Hey Hinata-chan," Naruto exclaimed, gathering her attention. "Did you know that Iro-sennin said that my Rasengan wasn't complete?" Naruto asked. "No, I didn't know. What is missing?" Hinata asked and Naruto smirked. Naruto, faster than lightning, pulled a kunai and threw it at the top of his speed towards Hinata. She didn't even consider that Naruto would attack her and got hit and the kunai embedded deep on her right shoulder, missing her heart by a few inches. Not even a couple of seconds later Hinata exploded in a puff of smoke, revealing that it was nothing more than a shadow clone. Naruto was about to sit down and try to sense her Hirshin marker when the door of his room was destroyed and two people were standing there. They were both tall, and they were wearing a long black cloak with red clouds in them, and both had a straw hat with a small bell hanging there. Naruto couldn't see their faces, and as such he couldn't identify his enemies. His pervert of a godfather picked the worst moment to go chase women. Naruto sensed their chakra levels and noticed one of them had high cage chakra levels while the other was through the roof. One of the enemies was on par with him, not counting the Kyuubi. "Where is Hinata?" Naruto asked, but both of them remained impassive. They removed their hats and showed Naruto who exactly they were. "Uchiha Itachi," Naruto said, and immediately his Sharingan flared to life. "Looks like the rumors were true, you really have the Sharingan," Itachi said in his monotone voice. "I will say this one more time. Where is Hinata?" Naruto asked. "If you touched a single hair on her head I swear to Kami I'll kill you both," Naruto said, pissed off. "All bark but no bite," the shark-like man said laughing. "Page shuriken no jutsu," Naruto said and threw a single shuriken that multiplied upon dozens heading towards both intruders. Kisame just swung his massive blade and swatted the shurikens aside, making them fall to the ground harmlessly. "He will be annoying. Can I cut his legs?" "He won't need them," Kisame asked Itachi. "Enough Kisame," Itachi replied and turned to Naruto. "Naruto-kun, as long as you come peacefully with us Hinata will not be harmed," Itachi said in his monotone voice. "So you are with the Akatsuki, right?" Naruto asked and both raised an eyebrow until it clicked in Itachi's mind. "Jiraiya told you, didn't he?" Itachi rhetorically asked. "Yes he did, but enough of that. Where is she?" Naruto asked. "Now that would be telling," Kisame taunted. "I had enough of this," Naruto said and formed a shadow clone. "Find her," he ordered the clone that immediately dropped to the ground in the lotus stance with the original not taking the eyes of both Akatsuki members. The clone extended his senses as far as he could to try locating Hinata's marker. A few seconds later he found it. "I have her position," the clone replied and Naruto nodded. Itachi and Kisame both wondered what he meant when he said he had her position. "Go rescue her," Naruto said and the clone vanished in a flash of yellow light heading towards Hinata's marker. "That was the no jutsu," Itachi said God-smacked and even Kisame raised an eyebrow. After all, the technique was well known throughout the world and the legend that created it. "Do you think I wouldn't take precautions?" Naruto asked loud enough for them to hear as they watched him walk through the room and pick a weapon they didn't notice was there. "That's Madara's gun," Itachi thought as a small smile graced his lips. The kid was really full of surprises. Naruto channeled chakra to his storage seals and took a couple of three prongs. With lightning speed and precision he threw them towards the Akatsuki members. Kisame was about to bring his sword to deflect them when he was grabbed by Itachi and flinged to the hall as Naruto appeared in front of him with a Rasengan in hand. "Damn it Kisame, pay attention and stop underestimating your opponent," Itachi said as Kisame got up. "You remember what happened when you kidnapped Hinata," Itachi said and Kisame pouted. According to Kisame, Hinata was a slippery bitch and she didn't go down without a fight. Hinata managed to land a few strikes that would have crippled anyone else and kicked him where the sun doesn't shine, but thanks to his sword, Samahata, he managed to reopen his chakra points and heal any damage. "Fine," Kisame replied and both took a stance. The brat might not be that good, but the technique wasn't to be underestimated and apparently the brat knew the Rasengan was well. Itachi activated his Sharingan and both Sharingan users locked eyes as if measuring the power beneath them. Itachi was surprised when he saw Naruto's chakra aura around him. He seemed to radiate power but in a calm way. His chakra seemed powerful and violent, but yet Naruto was calm and collected. "Be careful Kisame, his chakra levels are on par with yours," Itachi said and Kisame laughed. "Finally a challenge, we might need to change the location if this escalates," Kisame said snickering. He never knew someone that had as much chakra as him and finding such an opponent was always good. "We can't prolong this fight or Jiraiya might sense his chakra," Itachi explained and locked eyes with Naruto. "I'm sorry Naruto-kun, but this is where it ends," Itachi said and Naruto got confused about what Itachi was talking about. Itachi talked as if his next move would ensure his victory. Naruto watched as Itachi closed his eyes and concentrated. The moment he opened the ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan was replaced by a 3-pointed shuriken. Tsukiyomi, Itachi said the moment his eyes opened. You are using those eyes too much, Itachi-san, Kisame said as Itachi caught Naruto in his genjutsu. It was necessary. He knew how to use the and was going to prove himself difficult to catch, Itachi explained. Tsukiyomi world. Naruto's world shifted into another completely different world. Naruto was now in an open field, but the sky was red and clouds and sun deep black. Suddenly Itachi appeared in front of him staring intently at him as if studying him. So this is the Tsukiyomi, Naruto said as he studied the illusion. This is the ultimate genjutsu of the Mangekyo Sharingan. In here I am God, I control everything, even time itself. 3 days in here are but 3 seconds in the real world. Itachi explained as Naruto was suddenly trapped in a wooden cross and Itachi appeared in front of him with a sword. You seem very proficient in this genjutsu, Naruto said and turned to lock eyes with Itachi. How is your eyesight these days? Naruto innocently asked and Itachi froze. He couldn't have. It's impossible. Not even the tablet says that the Mangekyo blinds the user, Itachi thought as he eyed Naruto very carefully and wearily. How do you know? Itachi was actually interested. I know a lot of Itachi and I know you will eventually end up blind, Naruto cryptically said, taunting Itachi, but he didn't bite. Itachi studied Naruto very carefully, particularly his Sharingan. His chakra pathways beneath Naruto's eyes seemed very well developed, indicating he had the Sharingan for years now. You really are Madara's grandson. I've noticed that you awoke your eyes a few years ago, Itachi said, and Naruto nodded. I was 5 at the time, Naruto explained, and Itachi raised an eyebrow. You're skilled. A shame we must take you. Now let's begin, Itachi said and was about to stab Naruto when he got interrupted. How about we don't get started, Naruto said, and Itachi was surprised by his statement. Suddenly Naruto's eyes started spinning until it turned into a completely new pattern. A Mangekyo? Itachi asked, surprised. He would never in a million years expect Naruto to have advanced his Sharingan to the next level. Suddenly the whole world froze and Itachi was rooted in place. Piece by piece the Tsukiyomi world started shattering until it remained nothing but pieces on the floor, like a mirror breaking. Moments later Naruto was back in the real world still staring at Itachi. Real world? Kisame was about to ask what happened when Itachi fell to his knees clutching his head in pain and bleeding from his eyes. You broke my Tsukiyomi, Itachi asked, but it was more a statement as he noticed that Naruto wasn't even affected by the genjutsu and he broke it like nothing. Jinchurikis are immune to illusions. You should know that, Naruto said, taunting Itachi, and Kisame reacted by swinging his sword and trying to smack Naruto, but to his surprise his sword phased right through Naruto. When the sword left his body, Naruto turned and tried to slam a Rasengan into his chest, but to Naruto's surprise, the Rasengan was absorbed into the sword. That was like Madara's technique. Is it because he is his grandson? Itachi thought as he watched Kisame's sword phase right through Naruto. What the hell? Naruto asked when he noticed his Rasengan being literally eaten by his sword. My sword absorbs chakra, ninjutsu is useless against me, Kisame said laughing and tried another swing making Naruto jump back. Then Taijutsu is the only thing left, Naruto thought and looked back at Itachi, who was still recovering from Naruto breaking his illusion. Ninjutsu is useless as long as he has his sword, Naruto mused. Naruto decided to employ his strongest form of Taijutsu. He channeled lightning chakra through his arms and legs to increment his strength and was using his to outmaneuver Kisame. Naruto jumped in the air and tried a spin kick, making Kisame tilt back slightly. Naruto allowed this opening and gave him an upward kick on his arm, removing the Samehada from his grasp. Naruto picked the sword by the hilt but was surprised when the sword's hilt expanded and shredded his hand skin, making him drop the sword on the ground and clutch to his bleeding hand. Taking this advantage, Naruto was forced to duck under a kick. Kisame saw Naruto duck and, placing his hands on the ground for support, used his other leg to kick his shoulder and throw him back. Naruto used this opportunity and slipped an explosive tag in Kisame's chest without him noticing. Naruto was pushed back by the kick, he flipped mid-air and landed on the ground harmlessly. Kisame was grinning like a madman until Naruto placed his right hand on the tiger sign and said Kai and the tag exploded killing Kisame. Now for you, Naruto said as he walked towards Itachi, who was slowly regaining his footing from the pain he got. Naruto was about to attack him when he was kicked from behind and sent flying into the wall. Naruto shakily got up and wiped a bit of blood from his mouth. He had cracked a rib from that kick, but Kurama was already healing him. Thank God he had the fan on his back, otherwise that kick would have done a lot more damage. Naruto got up to see who was the author of said kick and noticed Kisame was grinning at him. I know for sure you weren't a clone, Naruto said, surprised to see Kisame back to his feet like nothing had happened. As long as I have chakra, my sword heals me for everything. I don't tire and I never fall, Kisame said grinning. They are both dangerous opponents. If Itachi can use the Tsukiyomi then he might be able to use those other two, Naruto thought. Be careful. He has the as well, Itachi explained, and Kisame took notice of Naruto's new eyes. He grinned, happy to see that he would have a good fight. Up until now they all were doing lame missions without any worthy adversaries. Naruto was about to dash towards them when he received information from his clone. But Naruto's clone. Naruto identified Hinata's marker and noticed she was about a mile from their current location. He pulled the marker and was teleported to Hinata's location. He arrived at some room with everything dark. He activated his Sharingan to scan his surroundings when he noticed Hinata tied to a chair, all beat up with blood dripping from her lips. Naruto quickly made his way towards her and gently lifted her head to notice she was barely awake, but at least she was alive. Hinata, Hinata? Naruto asked gently, shaking her from her slumber. And Naruto-kun? Hinata barely managed to ask. Her voice was slipping and she was in pain all over. Don't worry, you are safe now, Naruto said and warped her into his Sharingan dimension and placed her down on the floor since he didn't exactly have a bed on his dimension. Uchiha no Jutsu, summoning technique, Naruto said, and in a puff of smoke, Kagura appeared. Kagura, hurry and help Hinata, Naruto quickly said, not even giving her time to realize where she was. Kagura immediately dropped next to Hinata and started doing a routine exam on her body. She was a bit bruised, but she didn't seem to have any external wounds. Where are we? Kagura asked. She looked at her surroundings and she was sitting on some metal cube. She looked around and there was nothing at the horizon but more cubes. The sky was pitch black, no sun, no clouds, no sound, no wind, nothing but emptiness and darkness. We are in my pocket dimension created by my Sharingan. We are safe here, Naruto explained as Kagura was healing Hinata. She has multiple cracked ribs as well, her left leg and a dislocated shoulder, Kagura explained, and Naruto clenched his fists. They were going to pay. And Naru? Hinata tried to say. SHHH. Don't talk to Hinata. Rest now, you are safe, Naruto explained and gently kissed her forehead and she went to sleep. Kagura takes care of her, I need to inform the boss, Naruto said. Naruto saw Kagura nodding and dispelled in smoke. Back to Naruto. You hurt Hinata-chan. You are going to pay, Naruto said, and they both braced themselves for what was coming. Their leader warned them about engaging or even worse. Pissed off. Kurama, Naruto said to his partner. Yes. Let's show them what happens when they hurt our mates, Kurama replied and started sending his chakra to Naruto. In the real world, Naruto started to get enveloped in a blood-red chakra cloak. His eyes maintained his activatedness, but his whiskers became more defined and his fangs elongated. Behind Naruto were 9 chakra tails swinging wildly. You are going to pay, Naruto said, and in a shockwave he launched himself at the top of his speed towards Itachi. The shockwave blew up the hall of the hotel and destroyed part of the wall. They all jumped out. Itachi and Kisame were running out of town with a pist on their tail. Both of them shared the same thought, she'd. But Jiraiya. Jiraiya was happily walking through town showing his date some fun and winning a few prizes for her. Jiraiya didn't know if today was a special day, but the stores were bursting with activity and providing multiple games for tourists. You see that? Jiraiya asked and the woman giggled at his excitement. He did manage to break all the plates, but it was nothing special for a shinobi. Suddenly a massive amount of chakra washed through the city and even the civilians were panicking and running like wild chickens from the feeling they got. Damn it, Naruto, Jiraiya thought as he was preparing to run towards his godson. Sorry, but I have to leave, Jiraiya said and jumped away from his company, quickly running towards his godson. With Orochimaru and Kabuto. Both of them felt the Kyuubi's chakra being unleashed and it wasn't very far from their location. It felt like he was about 5-6 miles away from them. Looks like the brat is in town, Orochimaru said chuckling, though I wonder what he could be doing to be using this amount of the Kyuubi's chakra, Orochimaru wondered. It might be the Akatsuki. Kabuto provided an explanation. Should we go help? Kabuto asked. Naruto-kun can take care of himself, Orochimaru said, chuckling evilly. After all, I don't pick weak and ordinary vessels, Orochimaru explained. But Sasuke-kun isn't even close to the level of Naruto-kun, Kabuto said. How very true, Orochimaru agreed. However, Sasuke is driven by vengeance and he will be easier to convince and he also has the Sharingan. I would prefer Naruto-kun above all others since he even has the but he won't come easily, Orochimaru explained and Kabuto nodded. But Tsunade and Shizune. Both women were at a bar with Tsunade drinking herself stupid with sake. After what she just heard from Orochimaru, it wasn't particularly hard to understand why she was doing this. Even though Tsunade was slightly drunk, both of them could easily feel the chakra that washed through the whole town. The chakra felt like power beyond anything, it felt like transcended human understanding. Tsunade-sama, do you feel that? Shizune asked, shivering. She knows very well what they did to 14 years ago. Tsunade asked, lifting her head from the table. Her cheeks were red from all the alcohol she had ingested. That's. Kyuubi Tsunade said, and she was performing a self-healing technique designed to quickly purge the sake from her system. Shizune, let's go, Tsunade said, picking up her jacket and running out of the bar, heading towards the chakra source. Hi, Shizune replied, following her sensei. Back with Naruto. Itachi and Kisame were running out of town with Naruto hot on their trails. They stopped near an empty field and decided to make their stand there. We can't prolong this. Jiraiya definitely sensed Kyuubi's chakra. Itachi stressed out, and Kisame nodded. What do you suggest? Kisame asked. He dropped the playful attitude and took a more serious one. Any using their Bijuu would be a dangerous opponent. The Tsukiyomi is useless, and using it again would most likely knock me out, Itachi explained. Keep him busy. The backslash from Tsukiyomi weakened me, and I need to gather chakra for the next move, Itachi said, and Kisame nodded. So you finally stopped running? Naruto asked both Akatsuki members. He was calmly walking towards them on all fours. Itachi jumped slightly back and started concentrating while Kisame stood his ground to face off against Naruto. Let's play, Naruto said and rushed Kisame at blinding speeds, but Kisame wasn't an S-rank shinobi for nothing and could track him rather well. He quickly approached Kisame and tried to punch him by extending his chakra arm, but Kisame jumped to the side. Naruto brought his chakra claw down again, but Kisame blocked it with his sword and absorbed the chakra, destroying the chakra hand. So you can even absorb Bijuu's chakra? Naruto asked, surprised. Bijuu's chakra was one of the most potent ones out there. Yes, and by the looks of it, Samehada likes your chakra, Kisame said, grinning as Samehada was shaking with excitement at eating such good chakra. Suiton Baku Sashauha, great exploding water wave, Kisame said and pumped his lungs full of chakra, expelling a gigantic wave of water that came crashing into the ground. Naruto jumped up to avoid being hit and landed back on the water once it calmed down. Raiten Jibashi, electromagnetic murder, Naruto said and channeled lightning chakra through the water trying to shock Kisame, but to his surprise, the sword absorbed it once again with the remaining water. That sword is annoying, Naruto said, and Kisame laughed. I know. Isn't it great? Kisame said. Suiton. Gashoku's aim, 5 hungry sharks, Kisame said and slammed his hand onto the water. As he poured chakra into the water, it started molding until it formed 5 sharks that started speeding towards Naruto, who remained in place. The sharks quickly arrived near Naruto and flew out of the water trying to eat him, but Naruto just swatted them away like flies using his fan. In just a second all the sharks disintegrated back into water. Acting on the surprised face of Kisame, he quickly threw a 3-pronged kunai towards him as fast as he could. Kisame snapped out of his stupor and jumped as far as he could and managed to avoid a Rasengan to his chest. It seems Naruto-kun's range is limited to about 15 feet from the Itachi concluded as he watched Naruto's Hirishin. Itachi was gathering up chakra, but he could still watch and analyze the battle for any weakness Naruto may have. Kisame stayed 15 feet away from the, Itachi yelled out, and Kisame nodded. He figured it out, Naruto thought, a bit surprised, but Itachi wasn't called a prodigy for nothing. Naruto was busy in his thoughts, he didn't notice Kisame appear right behind. Suiton Suru no Jutsu, water prison, Kisame said, and water enveloped Naruto, trapping him inside a water bubble. I got you now, Kisame said, grinning. No you don't, Naruto said, and using his Kamui he simply walked out of the bubble, much to the surprised face of Kisame. Naruto took the moment and with a well-placed kick, threw his Samehada away from him. Naruto channeled chakra to his right hand, and a swirling sound could be heard. Idama Rasengan, Naruto said, but he still couldn't maintain his big Rasengan, and it destabilized, blowing up in front of him. Kisame's chest got a few deep wounds like they were made with claws and was thrown backwards, bleeding from his chests. Samehada quickly approached his master and healed him. In just a few seconds Kisame was back on his feet. I really hate that sword, Naruto thought, sighing. If he didn't find a way to rid him off that sword permanently, this would go on until one of them ran out of chakra. Heian. Kakuzu no Jutsu, great fireball technique, Naruto said, and this time sent a big fireball powered with the Kyuubi's chakra towards Itachi, who wouldn't be able to dodge in time. Kisame quickly appeared in front of Itachi and said Suiton Sujinheki, water wall, and a water wall rose up and blocked the fireball, creating a mist of steam that quickly dissipated as it was an open field. Naruto, using the mist as cover, made shadow clones that took his place, while the original went beneath the water and underground. Kisame was quickly running towards Naruto to keep him busy and away from Itachi, so he didn't realize it was only a clone. Shadow clone explosion, the clone, Naruto said, and exploded. Kisame brought his sword in time and blocked the fire and jumped back to find Naruto, only to see him right in front of Itachi. The original Naruto quickly rose from the ground right in front of Itachi. Naruto's eyes were glowing with power. Naruto locked eyes with Itachi and whispered Tsukiyomi. Naruto's Tsukiyomi world. Naruto dragged Itachi into his own Genjutsu. Naruto, after seeing Itachi's Tsukiyomi, knew how to perform it. Since Naruto's Tsukiyomi was copied from Itachi, his world was similar. The sky was red with sun and clouds being pitch black. "Welcome to my world. In here I'm God, I control everything, even time itself," Naruto said, smirking and taking a page from Itachi's book. "Very impressive, Naruto-kun, to be able to use this technique on your first try," Itachi said. "Thank you," Naruto said, and like Itachi he started stabbing Itachi with swords over and over, but Itachi didn't scream or wince once. "But," Itachi said, and Naruto focused on him, "you are still far away from mastering it," Itachi said, and the Tsukiyomi snapped like a twig and they were brought back to the real world. Real world. Naruto was brought forcefully to the real world and arrived just in time to duck under a swing from Samehada. However, the sword still grazed him and yanked a chunk of his chakra, forcing Naruto into a three-tailed state. "Damn. That sword can eat," Naruto thought as he looked toward Samehada, who seemed to grow in size quite a bit. "This is Naruto-kun," Itachi said, and his right eye started bleeding. "Amaterasu," Itachi said, and around Naruto, black flames appeared out of nowhere and started burning Naruto. Naruto was enveloped in the black flames, and his three-tailed cloak proved useless against the heat and power of the flames. Naruto quickly activated his Kamui and walked out of the flames with his skin scorched. "What? He can even avoid the Amaterasu flames," Itachi said, astonished. He would never expect Naruto's powers to be this powerful. It only proves that Madara is a real menace, Itachi thought. If Naruto is this powerful and at such a young age, he didn't even want to think what power Madara could have. Naruto took a couple of heavy breaths and recomposed himself. Kurama had already healed the scorched skin, so Naruto was good to go. Naruto looked carefully at the black flames and analyzed them as best he could. "So that's the Amaterasu," Naruto thought, and Kurama nodded as he had seen them before. "If I didn't have the Kamui I would resort to it, but it would take time," Naruto pondered. "So that's how they are created," Naruto thought to himself, "by making the particles vibrate to insane levels, he summons intense flames and, by making them absorb the radiation, it sustains the vibrations and makes their color black," Naruto concluded after looking very carefully at the flames. He would have to try this later, but it was time to end this. "Naruto, be careful. He may be able to use the Susanoo," Kurama warned him. Itachi had already used 2 or 3 powers of his eyes. "I will," Naruto replied as he watched them very carefully. Itachi looked like he was about to faint. Being a half-blood with a Mangekyo must be very taxing and painful. "The brat is tough," Kisame said. Kisame was relatively healthy and his chakra reserves weren't even winded much like Naruto. Itachi on the other hand was a mess. "Time to end this," Naruto said before coiling himself with his 3 tails around him. Naruto was enveloped in a blackish-purple barrier that blocked Kisame's view of Naruto. A second later the barrier exploded with a roar and their eyes widened to what they saw. It was Naruto, however it wasn't the one they knew. Naruto was now completely enveloped in the Kyuubi's chakra as it became his own skin. His ears were bigger, his eyes were still blood red with the Mangekyo, and he had 4 tails in his back. This was his version 2 cloak and he looked like a miniature Kyuubi. "Ready?" the Kyuubified Naruto asked, smirking. "You think you can scare us?" Kisame rhetorically asked before flashing through hand seals and slamming his hands on the remaining water. "Suiton. Senshikikm, 1,000 hungry sharks," Kisame said, and from the water countless sharks emerged, all going towards our blonde. As the sharks were coming closer, Naruto simply raised his right hand paw and slammed it to the ground with huge force. A big shockwave emerged and vaporized all the sharks along with the water. When the dust settled down there was nothing more than a crater with Kisame holding Itachi. "We have severely underestimated the brat," Kisame said, taking deep breaths, and Itachi gave him a look that clearly said, "You think?" They didn't have time to think as Naruto was preparing his next attack. His tails were coiled around Naruto ending just above his head. Blue and red chakra were seen floating in the air. Suddenly all the chakra started compressing until it formed a perfect sphere still hovering mid-air. Both Kisame and Itachi were watching very carefully just what he was about to do until he swallowed the chakra sphere. "He ate it?" Kisame asked out loud. Naruto had just eaten the ball when Jiraiya, Tsunade and Shizune arrived at the scene. "Naruto, are you in there?" Jiraiya asked, but Naruto couldn't exactly speak right now. "Jiraiya, what is happening?" Tsunade asked her teammate. She didn't have much experience in fighting Jinchurikis or using seals. "Brace yourselves," Naruto managed to say before the ball exploded in his stomach, making him look like a hamster. From Naruto's mouth came smoke and it was clear that something was about to come out. "Vijayudama," Naruto said, and a reddish ball of energy exploded from Naruto's mouth, going with tremendous speed towards both Akatsuki members. Itachi's eyes glowed just before the energy ball hit them and exploded, destroying everything. The ground was shaking like an earthquake, the wind was furiously pushing everything back, and everything was torn apart, even the earth itself was destroyed. "What in the world?" Jiraiya was cut off as he had summoned the stomach of a toad to protect himself, along with Tsunade and Shizune from the blast and the heat the wind was carrying. The blast was over and the dust was clearing, and right in front of Naruto, there was nothing more than destruction. Around Naruto was a 20-meter wide crater, but the real damage was directly in front of him, a 100-meter path that was blasted away. As the dust cleared, Jiraiya dropped his shield and his jaw dropped at the destruction ahead of him. The whole plain where they stood was now nothing more than rubble. Kisame and Itachi were still alive as Itachi had a reddish humanoid barrier around him. "That's it, Naruto. The Susanoo," Kurama said from his mind, and Naruto watched as Itachi rose from the ground with his Susanoo still active. "The shield withstood a low-powered," Naruto replied to his partner. "That is just a watered-down version of it. The real Susanoo can destroy mountains by itself," Kurama explained, and Naruto got giddy. "We are leaving," Itachi said and fainted. Kisame picked him up and as fast as he could sunshine away from the area. They were barely holding against Naruto, but now Jiraiya and Tsunade had arrived. "Naruto? Are you in there?" Jiraiya asked as he approached the Kyuubified Naruto with caution. "Yes. It's me," Naruto said as he dropped his cloak and sat on the ground to catch his breath. "What in the world was that?" Jiraiya almost yelled out, pointing towards the blast field. "That was the Byuu's ultimate attack. It's called a Biju-Udama, tailed beast ball, and that is what my father based the Rasengan on," Naruto explained as he got up to his feet and cleaned his forehead of sweat. "You picked the best time to go peek at the hot springs. They kidnapped Hinata," Naruto said, and Jiraiya's eyes widened. "Did you get her back?" Jiraiya asked. "I did, but she was injured. I've got a medical fox taking care of her," Naruto explained and turned to see Tsunade and Shizune looking at him with their jaws on the ground. "By the way, I found Tsunade," Jiraiya said, and everyone started to sweat. "Hey there. Bachan." Chapter 28 Reunion. "Hey there. Bachan, grandmother," Naruto said with a small smile as he was watching Tsunade and another girl who was with her. He had finally found the last bit of family he had. Although his grandmother was supposed to be around 60 years old, she didn't look older than 30, and it was no lie when they said that Senju Tsunade was one of the most beautiful women on earth. Tsunade was just staring at the blonde in front of her that had just decimated the field where they were standing. The moment he turned, her breath got caught in her throat. The moment she saw what he looked like, that golden blonde hair, those deep blue eyes like an ocean, and when Jiraiya called him Naruto, she started shaking. "He's a carbon copy of Minato with longer hair," Tsunade was thinking. After all this time she thought she was alone in this world, that her family was all gone, and now she finds her grandson not even 10 feet in front of her smiling at her. Tsunade didn't know what to think or do and did the only thing she felt was right. She blurred right past Jiraiya and Shizune and engulfed Naruto in a deep hug while crying in happiness. Then Naruto Swan whispered while hugging him fiercely as if he wasn't real. Tears were rolling off her eyes and falling to his shirt. "Bachan," Naruto replied while sobbing and hugging her back. He had finally found family, and he was happy that Tsunade didn't reject him or leave him if her reaction was anything to measure by. Jiraiya and Shizune watched the scene with smiles on their faces. This was what Tsunade needed. She needed a small bit of her family back, and she got it in the form of her long-thought dead grandson. They ended the hug, and Tsunade cleaned her tears while her eyes were still red. She crouched in front of him. "Let me take a good look at you," Tsunade said. Her voice filled with so much happiness which was intoxicating. Naruto just chuckled and rubbed the back of his head much like his father did. Tsunade was observing Naruto as best as she could. He had long blonde hair with bangs that framed his face and slightly covered his right eye. His eyes were deep blue like an ocean, and he had 3 whiskers marks on each cheek. "You're so cute," Swan squealed and hugged him again, making the others sweat. "I bet you have a horde of fangirls back home," Tsunade said laughing. She seemed to have forgotten everything that had happened today. She was finally happy and didn't want to let go of this feeling. "Speaking of girls," Naruto said, breaking the hug. "I'll be right back," Naruto and swirled away into his eyes. Tsunade caught the blood-red Sharingan eyes but filed it for later questions. Naruto reappeared not even a second later with a girl in his arms and a small fox on his shoulders. Hinata had already been healed and was now sleeping peacefully. "Who is she?" Tsunade asked as she watched the girl that Naruto was carrying bridal style. "She is Hyuga Hinata, my girlfriend," Naruto explained, and Tsunade nodded. He figured that a fine-looking brat like him would already have been snatched by someone, but she would see if the girl was worthy of it. "She was kidnapped by Itachi and Kisame, but I managed to get her back and summon a healing fox," Naruto explained and turned towards Tsunade. "Can you check her just to make sure?" Naruto asked and Tsunade bit her lips. As long there wasn't blood she would be fine. Tsunade's hand started glowing green and started scanning Hinata's body from head to toe. She seemed to stop briefly on top of her chest as if assessing the damage. She had a couple of broken ribs and dislocated shoulder, but she is fine now. She only needs to rest, Tsunade explained, and Naruto sighed in relief. I owe you Kagura, Naruto said. Not at all, Naruto-sama, Kagura said, and disappeared in smoke. Look at the mess you made, Jiraiya said to Naruto, kicking a piece of rubble on the ground. They kidnapped Hinata-chan, so I tried to kill them for real. I wasn't messing around against them, Naruto said in a serious voice, and Jiraiya could only nod as he watched the devastation in front of him. What flames are these? Jiraiya mused out loud, looking intently at the black flames that were burning the rock and showing no signs of stopping. Those are Amaterasu flames, Naruto said, and Jiraiya looked at him. They can only be summoned by a Sharingan and can't be extinguished by anyone except the one who summoned them in the first place. They will burn for 7 days and 7 nights. They are hot as the sun and can turn anything to ashes, Naruto explained, and Jiraiya's eyes widened. That was some powerful jutsu right there. You said it, Jiraiya asked, and Naruto nodded. Does that mean you can do it as well? Jiraiya asked. That would be a major power boost to Naruto if he was able to perform this technique. I know how it works, so I just need to try it, Naruto said, and Jiraiya nodded. And I also know how to do the other one, the Tsukiyomi, Naruto said, and Jiraiya nodded again. Naruto was becoming more and more powerful by the day, and these 2 techniques he just gained would make him deadly against anyone. So I wasn't seeing things when you warped away with some technique, Tsunade said towards Naruto. How can you have the Sharingan? You're no Uchiha, Tsunade stated. Actually, I have Uchiha blood, Naruto said, and Tsunade raised an eyebrow. What do you know of my father's parents? Naruto asked. He is an orphan, he never knew his parents, Tsunade replied, and Naruto smiled. He never got tired of the people's faces when he told them about his grandfather. That is not true, Naruto said, grinning at her grandmother. He knew very well who his father was and lived with him for the first 5 years of his life, Naruto said, and Tsunade concentrated on him. Don't leave me hanging. Tell me, Tsunade said, and Naruto picked the fan from his back and placed it on the ground, grabbing it by the hilt. Is that? Tsunade asked, and her eyes widened when she pieced everything together. My grandfather was Uchiha Madara, Naruto said and laughed at her expression. She was gapping like a fish out of water, and Shizune was pale as a white sheet. This was his fan and he passed it on to my father, and now it belongs to me, Naruto explained. Boo, but. Tsunade tried to say, but her voice wasn't quite reaching. Madara Jiji didn't die when he fought Hashirama Jiji and later on had a son and named him Namikaze Minato, Naruto explained. Who am I to doubt him? Tsunade thought to herself, chuckling. Until now she didn't even know Naruto was alive to begin with. How about we continue this at the hotel? Naruto suggested, and everyone nodded and left towards the hotel that Naruto had rented. Hiro-sen, and Naruto said, and got a tick mark from the old pervert and laughed from both women. I should warn you about the hotel, Naruto cryptically said. Back at the hotel. The hotel itself was mostly fine if you don't count the chunk that was missing on the right side of the building. When Naruto entered his cloaked version and sped towards Itachi and kiss him, he unleashed a shockwave that tore down almost half the building. I hate Shinobi, the owner of the hotel, was yelling through the streets while trying to clean up as best as he could. Not that a broom would help much against big chunks of rock and concrete. The owner turned around only to find the one responsible for said disaster calmly walking towards him. Yahoo! The owner yelled towards the blonde, pointing at him. Look at this mess, the owner yelled. Don't worry, Naruto said, trying to calm the owner down. My godfather here will gladly pay for everything, Naruto said, and Jiraiya's eyes widened. What? Jiraiya yelled out, grabbing Naruto by the collar of his shirt. Why should I pay? Jiraiya asked rhetorically. You were the one that blew up the hotel, Jiraiya explained. They found me and hurt Hinata because you decided to chase him tail, Naruto explained, and Jiraiya scoffed. Besides, I've seen your money book and this won't even scratch the surface, Naruto said, and Jiraiya got suspicious. How do you know that? Jiraiya asked. Always look underneath. Besides, my eyes see more than chakra, you know, Naruto said, grinning. So pay the man and let's find another place so Hinata-chan can rest properly, Naruto said, and Jiraiya reluctantly agreed. He went to his pockets only to find his wallet missing and in the hands of Tsunade, who was already negotiating with the hotel owner, making Jiraiya cry and I'm tears. Life is so unfair, Jiraiya thought, crying in his mind. Suddenly Naruto felt Hinata stir and looked down at her. All that noise around them woke up his sleeping beauty. She tiredly opened her eyes to find herself in the arms of Naruto. Hey there, sleepyhead, Naruto said, watching Hinata open her eyes and look at him. How are you feeling? Naruto asked. I'm good, Hinata said and watched her surroundings. I think I can walk, Hinata said, and Naruto shook his head in disbelief. You just woke up, besides I like carrying you, Naruto said and kissed her forehead, making her snuggle closer to him. How I, Shizune yelled out. That's adorable, Shizune said, fawning over both of them like a fangirl. Jiraiya was scribbling furiously on his notebook, not even noticing Tsunade. If you use my grandson for your research, I'll remove the thing that makes you a man, Tsunade shouted to the heavens, and Jiraiya stiffened and quickly placed his notebook on his pockets. Have mercy, Jiraiya pleaded on his knees. Sorry. All out of mercy, Tsunade said, cracking her fingers and figuratively rolling up her sleeves. Scary. Naruto thought about watching his grandmother beat his godfather to a bloody pulp. Jiraiya was screaming and asking for her to stop, but she didn't even waver. Oh lord. The pain, Jiraiya thought. Naruto decided it was time to save his godfather from Tsunade's wrath. How about we go for dinner? Naruto asked, and Jiraiya sighed in relief when the onslaught stopped. Sounds good, Tsunade replied and kicked Jiraiya one last time where the sun didn't shine, making wince in pain and gently nursing his manly parts. All the time he was cursing the blondes around him. Restaurant. The group found a small restaurant that had a few tables open since the others were all full due to the massive amount of tourists around town. They were all seated at a small table with Shizune, Tsunade and Jiraiya on one side and Naruto and Hinata on the other. The menu was a few sardines with rice while Tsunade and Jiraiya were drinking sake. So brat, how is life? Swan asked while sipping a bit of sake. She wanted to know about her grandson's life since she wasn't there at the beginning of his life. It was rough in my early years, but I'm good now, Naruto said, and Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Rough? Tsunade wondered what he meant exactly. Actually, since the exams they stopped calling me demon and trying to kill Naruto blurted out only for Tsunade's face to twist into anger. She forgot that Naruto was and she knew very well how most of them were treated in their village. Did they hurt you? Tsunade asked with so much fire in her eyes that the table slightly cracked from the pressure of her fists. Don't worry, they are over it now, Naruto said, calming her down. I showed them I had the Sharingan and that I belonged to the Senju clan and now they almost worship me, Naruto said, shaking his head. How could they be so superficial? Naruto was a demon one day and the next he was the prince of Konoha. But I hold no grudge against them, Naruto said. You do realize that once you will be able to take the clan seat and will be forced into Krarite? Tsunade asked. The Kra was the thing that drove her out of the village in the first place and when Kushina died she had nothing to go back for. I'm an elite by the way and I have already refused the Kra, Naruto said chuckling. Elite Chunin? A brat like you? Where's the vest? Tsunade taunted him. I don't like wearing the vest and didn't you see what I did to those Akatsuki members? They were both cage-level shinobi, Naruto explained, grinning back. Oh please, that was all Kyuubi's doing, Tsunade said, waving him off. I like her, Kurama said from Naruto's mind. You like anyone that praises you, Naruto replied, sweat dropping. Fine, be that way, Naruto said, pouting and everyone laughed. How did you refuse the Kra? Tsunade asked. It's mandatory by law, Tsunade explained. Simple. I threatened to leave the village if they forced me into it, Naruto said grinning and Tsunade chuckled. By the way, Jiraiya, why are you here? Tsunade asked and Jiraiya sighed as this might be a difficult conversation. Sensei has asked us to find you and tell you that you've been chosen for Godame Hokage, Jiraiya asked and Tsunade sighed. The moment Jiraiya said Sensei wanted her to become Hokage, she remembered what happened with Orochimaru. She agreed to meet with them in 1 week and if she cured her arms he would destroy Konoha. I'm going back to the village, but it isn't to be, Tsunade replied and Jiraiya raised an eyebrow in confusion. Sensei sent me a letter saying Naruto was dead the night the Kyuubi attacked, Tsunade explained. What? Naruto asked. That doesn't make any sense. He was the one that told me about you in the first place, Naruto explained. Something is off here, Jiraiya said. What did the letter look like? Jiraiya asked. Normal cage letter with his signature and stamp, Tsunade explained. The letter was long gone and she destroyed it the moment she read it. There isn't anyone else for the position, Jiraiya reasoned. How about you? Tsunade asked. My spy network is too important for the village. Besides, I'm not the type of man to be behind a desk 8 hours a day, Jiraiya replied. I'm not becoming. It's a fool's job, Tsunade said and Naruto subconsciously activated his Sharingan and started glaring at Tsunade. How dare you say that? Naruto asked. Hashirama Jiji, Tobirama Jiji, my father, all of our family took the position and died defending the village they love, Naruto explained. Exactly. They all died for nothing, Tsunade said. They died protecting the village they loved and we should continue their legacy and protect the village they created, Naruto said, but Tsunade seemed reluctant to agree until a devious thought crossed Naruto's mind. How about a bet? Naruto asked and Jiraiya smirked. What kind of bet? Tsunade asked, focused on Naruto. You and me outside. If I kick your ass you return to the village and become, Naruto said and Tsunade pondered. He's just a genin, Tsunade thought. I agree, but if you lose I'll get all of your money and no Kyuubi, Tsunade said. I agree, Naruto replied. Let's take it outside then, Tsunade said and they all walked outside to the middle of the street. This was all going so well, Hinata said, sighing, and both Jiraiya and Shizune agreed. Outside. On the outside, Naruto and Tsunade were facing each other, while Jiraiya, Shizune and Hinata were at the side watching. Last time to back out, Tsunade said, giving him a chance. I never give up and I never surrender because. To be is my dream, Naruto said with unbreakable fire behind his eyes. Sharingan eyes for that matter. Tsunade smirked and she swore she saw a visage of Nawaki behind Naruto. Do as you wish. If you win I'll throw in this necklace as well. Tsunade and Shizune jaw dropped as well as Jiraiya's. Hashirama's necklace Naruto mused. Let's go then, Naruto said as he took his stance. Tsunade, I should warn you. Jiraiya was saying but was cut off. Please, I can take care of a genin, Tsunade said, smirking. Even if he is an elite chunin, I still got him, Tsunade said. Even though she didn't say it, she wanted Naruto to win, but she wasn't going to make things easy. It's ironic, Hinata said, and got confused faces from everyone. The descendants of Hashirama and Madara are facing each other again, Hinata said, and they chuckled. Very true, Jiraiya replied, and all of them focused on the fight. Tsunade didn't have any stance, she was just standing there with her arms on her waist. Naruto was eyeing her carefully with his Sharingan blazing. Deciding to try and scare her off a little, he made his Sharingan start spinning very slowly. Tsunade watched carefully his spinning, constantly checking for chakra anomalies in her chakra network to look out for Jinjutsu. Naruto started speeding off his Sharingan until it started mutating slightly. Eventually the Sharingan started to slow down and the normal pattern was long gone and replaced by deep black eyes with a broken red circle with 3 circles in them. Tsunade wondered as she watched Naruto's eyes very carefully. She dropped the carefree attitude and took a basic stance. She may never have faced an uchiha with a, but her father had warned about the powers those eyes had and that they weren't to be taken lightly. Tsukiyomi, Naruto said, and Tsunade's eyes widened just before her world disappeared and was replaced by Naruto's Tsukiyomi world. What is this? Tsunade asked as she walked around Naruto's world. Welcome to my strongest Jinjutsu, Naruto said, popping out of nowhere and standing in front of Tsunade. In here I'm God and I control everything, even time itself. 3 days here are but 3 seconds in the real world, Naruto explained, and Tsunade realized just what a mess she was. This is the second time I tried this jutsu and my control still sucks, but it should be enough to hold you, Naruto said, and Tsunade got pinned to a cross and Naruto stood there in front of her with a sword. What are you going to do? Tsunade asked. She didn't want to believe Naruto would torture her. I'm going to make you laugh to death, Naruto said, chuckling evilly, and the sword was replaced by a feather. Naruto started using his feather on Tsunade's sensitive spots. Tsunade bit her lips and tried to hold it, but she couldn't. Tsunade bursted out laughing and crying as she couldn't hold back the tears. Ahaha, Tsunade broke out laughing and crying, she could barely breathe. She wanted to bend over since her stomach hurt, but she couldn't as she was pinned to the stake. Muahhh, Naruto laughed evilly at the sight of Tsunade. Check out Barney's evil laugh to get an idea. www.youtube.watch v=cfg7s6. Real world 3 seconds later. On the outside, all of the viewers were oblivious to what was happening. They all heard Naruto call out his Jinjutsu, but they didn't know if Tsunade was caught as they were just staring at each other. Suddenly Tsunade fell to her knees, breathing heavily with her eyes puffy red, and one could see dried tears in her face. Damn brat, Tsunade said back in the real world as she crouched to regain her breathing. Naruto just grinned back at her. It was a miracle that Tsunade didn't pass out. What did he do? Jiraiya asked curiously. He made me laugh for 72 hours straight, Tsunade said, and everyone started to sweat. That was a peculiar use for a Jinjutsu. I'll get you for that, Tsunade said before she started dashing towards Naruto with her fist cocked. She's using chakra in her fist, Naruto thought as he watched her approaching with his Ms activated. He brought his fan from his back and placed it in front of him. He grabbed the hilt with one hand and the other end with the other hand. That's not going to help, Tsunade slammed her first heart into the fan. The moment her fist collided with the fan, it was like a large bell echoing through the streets. The entire ground shook, but Naruto held his ground. His fan didn't crack or waver. Tsunade was flabbergasted that the fan was still in one piece. She didn't even put a dent in that thing. It was true that she wasn't using her strength to the max, but that punch was enough to bring down a wall, and yet the fan was still in one piece. Naruto flexed his fan and unleashed a current of air, making Tsunade jump back and gain some distance. Naruto placed his left hand in the tiger seal, preparing to unleash a fire jutsu when he was interrupted by Jiraiya. Stop, Naruto, Jiraiya yelled, and both turned to him. Don't use ninjutsu in the middle of the street, Baka, Jiraiya explained, and Naruto nodded. Naruto took out a 3-pronged kunai and threw it at Tsunade, who watched it approach very carefully. The moment the kunai was about to pass next to her head, Tsunade caught it by the handle and started spinning it around her fingers. That wasn't a smart move, Naruto said, and Tsunade raised an eyebrow. And why not? Tsunade asked. Did you notice that kunai isn't ordinary? Naruto asked with a grin and made Tsunade stop spinning the kunai and look at it carefully, and she noticed that it was a three-pronged kunai with kanji on the handle. He couldn't have, Tsunade thought just before she saw a bright yellow flash. She was about to turn around when she felt Naruto kicking her ass, making her jump in the air and nurse her rear. The hell are you doing? Tsunade asked, nursing her butt. I win botch-an, Naruto said, grinning with his foxy smirk. Care to explain how that is? Tsunade asked. I said I would win if I kicked your ass, and I did just that, Naruto said, grinning, and started laughing at the faces of everyone when the realization hit them all. You tricked me, Tsunade said, shaking her head. She couldn't win a damn bet to save her life. Hinata just shook her head. She knew Naruto was very devious and sneaky, probably having a fox sealed inside of him increased his cunning as well. She should have seen that coming. I did no such thing, Naruto innocently replied. You agreed to the bet, so would you come back with us to the village and become our? Naruto asked. Tsunade sighed in defeat and with surprising relief. She walked calmly to Naruto and kneeled in front of him. She undid her necklace and wrapped it around Naruto's neck, kissing his forehead. Become great like your botch-an, Tsunade said, placing her hand above his necklace and his heart. Naruto just smiled and hugged her. I'm glad it all worked out for the best, Jiraiya said and turned to Tsunade. Do I get a kiss or perhaps a hug? Jiraiya asked, wiggling his eyebrows, and proceeded to be buried by Tsunade in her fists. Next day. After last night's battle, everyone got together and went to a hotel to spend the night. It was a pain in the ass for Tsunade to allow Naruto and Hinata to sleep together, but in the end she caved but warned them that they were too young for kids. They were all together eating breakfast silently when Tsunade remembered something. Naru-chan, why were you fighting those two yesterday anyway? Tsunade asked, and Naruto sighed before starting his explanation. Don't call me that. It sounds girly, Naruto whined, and Tsunade smirked. I like Naru-chan, it sounds better than Whiskers-kun, Hinata said, giggling, making Naruto glare at her. Naruto sighed before starting. According to Iro Sennin, there is an organization called Akatsuki made up by S-rank criminals and they are after them, Naruto explained, and Tsunade's eyes widened. It wasn't very common to see cage-level shinobi working together. They are rumored to have 10 members. Orochimaru used to belong to them until he betrayed them. For now I only know of Uchiha Itachi, Hoshigaki Kisame, Sasori of the Red Sand and Madara the Mad Bomber. They are all S-rank, Jiraiya explained. By the way, Hinata-chan, Naruto said, turning to her. How did they catch you? Naruto asked. Flashback. Naruto and Hinata had just parted ways with Jiraiya since he went towards the woman who blinked his way. They were both going towards the hotel when Hinata felt a chakra presence nearby. She activated her and scanned the nearby roofs trying to pinpoint the signature. It turned out to be a big mistake. Since Hinata activated her, her vision became almost 360 degrees, which meant she couldn't help but to not see a pair of blood-red Sharingan eyes. It was just a small glimpse before Hinata broke the genjutsu it was placed on her, but it was good enough to distract her and allow a shadow clone to perform a substitution with her. Hinata was now facing two people who had long black cloaks with red clouds in them, and they were both wearing straw hats. The moment she was replaced and stood facing both of them, Kisame dashed towards her and tried to kick her in the chest to end this quickly. Hinata turned to the right, sidestepped the kick and, charging her hands with chakra, she tried to strike to his right shoulder. The attack connected, but Kisame remained impassive. Hinata analyzed him with her and noticed that her strike wasn't laced with chakra when she obviously charged it with. Hinata noticed that the sword had an active chakra network as if it was alive. Did the sword absorb the chakra? Hinata thought. What do you want? Hinata asked as she took the basic taijutsu stance. Let me play with her, Itachi-san, Kisame said. Itachi said nothing and took a few steps away from both of them. Itachi focused his attention on the faraway hotel. What do you want with me? Hinata asked again. Nothing. What we want is the brat, Kisame said, grinning, and Hinata knew that these two belonged to the Akatsuki and were most likely cage-level shinobi. She knew she wouldn't stand much of a chance, but she wouldn't go down without a fight. Hinata flared her, and Kisame laughed and picked up his sword still wrapped in bandages. Hinata made a few hand seals and disabled her gravity seals and stood ready to face them. Kisame started grinning like a madman and tried a sword slash on Hinata to knock her away. She ducked under the swing. Kisame, using the momentum of his sword, tilted his body and tried to kick her again. Hinata sidestepped the kick and jumped in the air. Hinata placed her hands on his leg supporting herself and kicked Kisame in the face, knocking him back. Kisame got pissed, he got it and ran forward where Hinata was waiting in her defensive stance. He quickly arrived and they exchanged a flurry of blows, but Hinata was far too slippery and fast for the slow and wide movements of Kisame, and his sword wasn't helping. Kisame was becoming more and more pissed. He placed the sword on his back and decided to engage the girl purely on Taijutsu. It was a big mistake and Itachi just shook his head. Itachi could clearly see that Hinata had the advantage in Taijutsu. She may seem small and weak, but that was compensated by her agility and speed. Stay still, Kisame yelled as he couldn't even scratch her. If it was ninjutsu she would already be dead, but they couldn't use it because it may alert Jiraiya or Naruto. Hinata was supposed to be used as leverage. Hinata ducked under a punch and gave him a strike on his right leg, making him kneel. Kisame tried a right hook and Hinata caught it with her left hand and gave him a strike right to his heart, destroying his heart. Bitch, Kisame said and shakily placed his hands on the sword to get healed. Hinata heard the comment and kicked him where the sun doesn't shine, making Kisame's eyes pop out of his sockets. Even Itachi cringed and shivered when he saw that. Hinata felt a presence behind and turned just to see Itachi give a kick to her shoulder. She got hit and the force of the kick made her turn towards Kisame, who had his sword ready and slammed it against Hinata, making her fly into the ground. She crashed and was instantly knocked out. She was a slippery bitch, Kisame said, huffing at her. I'm tired of telling you to not underestimate your enemies. But you decided to engage in Taijutsu against a Hyuga, Itachi said, sighing. You do realize that if you didn't have that sword, you would have died, right? Itachi asked and Kisame scoffed. Look at her, she's all small and skinny. It looks like she might break at any time, Kisame said, pointing at her. Deception is a ninja's greatest weapon. She may look frail, but her skill is at least elite Jounin level bordering Kage level, Itachi said, and he remembered the battle with his Sharingan. Give it a couple of years and she will become a force to be reckoned with in Taijutsu, Itachi explained. Fine, I get it. Let's just get the brat, he can't be much more difficult than her, Kisame said and went towards Hinata to pick her up and then headed towards Naruto. Then flashback. Damn those two, Naruto said, clenching his fists. Next time they will die, Naruto said. It was my fault, Naruto-kun. I got caught in the first place and then ignored Itachi thinking he wouldn't interfere, Hinata explained, sighing. Tsunade-sama, Hinata called out and she focused on her. Could you train me in the medical arts? I always wanted to become a combat medic, Hinata asked. She always had an interest in poisons, antidotes and medicine. I'm surprised to see a Hyuga, asked Tsunade replied, surprised. I've tried many times in the past to have Hyugas as medics due to this, but the Hyuga clan couldn't lower itself to practice medicine, Tsunade said, scoffing. Are you sure Hiashi will allow it? Tsunade asked and Hinata shifted uncomfortably. I don't belong to the Hyuga clan anymore, Hinata replied. What do you mean? Tsunade asked, confused, thinking she didn't hear her right. My father deemed too weak to be the heiress of the clan, so he branded me with the cage bird seal and disowned me from the clan when I was 8 years old. I've been living with Naruto-kun ever since. That is why we are so comfortable sleeping together, Hinata explained, and Tsunade got pissed. That wasn't the Leaf Village her father had created. They were treated like garbage and left their own children to fend for themselves. She never liked the Hyugas, but this had just hit a new low. You don't have the seal, Tsunade said as she looked at her forehead. Naruto-kun managed to remove it, Hinata replied, and Tsunade raised an eyebrow. So the brat was a seal master, he was just full of surprises. I will train you, Hinata, Tsunade said and Hinata nodded, thanking her. I need to talk to you about something, Tsunade said, and they all stopped eating and focused on her. I'm supposed to meet with Orochimaru in 6 days, Tsunade said, and silence reigned at the table. I suppose he wants you to heal him for what I've done to him, Naruto said. It was the only logical outcome as to why Orochimaru would search for Tsunade now of all times. That's right. I agreed to meet with him in 6 days so we can send him there once and for all, Tsunade said, and Naruto got curious. Why did you agree to meet with him at a later date? Naruto asked and Shizune looked carefully at Tsunade. He said that he would bring back Dan, Nawaki and Kushina if healed him, Tsunade said, and no one said anything. He had already brought back my mother when we fought against him during the invasion, Naruto said. Naruto started but stopped to think if it would be a good idea. I can allow you to see them one last time, Naruto said, and Tsunade froze. Naruto. You can't mean Jiraiya started, but Naruto interrupted. I can use the Ito without sacrifices, but the souls are only here temporarily. Once the time is up they go back to the pure world, Naruto explained and turned to Tsunade. Tsunade bit her lip deep in thought. She wanted nothing more to have them back, but to see them leave again. I want to see them again. One last time, Tsunade said, and Naruto nodded. Let's finish breakfast and go outside and do it then, Naruto said, and everyone agreed. Outside restaurant, empty field. Everyone left the restaurant and headed for an empty field where they could do the ritual without being disturbed. Everyone took a few steps back and allowed Naruto to do his job. Naruto was lucky that Tsunade had a few strands of hair from all of them. She kept them as a reminder of them. Naruto took out a scroll and placed it on the ground. He channeled chakra into it and the kanji started spreading through the field, leaving 3 empty circles around the kanji. Shadow clone jutsu Naruto said and made 3 clones that went and sat on each of those circles. Shadow clones? Jiraiya asked. The Edo needs a vessel to anchor the souls to our realm. As long as the clone has chakra to sustain itself I can use them as vessels, Naruto explained, and Jiraiya nodded. It made sense. Tiger snake dog dragon Naruto went through the hand seal's hand clapped his hands together Kuchius, Edo Tensei, summoning technique. Impure world resurrection, Naruto said, and the clones started to become covered by leaves until they took the form of someone else. The first person was a man. He had long pale blue hair that reached his back and dark green eyes. He wore the standard Konoha shinobi outfit of that time, complete with forehead protector and the pocketless flak jacket. He was Kato Dan, Tsunade's lover and Naruto's maternal grandfather. The second person was also a young man. He had short light brown hair, green-gray eyes and distinct blushes on his cheeks. For attire, he wore a dark teal poncho top and light green pants. He was Senju Nawaki, Tsunade's younger brother. The third one was a woman. She had waist-length fiery red hair and blue eyes. She was wearing dark Anbu pants and black Anbu chest plate. She was Senju Kushina, Tsunade's daughter and Naruto's mother. "Where am I?" Nawaki asked. The last thing he remembered was running through an empty field and then a loud explosion followed by darkness. Kushina, Nawaki, Dan, Tsunade said, looking at the 3 people that Naruto summoned back from the dead. "You haven't changed a bit." Tsunade-chan Dan said as he looked around. "Kushi-chan, is that you?" Dan asked the beautiful red-haired girl next to him. "Yes, you can. It's good to see you again," Kushina said and looked around to find Naruto, Tsunade, Jiraiya and some girl she didn't know. "So? Hello," Naruto said scratching the back of head and everyone focused on him. "I've temporarily brought you back so Tsunade could say proper goodbye. You will be able to be here for around a day," Naruto explained and everyone nodded. "Naruto-kun?" Kushina asked. "Yes, Kasan," Naruto replied. "Kasan?" Dan asked, eyeing the blonde carefully. "Then that would make me your grandfather." "It's nice to meet you," Dan said. "You too, grandfather," Naruto replied and looked to his left to see Nawaki talking to Tsunade who was hugging him and crying. "This is Hyuga Hinata, my girlfriend," Naruto said, introducing Hinata to his mother. "Girlfriend Kushina asked in a teasing tone making them both blush deep red. "How did that happen?" Kushina asked, wanting all the juicy details. Kushina asked and Naruto went and told her about everything that had happened. When they first met Naruto saved Hinata from a couple of bullies, a year later he saved her from being kidnapped by a Kumonin, and when Hinata got kicked out they confessed to each other. "Oh, that's so cute," Kushina said with tears in her eyes. "Did you know that your father and I fell for each other in the same way?" Kushina and Naruto raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Back when I was around 10 years old Kumo tried to kidnap me because of my special chakra that allows me to create chains. When I was kidnapped, we had already reached the border and I was losing hope until your father appeared and saved me," Kushina said, and Naruto laughed at the coincidences. "I guess we are meant to be," Naruto said and kissed Hinata's cheek making her snuggle into his arms and Kushina merely nodded. She could already tell that Hinata was a very sweet girl that loved Naruto very much. "How's the furball treating you?" Kushina, and when she heard Naruto's stomach growl that was response enough. "I guess he doesn't like being called a furball," Naruto replied, chuckling. "What if I called you a flesh bag? Would you like it?" Kurama asked. "I guess not, but you've already called me that a couple of times," Naruto replied, and Kurama stayed silent. "Naruto-kun, are you alright?" Kushina asked as Naruto suddenly spaced out. "He does that sometimes when he talks with the Kyuubi," Hinata explained, and Kushina smacked her head for not thinking of that. Naruto got back to real life and noticed both of them looking intently at him. "What?" Naruto asked and they were both staring at him. "Nothing. It's just your face went through a couple of emotions and you almost look like a clown," Kushina said, and Naruto's sweat dropped. "You know," Kushina started gathering his attention. "It's a shame you can't meet Minato-kun," Kushina said sadly. "I already did," Naruto replied, making Kushina perk up in confusion. "When I was 5 years old, I awakened my Sharingan and he appeared in my mindscape. He explained everything that happened the night that I was born, he told me about his father and unlocked the Kyuubi's cage," Naruto explained, and Kushina nodded until Naruto's stomach grumbled. "I guess I'm angry," Naruto said, chuckling. One of the things Naruto most liked is eating. "It's almost noon," Naruto innocently said, and Kushina chuckled at his son's antics. "Alright. Gather up," Naruto yelled and everyone got together. "It's noon. How about we go for lunch?" Naruto asked and everyone nodded. "Wait, Jiraiya," and everyone stopped. "Do Edo even feel hunger?" Jiraiya asked and Naruto shrugged and turned to them. "I could eat, but maybe it's just the vessel that is hungry," Kushina explained, but they all shrugged. It wasn't that big of a deal. "So what should we go for?" Tsunade asked. Ramen, Naruto and Kushina instantly replied and everyone chuckled. It looked like Naruto got his ramen addiction from his mother. I'm not paying, Jiraiya quickly said, sealing his wallet away. Later that day. They all spent the day as a family should have, having fun and enjoying their company. Their lunch was an epic standoff in a ramen eating contest between Naruto and Kushina. Unfortunately for Naruto, Kushina was an Edo and, as such, she couldn't get full and Naruto caved at 15 bowls, passing out. Dan and Nawaki got to meet their grandson and grandnephew respectively. They all learned a lot about how the world had changed. Dan pretty much told Naruto stories of Hashirama and Tobirama since he was alive when they existed. So this is it, Tsunade said. Naruto felt that his shadow clones were running on fumes and it would be a couple of minutes before they dispel ended the jutsu. Don't cry, Tsunade-chan. It doesn't suit a strong woman like you, Dan replied with a small smile. I got to meet my grandson and see our daughter again, Dan said, and Tsunade slowly nodded. It hurt to see them leave again. It's good to see you again, Tsunade said and turned to Nawaki. At least I got to give you a proper goodbye, Tsunade said. Don't worry, Ni-san, Nawaki said, grinning. Even though I don't like to have been killed, at least we won. But one day it will be like you son wanted. An era of peace without wars and conflict. When mankind will be able to understand each other, Nawaki said. For someone so young, he sure had strong beliefs. This is Naruto. I'm sorry for the burden we placed on you, Kushina said. Even though she got to know the fox very well and knew he would help Naruto, she knew that the village wouldn't honor Minato's wish. Don't worry, I'm happy you entrusted it to me. Naruto hugged his mother for the last time. And don't forget about the promise I made, Naruto said, and Kushina grinned. I'll be waiting. In the meantime, wait a couple of years before you give me grandsons, Kushina said, smirking, and they both blushed and looked away from each other. Goodbye, Naruto-kun, Kushina said before the clone dispelled and Kushina's body disintegrated until it remained nothing but leaves on the ground. Leave the rest of your life to the fullest, Dan said as he also disappeared. Ni-san, Nawaki said and vanished as well. No one said anything for a couple of minutes as they were all walking home. Tsunade was happy she got to see them all one last time, and Naruto was happy he got to talk and get to know his mother a bit more. Let's get ready, Tsunade said, and everyone got confused looks. I need a new snakeskin wallet, Tsunade said, smirking. Akatsuki Base Outpost 4. Both Akatsuki members didn't expect to find such resistance from Kyuubi, especially when he was only 14 years old. Kisame managed to drag Itachi's unconscious body towards one of many Akatsuki outposts located around the Land of Fire. Kisame used his ring to call the leader of the organization. Not even 5 minutes had passed and an holographic figure appeared in the middle of the room. We couldn't see much from the figure besides it had short spiky hair, but the thing that stood out were his eyes. His eyes were dark silver with concentric circles around the pupil. I know the is supposed to be purple, but I like the silver color more. Report, the figure said before looking carefully at both members, stopping at Itachi. What happened to him? The figure asked as he took notice of the state of Itachi. To put it simply, he looked like someone who was put through a blender. The Kyuubi brat happened to him, Kisame replied, and the figure looked at him in disbelief. You mean to tell me a 14-year-old knocked out Itachi? The figure asked. We were severely outgunned. Our spies told us that he was the loud-mouthed dead last, but it was far from the truth, Kisame said. Explain, the figure said. For starters, the Kyuubi brat has not only the Sharingan but also the next level, the Sharingan, Kisame said. What? The figure asked. Something was missing, Itachi, Sasuke and Madara was supposed to be the last Uchihas. It's true. He says he's Uchiha, Madara's grandson. He broke Itachi's Tsukiyomi like nothing and the Amaterasu flames did nothing against him, Kisame explained. Madara's grandson. Why didn't he tell me? The figure thought. Something here wasn't right. I see. What else can you tell me? The figure asked. He has some strange power that allows physical attacks to go through him as if he were a ghost, Kisame explained as the figure raised an eyebrow. Intangibility. Like Madara's power, the figure thought. The Kyuubi brat was becoming more trouble than he first thought. Anything else? The figure asked. Oh yeah. He can use the Kyuubi's power without losing control. He went to 4 tails, and that was sufficient to force Itachi to use his Susanoo, Kisame said. That is a problem, the figure replied, but no matter, your job was only recon. You did a good job, the figure said, and was about to leave when Itachi was the one who interrupted him. Are we to leave him alone for 3 years? Itachi asked. We don't know what level he might achieve within 3 more years, seeing the level he is right now, Itachi said. Naruto was already very powerful, and leaving him alone for 3 years to master might not be the best move. If it comes to that, I'll take him down myself, the figure said, and was about to leave until he said one last thing. After all, no one can stand against a god. Chapter 29, End of the Snake. The Wagakure, Stone Village. The Wagakure no Sato or the Hidden Stone Village is one of the Great Five Shinobi nations. Their leader is called Tsuchikage or Earth Shadow, and their current one is Inoki. Inoki is a very short old man with a triangular beard and a mustache that has angular corners, a big red nose and thick eyebrows. The top of his head is completely bald, although he has long white hair on the lower half of his head, which is styled in a traditional Chamage haircut, the back of which is tied with a yellow ribbon into a top knot. He wears a green and yellow coat with a red collar. Underneath he wears the traditional Iwagakure outfit consisting of a light green version of Iwagakure's flak jacket and mesh armor. He however has both sleeves of his shirt but kept a single lapel on his right side. Along with this he wears sandals. The Stone Village is well known for the rock-hard attitude and extreme loyalty of their shinobi. Once their leader issues an order they will follow it blindly, even if it costs their lives. The standard attire for shinobi from this village consists of a red outfit, which can have sleeves, a lapel which is usually found on the side without a sleeve and a brown flak jacket. They also tend to wear mesh armor around their ankles. The Wagakure ninja seem to specialize in earth release techniques. Speaking of the village itself, it's located in the midst of some rocky mountains. These mountains provide natural defenses making the village a stronghold. Unlike Konoha, the houses are built completely out of stone instead of wood, making them more durable and resistant in case of attack. Currently we find that Tsuchikage in his office navigating the maze of paperwork that seems to plague every cage. His office is located in the biggest structure in the village, in which all of them are cone-shaped. "Curse this damn paperwork," that Tsuchikage said, cursing this paperwork with all his might. He was half tempted to vaporize everything around him, which wouldn't be too hard. Why it wouldn't be too hard is very simple. That Tsuchikage is the last known wielder of the dust release. Although technically it isn't a Genkai, one must have affinity for earth, fire and wind, which isn't very common for shinobi to have natural affinities for more than two elements. Inoki is a very proud, headstrong, and boastful individual. Due to his age, he is also somewhat frail, with constant complaints about hip and back pains. Although he's old, similar to in fact, he refuses to step down from the cage position until he finds a worthy heir to his position. But Tsuchikage picked a paper and it was a simple report of a simple D-rank mission. He quickly scanned through it and stamped it, placing it on the other end of the table. This was his routine when not sleeping. He would spend his days reading and stamping reports. He was broken from his work by a knock on the door. "Come in," Inoki said. The door opened and a man entered. He was wearing the standard Iwa attire with the exception that the red shirt went all the up to his chin. He had black eyes with brown hair stylized with a small ponytail. "Good morning, Tsuchikage-sama," the man said, greeting his leader and kneeling in front of him. "Masato? Need something?" Inoki asked. Masato was in fact the village's spy master. The spy master's job, like the name states, it's to keep tabs on the other villages and other information that might seem relevant to his village's safety and welfare. "Yes, Tsuchikage-sama," Masato replied, standing up. "We received a letter from the Sand addressed directly to you and came in their fastest carrier, and also we heard of something interesting in Konoha," Masato explained, handing the letter over to the Tsuchikage. The letter had already been scanned to make sure it wasn't an explosive tag or other trap. "Tsuchikage Dono. We are sending this message in our fastest carrier as the situation is very strenuous to us and we would like a reply as fast as possible. 5 days ago our village allied itself with the Sound village and launched an invasion against Konoha. The invasion didn't go as planned and we, along with the Sound, were defeated. It appears that Konoha had somehow found out about the invasion prior to it and was able to prepare. We have severely underestimated their power and we placed faith on someone of questionable integrity, a mistake on our part. According to our reports, Konoha was responsible for defeating the fully released Shukaku, but also killed our cage, along with 200 of our own. A more detailed report is attached to the letter. We took a crippling blow to our forces and as such we would propose an alliance with your village as it holds no love for Konoha. This would be a complete alliance meaning more commercial routes and agreements and of course military help if needed. We have also dispatched a letter to the Earth Daimyo explaining the situation as the Wind Daimyo has agreed with an alliance should you accept. Yours faithfully. Suna Council." But Tsuchikage read the letter a couple of times so he wouldn't miss anything. So they let themselves be guided by Orochimaru. Fools, Inoki thought. Placing your trust on is hardly ever a good idea and Orochimaru didn't exactly have the best reputation. Judging from the letter they must fear a possible invasion if they are requesting an alliance with us of all people, Inoki mused and thought. Iwa much like Kumo were independent and they didn't particularly like alliances. Interesting, Inoki thought out loud. "Sir?" Masato said. "The Sand wants an alliance with us," Inoki said, but Masato didn't seem particularly surprised. "You don't seem surprised," Inoki stated. I've heard some very interesting news from our spies in Konoha, but I was going to inform you after you had read the letter, Masato stated. Do you have the reports? Inoki asked and Masato nodded, handing them the reports of their invasion based on the survivors. Inoki quickly read through the invasion reports, and it was basic stuff on how Suna got their asses handed to them and they ran with their tails between their legs. He kept on reading until he found the part on Konoha's called Uzumaki Naruto. Apparently he was nothing more than a brat of 14 years old. And yet this man managed to kill a fifth of the Suna's forces with a single jutsu. He displayed a high level of ninjutsu and Yuinjutsu. It seems that Konoha still bets on that, Inoki thought as he continued on reading the letter until he found a picture of said. His eyes widened and his blood ran cold when he saw what they looked like. He still couldn't forget those cold blue eyes and that spiky golden hair. He felt as if he was staring at the Namikas once again. It can't be, Inoki thought. How he despised the Namikas. Minato was the reason Konoha won the Third Shinobi War by slaughtering 1,000 of their shinobi in just a couple of seconds. And now Inoki was staring at some kid who looked just like him, except he had longer hair and whiskers marks on his face, but the similarities were too much to ignore. Masato, Inoki said, getting his attention. What news have you heard from Konoha? Inoki quickly asked to see if he had anything on this Naruto. Apparently Konoha has a Senju heir which is none other than Naruto, Masato explained. But the kicker is that this Naruto is the son of Namikaze Minato, the Yellow Flash, Masato stated, confirming Inoki's biggest fears. So the bastard sealed the Kyuubi inside his own son, Inoki said. Namikaze had reproduced and unleashed another Yellow Flash upon this world. Inoki would have his revenge, he would avenge his son's death by the Yellow Flash, by killing his son in return. But there's more, Masato said, and Inoki focused on him. Senju Naruto, the son of Namikaze Naruto, is apparently the grandson of Uchiha Madara, which would mean. Thought that the Namikaze was Madara's son, Inoki finished by him in a disbelieving tone, and Masato nodded. Inoki also despised Madara sometimes even more than the Yellow Flash. When he was younger and they had just signed a treaty with Konoha, Madara had the guts to state that I was nothing more than Konoha's slaves. It seemed as if Iwa had a very grim past with those of Uchiha blood. After all, Iwa wanted Madara dead and they got that, and then Namikaze appears as if to finish his father's job of killing Iwa shinobi. I think the Namikaze would be Madara's son, Inoki said, gritting his teeth. However, I do find it strange that no one ever knew of his Sharingan, Inoki mused out loud. The son of the most powerful Uchiha to ever live would without a doubt awaken his Sharingan, but they never knew of it. In fact, they didn't know of Namikaze's parents until 14 years after his death. It seems Konoha has a Namikaze heir. But they stacked all their cards into one person. He's both the last Senju, as Tsunade's is past reproducing age, and the last Namikaze, Inoki thought as he rubbed his beard. Or Uchiha, I should say, Inoki corrected. What are we going to do regarding Suna and the Namikaze bastard? Masato asked. He too, along with all of Iwa, had no love towards Minato, and finding out he was the son of Uchiha Madara didn't exactly help. We can't do any direct actions against the Yellow Flash's brat right now, as it would raise too much attention. Let it cool down a bit before, Inoki explained. The world had just been informed of Namikaze's heir, and trying to kill him right now would raise too much suspicion towards Iwa, so it could wait. Regarding Suna, I'm tempted to accept their alliance, Inoki said. What are your thoughts? Inoki asked Masato. Unlike Konoha or Suna, Iwa was a full dictatorship with Inoki holding all the power. But even then he would seek out advice on his most trusted shinobi. I think we should accept. We have nothing to lose, and I've heard that Konoha doesn't intend to attack them, so this must be just some guarantee against Kumo, since Kiri is still at war, Masato explained. I concur with your assessment, Inoki agreed and quickly wrote a reply to Suna's request. After Suna had chosen their new Kazekage, they would have a formal meeting with both cages to discuss the full terms of their alliance and iron out any details. Send it to Suna, Inoki said, giving the letter to Masato, who sealed it. What about the Senju? Masato asked. He had nothing against the Senju clan itself, but knowing that he was the son of the Yellow Flash and Madara's grandson sealed his fate. Like I said, let things cool down for now, Inoki explained, in the meantime put him in the bingo book. I want him captured alive so he can be executed in front of the whole village to show them what happens when they mess with Iwa, Inoki said, grinning. That would be his last act as Tsuchikage, killing the Namikaze's brat. What rank and bounty shall we give? Masato asked. Based on the reports and knowing he's the bastard's son, give him Naruto and company. It was the day after Tsunade and Naruto had talked with their family, and recently we found them in some empty field training. Since Tsunade had agreed to meet Orochimaru and with him injured, they had the golden opportunity to end him once and for all. This world would be a better place without that snake laying around. Hinata was training with Shizune and Tsunade since she asked for it. They might as well start it already. So you want to become a medic nin, right? Tsunade asked and Hinata nodded. Why? Tsunade asked as he never got the full story from her. Because I prefer to heal people than hurt them, Hinata replied, and Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Don't get me wrong. I know when it's necessary to hurt or kill someone, but I prefer to make people feel better, Hinata explained. She never liked killing as she was too kind for that, but she knew that sometimes it was for the best. Naru-chan really chose well, Tsunade said, smirking, making Hinata slightly blush. Alright brat, I'll train you. From now on you call me Tsunade-sensei when I'm training you. Got that? Tsunade asked. Hi Tsunade-sensei, Hinata replied without a shred of doubt in her voice. For starters, tell me what you know, Tsunade said. I have very good chakra control and knowledge of the human anatomy, and even better understanding of poisons and antidotes, but also medicinal herbs. I don't know any healing techniques, so I just use some healing cream I make, Hinata explained, and Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Poisons, antidotes and medicinal herbs? Tsunade asked and Hinata nodded. That isn't covered in the academy, so I assume you studied that on the side. Tsunade asked and Hinata nodded once again. It's a very good start. Now let's see how good your chakra control is, Tsunade said and picked a small brown pouch from somewhere. Here. Put your palms up, Tsunade said and Hinata complied. Tsunade then emptied the pouch onto Hinata's hands. From the pouch came a bunch of multicolored sand. The sand was composed of 4 colors. Blue, brown, red and green. Now I want you to separate the sand by color and align them in your palm using only chakra, Tsunade explained. If you can do this in less than 5 seconds, it means that your chakra control is very good and on par with Shizune and more than enough for a few medical techniques. If you make it, I'll show a few others that are only known by medics to further increase it, Tsunade explained, and Hinata got to it. Hinata did a few tries just so she could get a feel for the sand. The timer started and Hinata started channeling chakra to her hands. It had to be a very minuscule amount, otherwise the sand would simply fly off her hands. She decided to split the sand by colors, starting on blue, then going for brown, red and green. After the sand was divided by color into equal globs, she slowly started aligning them in a straight line. Once she was done, she cleaned a bit of sweat from her forehead. She never had to concentrate so much in her life for such a simple thing. 6 seconds. That's very, very good, Tsunade said, impressed by Hinata. This kind of control was cage level for fighting, but for medical applications it was necessary so much more than that. Just out of curiosity, what are your affinities? Tsunade asked. I have both wind and water, but also a small lightning affinity. Due to my usage, the water is my strongest, Hinata explained. Even better. Water affinity is the best for medical use, Tsunade stated. I'll show you how to use the mystical palm technique that speeds up the body's natural healing process, Tsunade explained, and Hinata nodded, getting right into it. That day went by without much trouble, and by the afternoon Hinata could maintain the mystical palm technique indefinitely, or at least until she ran out of chakra. Tsunade had warned of the dangers should she send too much chakra with the technique. If Hinata used too much chakra in this technique, instead of healing the victim, it would render them into a comatose state. Now this time it was Shizune that decided to teach Hinata on poisons. Tsunade knew everything about poisons, but she was more turned to countering them instead of creating them like Shizune and Hinata liked to. What ways do you have to deliver poison? Shizune asked. The only way I know is to use senbon or other weapon coated with the poison I want, Hinata explained, and Shizune nodded. Then I'll show you this one, Shizune said and broke away from Hinata, getting clear from her. Akujiri, poison mist, Shizune said just before pumping her lungs with chakra and expelling a thick purple mist from her mouth. Just by looking at it, anyone knew that it would be better to get the hell out of Dodge. Just by inhaling a small bit of it would be fatal. To do this you must convert your chakra into a certain chemical that once expelled, it mixes with the air, converting it into the poison mist. So in fact you are breathing a chemical and not the poison itself, making it safer for you to use, Shizune explained, and proceeded to teach Hinata how to transform her chakra into different chemicals to achieve different poisons. Boom. An explosion echoed through the whole field, and Hinata turned to the left to see smoke rising on the horizon. Looks like Naruto is having trouble, Hinata said, giggling to herself. But Naruto. Not too far away from where Hinata, Shizune and Tsunade were, was Naruto also doing his training. He had already done his morning warm-up routine, so now we find him working on his Rasengan. He is currently trying to create a bigger Rasengan like Jiraiya said. Jiraiya is currently missing, and by missing I mean he is doing his research for his next novel. And by research I mean peeking on the local hot springs or some other place where one could find some unfortunate beauties with a low amount of clothing on. Boom. An explosion echoed through the field as the Rasengan he had in his hands destabilized and exploded, dispelling the clones and destroying the ground. Damn it. This is not working, Naruto said frustrated. He made a cross sign and replaced the shadow clones that were destroyed. He didn't understand what he was missing. He managed to learn the Rasengan rather quickly, but this was proving difficult. Naruto started once again a normal Rasengan and stopped when it stabilized. He began pumping more chakra into the small sphere. The sphere began glowing and was quickly approaching twice the normal chakra. Just a bit more, Naruto said, and a drop of sweat fell from his face. That's it. Back to the beginning, Naruto said, shaking his head. What can I do? The outer layer isn't strong enough to hold so much chakra, Naruto was thinking as he tried to figure it out. Then he remembered his fight against Shukaku, and when he used his. The layer can't hold so much power. If the chakra density is too big from such a small layer, and I must increase the power, the only way is to increase its volume, Naruto thought, and concluded that to maintain the stability he had to reinforce the outer layer by making it bigger and larger. He began to do just that. Naruto started to gather chakra and stopped at the normal Rasengan. Now, instead of just pumping chakra, he began to have chakra and expand the outer layer simultaneously. The results were instantaneous, the ball kept on increasing while maintaining its stability. Naruto was pumping more and more chakra, and the sphere was almost reaching 4 times the normal amount, and Naruto decided to stop there and see if he could hold it there. Looks like you made some progress, Jiraiya said as he entered the field. His cheeks were slightly colored, meaning he was drinking at some point. I finally got it, Iro-sen, and Naruto replied, and Jiraiya sighed at the nickname. His mother used to call him the exact same thing when she was still alive. How much chakra did you put there? Jiraiya asked to see if his big Rasengan met the standards. 4 times as much, Naruto replied, and Jiraiya nodded. 4 times the normal Rasengan was just fine. It should be just fine. Use a shadow clone to clash it with mine, Jiraiya said, and Naruto dispelled the remaining clones, forming only one. The clone made an Adama Rasengan and dashed towards the waiting Jiraiya. The glowing blue orbs connected with each other and the ground started shaking from the energy being released. Neither sphere wanted to be overrun, but slowly Naruto's Rasengan started to waver and the whole ground exploded. When the smoke cleared, Jiraiya's clone was still standing although he was smoking. Your big Rasengan is good. You just need to use it a couple of times to get a feel for it, Jiraiya explained, and Naruto nodded, going back to his training. Why don't you take a break? You've been at it for hours, aren't you tired? Jiraiya asked. It was almost nightfall, meaning Naruto has been training his Rasengan for a couple of hours now. Don't you know me? Naruto replied, grinning towards him, and Jiraiya just shook his head. It's getting dark. How about we go for some dinner? Jiraiya asked and knew Naruto wouldn't refuse. After all, one of the things Naruto liked most after Hinata and training was eating. They all regrouped and headed towards some local restaurant. They were all eating peacefully since they weren't in a hurry, and they decided to plan what to do against Orochimaru. Planning against a cage-level shinobi would hardly work, especially against someone as slippery as Orochimaru. What are we going to do against Orochi Baka? Naruto asked and Jiraiya chuckled. Naruto called him exactly the same thing Jiraiya once did, after all they were once teammates and almost brothers. Tsunade hummed in thought with her hand on her chin. I can fake healing him and try to kill him with a medical technique, Tsunade explained. Are you sure it will work? Jiraiya asked. If it failed she might find herself in a compromising position. This technique looks like the mystical palm, so it should fool him, as he has no advanced knowledge on medical techniques. It works by infusing a poisonous chakra of sorts into his system. Once inserted, the poison instantaneously spreads through the whole network, destroying almost instantly. Tsunade explained. He should drop dead in a matter of seconds, Tsunade said, grinning. What if he sees through? Naruto asked. He will know that you sided with Konoha and most likely try to kill you, Naruto explained. The best we can do if she is discovered is to try and lead them into an open field to battle, Jiraiya explained. Battling a cage-level shinobi in the middle of a town would most likely destroy everything in it. Especially someone of Orochimaru's caliber. There are various types of cage and Orochimaru stands in the higher division. Okay. Imagine we can lure him out onto an empty field, Naruto said. Then what? Naruto asked. We smoke his ass, Tsunade simply said, and everyone's sweat dropped at the simplicity of their plan. Good enough for me, Naruto said, and everyone went back to eating. 6 days later. The sun was shining high in the air, engulfing the whole town in a golden aura. It was around noon, and Orochimaru was calmly walking towards his destination with his most trusted henchman sidekick by his side, also known as Yakushi Kabuto. They suddenly stopped as they were in the place they agreed to meet Tsunade. Not even a few minutes had passed and Orochimaru could see Tsunade approaching the horizon. He smirked at the thought that his offer had been accepted. He never doubted that Tsunade would refuse it. He knew she would give anything to see them again, even if it was only one more time just to say goodbye. Little did Orochimaru know that Tsunade had already got her wish to see her family once again. Orochimaru was even more satisfied that Tsunade came alone. It further confirmed his suspicion that she accepted by dumping her apprentice. "Do you have your answer, Tsunade?" Orochimaru asked, smirking, and she simply nodded, faking a sad mood. "If I heal your arm, can you really bring them back?" Tsunade asked, and Orochimaru just nodded. "Where's your necklace?" Orochimaru was surprised she didn't have it on. Shit, Tsunade thought, but remained calm and with a saddened aura. "Why should it matter?" Tsunade asked, and Orochimaru shrugged it off. "Give me your arm," Tsunade said as she slowly walked towards Orochimaru. She flexed her hands forward and they started glowing green. To anyone else it seemed like a normal healing technique. Just before she reached Orochimaru, a kunai was thrown at her, making her jump back. "What's the meaning of this, Kabuto?" Orochimaru asked angrily. "That is an assignation technique very similar to the mystical palm. She was trying to kill Orochimaru-sama," Kabuto explained, and Orochimaru growled. "How cunning of you, Tsunade. Trying to kill me when I had my guard down, too bad for you to have powerful allies by my side." Orochimaru replied, chuckling. "It appears you have sided with Konoha, and I know now the fate of your necklace. You most likely gave it to Naruto-kun," Orochimaru said. "Like you will leave this town alive," Tsunade said, smirking, and without thought dashed towards both of them. She jumped in the air and brought her heel down, smashing it into the ground and vaporizing it. "Time for plan B," Tsunade thought, and began to chase them off town and drive them into some empty field. "This is it, Orochimaru," Tsunade said, smirking. "What can you do?" Orochimaru replied, chuckling. "You are alone against both of us, and Kabuto isn't to be underestimated. He's at the level of Hada Kakashi," Orochimaru said, smirking. "I'm not alone," Tsunade said, taking a kunai from her clothes and sending it to the ground. The moment the kunai connected, there was a bright flash of yellow, and Jiraiya, Hinata, Shizune and Naruto were seen standing there side by side with Tsunade. "How about these odds?" Tsunade smugly pointed out. "DSK," Orochimaru replied. "How nice of you to join us, Naruto-kun," Orochimaru said, licking his lips, making Naruto shiver. "How's the arm?" Naruto innocently asked, and Orochimaru scowled. "Long time no see, Orochi-baka," Jiraiya said, and Naruto chuckled. "Jiraiya," Orochimaru said, watching his former teammate. "Let's get this over with," Tsunade said before elbowing Jiraiya to the side, making him fall to the ground and dashing towards Orochimaru and Kabuto. Tsunade was running when Orochimaru quickly bit his thumb, drawing blood, and threw it at Tsunade. The blood connected with her face and she hesitated momentarily. Kabuto took the opportunity and, using his chakra scalpels, he sliced through the most important muscles in her legs. He was about to cut her throat when he was almost blinded by a yellow flash. Naruto instantly appeared above Tsunade as he had marked her and everyone else. Naruto used Tsunade's shoulder for support and kicked Kabuto in the shoulder, sending his tumbling toe to the ground. Naruto kicked Kabuto and continued his momentum. He turned mid-air and locked eyes with Orochimaru. His normal Sharingan quickly shifted to him. Orochimaru sensed his chakra spike and was about to jump away when Naruto said Amaterasu. Orochimaru's body erupted in black flames and he fell to the ground shaking, trying to extinguish the powerful flames. Naruto quickly flashed back to Jiraiya with Tsunade on her toes. She was slightly shaken up from seeing the blood, but it appears her talk with her loved ones helped to the point she didn't become catatonic. She dropped to the ground and Shizune, along with Hinata, started healing her the best they could. "Do you think it was enough?" Naruto asked. "Hardly. I don't think he will go down with just that," Jiraiya asked, and Naruto extended his senses. He could easily see something being burned with his Amaterasu flames, and Kabuto was getting up. "Jump!" Naruto yelled, and everyone split away from their current position as Orochimaru's head bursted from the ground with a sword in his mouth. Naruto looked at the blade and saw it dripping some purple substance, meaning the blade was coated with poison. They jumped away and regrouped just to see the rest of Orochimaru's body coming out of the ground unharmed. Naruto focused his eyes towards his flames and they were still there, meaning it wasn't some clone. "How did you avoid the Amaterasu flames?" Naruto asked. He knew for a fact that these flames couldn't be put out and a simple Kawarimi wouldn't work as the flames wouldn't leave his body. "He shed his skin," Jiraiya explained as Orochimaru had some sticky residue in his skin. "I remember," Naruto said. "He did the same thing back in the Forest of Death. He vomited himself out of his body." "That's the best way to describe it," Naruto said, slightly disgusted by the jutsu. "Yeah. He was always a disgusting bastard," Jiraiya stated. "Why don't you join us, Naruto-kun?" Kabuto asked out of nowhere. "Why would I do that?" Naruto rhetorically asked. "There is nothing you can offer me that would make me leave my home," Naruto said. "You can offer you power," Kabuto replied. "I have plenty of power," Naruto said, grinning. "How about we bring back your mother and father?" Orochimaru replied, smirking. "You are a fool, Orochi-baka," Naruto replied, and he raised an eyebrow. I know how to do the Ito so I could bring my mother back if I wanted to, however my father is sealed inside the god of death's stomach and we both know the Ito can't bring his soul back, Naruto explained, and they stared at him. There's nothing you can offer me, Naruto said before picking his fan from behind. Heitan Zukaku, cranium carver, Naruto said and sent a small fireball towards Orochimaru. However this ball was going way too fast. Orochimaru and Kabuto jumped away, but the ball collided with the ground and exploded in flames, scorching both of them. Just as Orochimaru was about to touch the ground, Tsunade appeared behind him. "Hi there," Tsunade said with a very sweet smile before cocking her fist and slamming it against Orochimaru's chest. He was sent flying into the ground and when he crashed it formed a crater due to the force of the impact. A single punch. One punch and she broke all of my ribs and melted my insides, Orochimaru thought just before he shed his skin once again, coming out unharmed. That is going to be a problem, Hinata said as she watched with her and noticed that Orochimaru was once again unharmed. "Naruto, Hinata, can you both handle 4 eyes?" Jiraiya asked and Naruto just stared at him with his eyebrows raised. "Of course you can," Jiraiya said deadpanned. Naruto and Hinata both ran towards Kabuto, while Jiraiya, Tsunade and Shizune would deal with Orochimaru. Orochimaru seethed his teeth as his odds weren't looking too bright. Apparently Tsunade wasn't afraid of blood anymore, making him being against 2 cage-level shinobi, Shizune he could ignore. He looked towards his sidekick and he knew he wouldn't stand a chance. Naruto had enough raw power to easily match cage-level shinobi. "You know you don't stand a chance, right?" Naruto asked. "Oh my. Such arrogance," Kabuto replied, smirking while pushing his glasses up. "It isn't arrogance when you can back it up," Naruto simply replied, shrugging his shoulders. "Besides you're up against 2, Naruto explained. "That may be, but I won't go down easily," Kabuto said and began running towards both of them. Naruto and Hinata teamed up and ran towards him as well, meeting him halfway. They immediately engaged into jutsu. Usually when someone is fighting more than one person at the time, sometimes it might be easier to hit one of them as they can confuse and stumble on each other. However, this didn't apply to Naruto or Hinata. They trained together for years and were in love with each other. They were the meaning of teamwork, their stances flowed together like water in a river. Each one covering the other's blind spots. When one of them attacked, the other would slightly fall back into a defensive stance. Kabuto couldn't do anything unless become a punching for this duo. Both of them were amazingly skilled into jutsu, with Hinata being deadlier. Hinata sidestepped a sloppy punch from Kabuto. She grabbed him by his wrist and tried to break it with a twist. However, Kabuto twisted his body along with it, flipping in the air, preventing his wrist from being broken. Naruto took the opportunity of Kabuto's being in the air and kicked in the chest, sending him tumbling to the ground. He easily got up and started healing himself. After he was ready, he channeled chakra to his hands and they started to glow and buzz like a saw. Both Naruto and Hinata looked at the chakra in his hands and they both could see that it was definitely some kind of knife made purely with chakra. "Be careful, Naru-kun," Hinata said, and Naruto turned to her. "Those are chakra scalpels used to cut muscle and other tissues of the human body during operations," Hinata explained. "So? Don't let the hands touch you, right?" Naruto asked and she nodded. "Yes. Let me try something," Hinata said and stepped in front of Naruto. Hinata pumped her lungs full of chakra and said, "Dakijiri, poison mist." A purple fog came from her mouth and headed towards Kabuto, who was engulfed in a cloud of venom. "He hid underground," Hinata said as she saw Kabuto with her. Kabuto suddenly emerged from the ground just beside her and tried an uppercut. Hinata had already expected such a thing and tilted her body back, coiling herself and delivered a fierce kick to his face. His glasses shattered and he was sent flying into the ground. "Nice one," Naruto commented. He always liked seeing his princess in action. "Thank you," she replied. Kabuto got up and spat a bit of blood onto the ground, dropping his glasses as well since they were useless by now. Snap. A sickening crunch was heard through the field as Kabuto realigned his broken nose to its proper place. "Can you even see well enough to fight us?" Naruto asked since Kabuto was now without glasses. "If I channel chakra to my eyes, I can see as good as a normal person," Kabuto explained, bragging. "Don't count me out just yet," Kabuto replied, grinning. Suddenly a huge shadow appeared next to Naruto and Hinata, blocking the sun from them. It was a massive brown snake. The snake immediately slammed itself into the ground trying to squash them, but they jumped aside evading it. "Looks like Orochimaru sent backup," Naruto replied, smirking. "Heitan. Ryuka no Jutsu, Dragon Fire Technique," Naruto said and sent a stream of fire towards the snake. She was engulfed by the fire and disappeared from view. Once the fire was gone, the snake was still in the same place and it wasn't even scorched as the skin was too rough for such a weak attack. Kabuto jumped on top of its head and the snake made her way towards Naruto and Hinata, trying to eat them or squash them. It didn't make a difference in the end. The snake opened its mouth and expelled some semi-transparent liquid onto them. They jumped to the side and liquid hit the ground. Poison, Hinata said, and Naruto nodded. Fuetin Shinkyuha, air blade, Hinata said, exhaling multiple wind blades that were sent towards the snake. The air blades didn't even waver as they hit the snake and sliced it up into multiple pieces, making blood spurt all over the field. The snake disappeared in smoke as well as all the blood. Problem Kabuto? Naruto asked, chuckling as Kabuto scowled. Kabuto Orochimaru yelled from his side of the battle, and Kabuto quickly sunshine next to his master. Uchiha no Jutsu, summoning technique, Orochimaru said, and traced a line of blood in the tattoo of his only working arm. Both Orochimaru and Kabuto were engulfed in smoke. Once the smoke cleared, a rather large purple snake appeared. The snake was Manda, the boss summon of the Snake Clan, and the strongest of them all. Orochimaru. I want 100 sacrifices for summoning me, Manda said in his deep voice. Of course, Orochimaru replied. I can't summon Kitsayu, I've wasted too much chakra driving them here, Tsunade replied, and Jiraiya nodded. Uchiha no Jutsu, summoning technique, Jiraiya said, and he too was enveloped in smoke. Seconds later he was standing on top of a very large orange toad. The toad was Gamabunta, the boss of the Toad Clan. Manda and Orochimaru. They are faces I haven't seen in a while, Gamabunta said as he released a cloud of smoke from his pipe. Let's end this, Jiraiya said, and Gamabunta dashed towards the snake with his sword drawn. Gamabunta quickly reached them and tried to stab Manda. Manda simply opened his jaw and caught the blade in it. Gamabunta squirmed to try and get his blade free, but it was in vain. Manda flexed his tail and tried to pierce Gamabunta, making him flip backwards and leaving the sword in Manda's mouth. Manda instantly began sliding towards Gamabunta and threw the sword back at him. Gamabunta jumped to the side to evade the blade, and the sword crashed into the ground, burying itself. You stay, Bachan. I'm going to help Hiro-sen, and Naruto said, and jumped away from Tsunade, Shizune and Hinata. What is he going to do? Tsunade asked. I don't know. He's very unpredictable, Hinata replied, and they shifted their attention towards the Titans' battle. Uchiha no Jutsu, summoning technique, Naruto yelled and slammed his hand on the ground. Manda and Gamabunta stopped their fighting to see just what exactly was coming to the battlefield. A big cloud of smoke rose from the ground, blocking everyone's view of Naruto. Suddenly the air was pushed back like a shockwave due to the air displacement, and everyone secured themselves not to get blown away. Roar. A massive roar erupted from the smoke that made the ground shake and the cloud of smoke to disperse. The figure was very big, almost twice the size of Gamabunta himself. It had orange fur, very sharp teeth and claws, blood-red eyes with a black slit and 9 tails swinging freely in his back. After 14 years, the Kyuubi was once again unleashed upon the mortal realm. Hey Kyuubi, Jiraiya stuttered and paled at the sight of the monstrous figure in front of him. Everyone else was in shock as they never expected to summon their Bijuu to a fight. Like the fresh air, Kurama? Naruto asked as he stood on top of Kurama's head. I do, it gives me a chance to stretch my legs, Kurama replied, showing his foxy grin. Everyone could feel the strong and oppressive chakra coming out from the Kyuubi's body. I like challenges and all. But this is ridiculous, Manda said, not really looking forward to fighting a Bijuu and the Kyuubi of them all. Isn't the Kyuubi supposed to be, you know, in the seal? Jiraiya tried to come up with the right words not to piss the Kyuubi off. It seems logical to me that I can summon the Kyuubi, Naruto said. When you store items in a storage scroll, the items are moved to a pocket dimension created by the scroll. The Haki no Fuin Shiki, a trigram seal, does the same thing and creates a more advanced pocket dimension and a few other things. The summoning technique is a space-time technique, and with Kyuubi being the boss summon of the Fox clan, what did you expect to come out? Naruto rhetorically asked as Jiraiya was trying to piece everything together. He never looked at storage seals that way, but it made sense. The items in the storage seal had to go somewhere. And since the chakra doesn't flow through my coils when I summon him, I don't die, Naruto explained, and Jiraiya dumbly nodded. Stand back, Naruto said, and Gamabunta jumped to the side. The Kyuubi was destructive without even trying, and he wouldn't want to be caught in the crossfire. Kurama, let's go, Naruto said, and both of them inhaled air into their lungs. Peyton Firestream, Kyuubi said, and expelled a stream of white-hot fire towards Manda. Fuetin Rinkuuden, vacuum wind bullet, Naruto said, and expelled wind bullets that mixed with Kurama's fire, turning them into hot bullets that would pierce and melt everything in their path. Manda was engulfed by the fire, and the ground was destroyed by Naruto's air bullets, combined with Kurama's fire. The fire died down, and the only remains was a piece of skin, meaning Manda had slipped away from their attack. Naruto focused his senses and felt chakra signatures beneath the ground. They hid underground, Naruto said, and Kurama jumped back in time to avoid Manda's tail bursting through the ground trying to stab Kurama. Manda emerged completely and Kurama roared, making the ground burst into rubble and Manda being thrown back. Manda got up from the ground and coiled, getting ready to pounce. Kurama flexed his tails and tried to flatten the snake, but Manda managed to slide his way through all of Kurama's attempts. Each time Kurama smashed his tail, the entire field would shake from the power and pressure behind the swing. Manda rose up to bite him, but Kurama managed to swing a tail that hit Manda. However, instead of Manda being thrown back, the snake wrapped itself around Kurama's tail and tried to bite him again. "Have a good lunch," Naruto said as 5 clones jumped into Manda's mouth. The clones instantly began to glow and exploded inside the snake's mouth. Manda fell to the ground with his jaw smoking. "Damn brat," Manda hissed, coughing or something similar. "Goodbye, Snakey," Amaterasu, Naruto said and looked towards Manda's head deep in concentration. Black flames erupted around Manda's head and the snake dropped to the ground rolling and hissing in pain. Orochimaru and Kabuto jumped away from his head and landed on the ground. Manda disappeared in smoke, meaning it went back to his realm to heal. The snake disappeared, but the flames remained there, meaning Manda managed to get rid of them, which meant the snake was still alive. "Kurama ended it," Naruto said and jumped out of his head. "Okay," Kurama replied and brought all of his tails above his head. Red and blue chakra were seen floating in the air. Suddenly all the chakra bubbles condensed and formed a small perfect sphere. Kurama ate the chakra ball, and Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. "Vijayudama," Kurama said, and a pure energy ball exploded from Kurama's mouth like a cannon heading at high speed towards Orochimaru and Kabuto. Kabuto panicked and blurred through hand seals. He took a bit of Orochimaru's blood and slammed his hands in the ground. "Uchiha," Sanju, Rashim and Kabuto said, and 3 very large defensive structures rose from the ground and stood in the path of the tailed beast bomb. The energy sphere connected with the Rashomon and exploded in a tunnel of energy. The entire field shook and everyone just stood in awe at the power of the strongest Biju. "Otendoryu Heki, Earth Wall," Jiraiya said and trapped himself along with everyone else inside an earth dome to survive the brutal and scorching winds unleashed by the attack. The energy eventually died down and the dust started to settle down, clearing the view of everyone. It was very clear the difference between a 4-tailed Bijudama and a true bomb used by the Biju. What was once a pretty plain field with grass and flowers was now nothing more than a desert without a sign of life for miles. Everything was eradicated, leaving nothing to be seen but emptiness. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the sight of the attack and he could see Orochimaru squirming in the ground trying to get up and Kabuto was nowhere to be seen, most likely vaporized. "Unbelievable," Jiraiya said in disbelief as he dropped the stone wall and gaped at the sight. It was the second time he had seen a tailed beast bomb and the results were still shocking. "Looks like it's the end," Tsunade said, looking at Naruto walking towards Orochimaru who was on the ground in pain. His whole body was a mess with broken legs and the clothes scorched as well half of his face. "This is the end," Orochimaru, Naruto said as he took the sword from his seal and channeled lightning chakra through it. Naruto was ready to cut the head of the snake and end it for good. "And no, you can't kill me. I'm Orochimaru, the immortal," Orochimaru yelled in frustration as he looked towards Naruto and tried to crawl away. "Stay away," Orochimaru said in fear. "I never pegged you for a coward," Orochimaru, begging for your life. "Pathetic," Naruto said and brought his sword up to cleave his head for good. Naruto was about to cleave Orochimaru's head when Kabuto bursted from the ground with his fist closed. Naruto saw right through him and jumped back to avoid it. Naruto jumped back and placed his hands on the ground. Golden chains erupted near Kabuto and pierced him through both of his shoulders and ankles, pinning him to the ground. "Damn, that Kabuto is always interrupting," Naruto said. Kabuto was in the ground barely conscious with blood dripping from his mouth. It looked like the tailed beast bomb did a fair amount of damage to him. "Amaterasu," Naruto said and Kabuto's body erupted in flames. Kabuto tried to shake them off, but the chains held him in place and the only thing he could do was scream until he was dead and nothing more than ashes on the ground. 5 seconds later Yakushi Kabuto was no more. "Damn brat. You will pay for what you've done," Orochimaru hissed and disappeared in smoke as the distraction had been enough for Orochimaru to shunshin away to safety. "Damn it, he got away. I had him but his assistant had to interfere," Naruto yelled in frustration. Orochimaru invaded the leaf, tried to kill the Sandaime, and summoned his family to do his beating, and once again he got away. "Don't worry, Naruto. At least we got his right-hand man," Jiraiya said, and Naruto sighed. There wasn't much more they could do. "I guess, but next time he won't get away," Naruto said. "I'm going," Kid Kurama said, and Naruto nodded. "Thanks, Kurama," Naruto replied. "This wasn't half bad. Let's go to the hotel to rest and pack for the journey home," Tsunade said, and everyone nodded. After the battle everyone was mostly fine except a few scratches and broken ribs, but nothing life-threatening. Chapter 30, Home at last. Konoha. In the busy streets of Konoha we find 3 14 girls walking calmly and carelessly. All of them had bags on their hands, meaning they had been shopping. One of the girls had blonde hair tied in a ponytail and was wearing purple clothing, the other girl had an unusual hair color, pink. Her clothes were also of the same color. The last girl had black hair tied in two buns and brown eyes. She was wearing a Chinese-style shirt with dark green pants. That was fun, Ino said to her friends. It had been a while since they managed to hang out all together. With all their team training it was hard to snuggle a couple hours of fun all together. Yes. We haven't hung out since the exam, Sakura replied. Sasuke-kun and Kiba were busy today so I'm glad we took this chance, Sakura said. With Sasuke being constantly trained by Kakashi and Kiba being trained by his clan, she sometimes felt out of place when with her team. Well, I normally don't have much trouble with my team. Shikamaru is a lazy ass, how he got promoted is beyond me, Ino said, shaking her head, and then there is Chaoji who is always eating. All they want is to be left alone, and Asuma-sensei doesn't give much work after team meetings, so I have plenty of free time, Ino happily said. Lucky you. My team is full of freaks, Tenten said, sighing. Guy-sensei and Lee are both freaks always yelling about the flames of youth. I swear they could pass as father and son, Tenten said, shaking her head. At least there's Niji-kun, Tenten said, a bit happier now. Niji-kun is it? Ino asked, teasing her friend. It was a known fact that Tenten didn't openly chase after boys as she was more devoted to training. WWH what? Tenten stuttered and tried to hide her blush. You have a crush on Niji. Admitted, Sakura said, joining the fray. Fine. I like him, Tenten said, crossing her arms. Tell us more, Ino said, giddy, wanting some juicy details. Well. He's very cute and strong. I had a crush on him since the academy, but he was always a jerk, but since the Chunin's exams he's way better, Tenten said with stars in her eyes. I don't know. I just want to be around him, and since he forgot about that fate crap and I enjoy his company even more, Tenten explained. All we know, and Sakura fawned. They finally got to crack her shell. I guess I owe Hinata a thank you, Tenten said as she reflected on Niji's match against Hinata. And then there is Hinata and Naruto. Who would have figured out that the supposed dead last loudmouth would have hooked up with the supposed shy girl who had a crush on him, Ino said. They hid their relationship from everyone, Sakura said. All that time he kept pestering me for dates was nothing more than lies, Sakura said, sighing. Don't tell me you are going for Naruto now? Ino asked in disbelief. No. I'm faithful to my Sasuke-kun, Sakura instantly said. Your Sasuke-kun? Ino asked with a tick mark. Alright girls, Tenten said before this could escalate and they started bitch slapping each other in the middle of the street. But you have to admit. They make a cute couple, Tenten said. Hinata and Naruto made a very cute couple. Naruto was loud and Hinata was quiet. They were perfect for each other like yin and yang. They do, Sakura said, agreeing with her friend. Senju Hinata doesn't have a bad ring to it, Sakura said, smirking. Senju Naruto, head of the Senju clan. No wonder Sasuke-kun never got along with him, Sakura said laughing. He's the talk of the village, he even has a fan club now. I heard he took down the Kazuki a Gen 200 shinobi with a single jutsu, Tenten said, shocked that a genin could pull that off. He defeated that Sand Bijuu and then went to help Hokage-sama against Orochimaru, Tenten explained. She only met Naruto in the exams and he was the supposed dead last without any talent. I still don't believe that Naruto belongs to the most powerful clans in the world, the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan, Ino said, shaking her head. He's directly related to 3 of the 4s and now his grandmother was named the 5th, Ino explained. She still couldn't believe that Naruto belonged to the Senju clan. Looks like all that yelling about becoming Hokage ran in his blood after all. Grandmother? Tenten asked. You don't know? Ino asked and Tenten shook her head. He's the grandson of Senju Tsunade, Ino explained, and Tenten squealed like a fangirl. Really? Tenten asked with stars in her eyes. Yes. What's the big deal? Ino asked, not sure as to why Tenten would react in such a way. Tenten scratched the back of head in shame of such a reaction, she squealed like a fangirl. It's just. Tsunade-sama is my idol. I want to be strong like her, Tenten said, and Ino nodded. Maybe you can ask Naruto to introduce you to her, Sakura explained. I'll ask him when they get back, Tenten replied happily that a role model and idol was coming to the village again and to be the 5th Hokage nonetheless. How about we hit the hot springs? Ino asked. All they had team training in the morning and after a few hours of shopping an ice bath would relax them. I agree, let's go, Sakura said, and they all headed towards the hot springs for a soothing bath. It was their luck that Jiraiya was out of town. Not that he would peek at them. Konoha's north gate. 5 figures could be seen walking calmly through the wooded forest outside of Konoha. Well. 6 figures if you count the pig that was being carried in the arms of one of the figures. They were none other than Senju Tsunade, Kato Shizune, Jiraiya, Hyuga Hinata, Senju Naruto and of course the pig Taunton. They had the same clothes except that Naruto now proudly displayed his new necklace. Naruto now had an emerald necklace on top of his black chest plate. His necklace was glistening and reflecting the sun rays that escaped through the trees, making it shine. The necklace that once belonged to Senju Hashirama is now Naruto's possession. It is said that it was worth 3 mountains of gold. Although the necklace had very high value, he wore it because it belonged to his clan and grandfather. It was a family heirloom, so to speak. They arrived at the gates and checked in with the gate's eternal guards Kotetsu and Izumo. Jiraiya, Senju Naruto and Hyuga Hinata returning from a successful mission with Senju Tsunade and Kato Shizune, Jiraiya said, waking the guards from their slumber. Oink oink. And the pig taunted Jiraiya completed. It's good to see you again, Lady Tsunade, Kotetsu said. Tsunade hadn't been in the leaf in over 15 years. It's good to be back, I suppose, Tsunade replied, and they continued walking. I guess I'm heading towards the tower, Tsunade said. Alright, see you later, Bach-chan, Naruto said, and started walking off when Tsunade called him back. Where are you going? Tsunade asked. Home, Naruto flatly replied. No, you are not, Tsunade said, crossing her arms. I'm not. Naruto asked, confused. No. You are coming to live with me in the Senju compound, Tsunade said, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. Wasn't half of the Senju compound destroyed when the Kyuubi attacked? Naruto asked, confused. My bad, Kurama said, and Naruto's sweat dropped at the casual response. Yes, but everything was rebuilt, someone answered. They all turned around to see Hiruzen walking towards them smoking on his pipe. Tsunade-chan, it's good to see again, Hiruzen said, hugging her old student, not that he would tell her she was old. He hadn't seen her or heard from her since the last time she was in the village, which was over 15 years ago. You too, sensei, Tsunade replied and stepped back, grabbing him by the collar, but you have a lot to explain, Tsunade said, almost growling. What are you talking about? Hiruzen asked, confused. She was being all nice and now she was glaring daggers at him. You sent a letter telling me that Naruto was dead, Tsunade said, fuming. No, I did not, Tsunade. You're mistaken, Hiruzen explained. How about we take this to the office? Jiraiya stressed as the conversation started to get loud. Fine, Tsunade said. Hokage's office. Explained Tsunade-chan, Hiruzen said, trying to get to the end of this. I got a letter from you with your signature and stamp saying that Naruto didn't survive the attack, Tsunade explained, and Hiruzen sighed. I never sent you any letter. I tried to find you and even told Jiraiya to try and get a hold of you, Hiruzen explained, and Tsunade scoffed. Then how do you explain the letter? Tsunade asked. It was obviously fake. Do you still have it? Hiruzen asked and Tsunade shook her head. Without it we will most likely never find the culprit, Hiruzen sighed. It doesn't matter anymore, Naruto said. I have her now, and that's the only thing that matters, Naruto explained, and Hiruzen smiled. At least Naruto got some family back. By the way, Naru-chan, you didn't answer about living with me? Tsunade asked. One condition, Naruto said, and Tsunade nodded for him to go on. Hinata-chan gets to live with us, Naruto said. Of course, but no funny business until you are older, Tsunade stressed, and they both blushed. Besides, it will make it easier for me to teach her if she's living with us, Tsunade explained, and Naruto nodded. Well then, it's decided. I'm going to pack then, Naruto said, and was about to walk off with Hinata when he was interrupted again. Too bad you can't go to Naruto-kun. You are the clan head of the Senju, remember? Hiruzen asked and Naruto nodded. I'm summoning the council and as such, you must attend, Hiruzen explained, and Naruto paled. He never thought of that, and being a clan head made it mandatory to attend every council meeting. Fine. Let's get this over with, Naruto replied and turned to Hinata. How about you go home and get started and I'll join you when this is over? Naruto asked. Might as well. See you later, Hinata replied and pecked his cheek before leaving. Anbu, Hiruzen called out and an Anbu dropped from the ceiling kneeling in front of him. Summon the council, Hiruzen ordered and the Anbu vanished. Council meeting. Half an hour later everyone was gathered at the council meeting. All of the clan heads were there including the new head of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke. We are gathered here today so I can formally present my successor. Again, Hiruzen said. I named Senju Tsunade as my successor to the place of Godame Hokage, Hiruzen stated and waited for the council's reaction. I, Aburam Shibi, head of the Aburam clan, support the decision, Shibi said, getting up from his position and addressing the I, Hyuga Hiashi, head of the Hyuga clan, support the decision, Hiashi said. I, Nara Shikaku, head of the Nara clan, support the decision, Shikaku said. I, Yamanaka Inoichi, head of the Yamanaka clan, support the decision, Inoichi said. I, Akamichi Choza, head of the Akamichi clan, support the decision, Choza said. I, Uchiha Sasuke, head of the Uchiha clan, support the decision, Sasuke said. I, Senju Naruto, head of the Senju clan, support the decision, Naruto said, giving a thumbs up to his grandmother. I, Midokado Himura, personal advisor, support the decision, Himura said. I, Udatain Kaharu, personal advisor, support the decision, Kaharu said. I, Shimura Danzo, personal advisor, reject the decision, Danzo said, but one paid much attention to him. I, Haruno Mibuki, head of the civilian council, support the decision, Mibuki said. 1. Then it's decided, he said, rising from his seat. Senju Tsunade, you are hereby appointed as Godame Hokage, Hiruzen said, handing her the hat. Thank you sensei, Tsunade said, placing the hat on her head. Keep it warm for me, Naruto said, and everyone, minus Sasuke who was too cool for that, chuckled at the comment. I promise that from now on I'll protect this village from all enemies, foreign or domestic, for I am Senju Tsunade, Godame Hokage, Tsunade said, and everyone bowed to the new. Everyone left the room soon after Tsunade's proclamation, and Naruto turned to the pervert who had been listening to the meeting without anyone knowing except Naruto, who was a censor. Hiro-sen, Naruto said, and Jiraiya stepped out from the shadows. Are you busy? Naruto asked. I was planning on doing a bit of research, but what do you need? Jiraiya asked. I was planning on fixing Gaara's seal today, but I'll need your help since we will need to rebuild it completely, Naruto said, and Jiraiya nodded. He decided it was better to fix the seal now, since Shukaku might be unleashed and destroy the hot springs. Bachan, can we get a release form for the Sand siblings? Naruto asked, and Tsunade turned to Hiruzen so they could catch up on the events. After half an hour of explanations, Tsunade turned to Naruto. If you say they will behave, I see no harm, Tsunade explained and signed the necessary documents. Here, Tsunade said, and threw him 3 Konoha-8s. Where will they be staying? Naruto asked, and Tsunade pondered. How well do you know this Gaara kid? Tsunade asked. I consider him a brother. He went through the same things as I did. All the hate the villagers threw at him, Naruto sadly said. Well then. Bring them to the Senju compound. There is more than enough space for them, Tsunade said. Awesome. See you later, Naruto said and hugged Tsunade. Let's go then, Jiraiya said, and both left the tower heading towards the INT department. Have you decided on the seal? Jiraiya asked. I think I'll use the same one I have, the 8 trigram seal, Naruto said, and Jiraiya nodded. His seal was one of the best around after all. INT department. Jiraiya and Naruto quickly arrived at the INT department and easily got in, flashing the papers to the Anbu guarding the doors. They walked down the stairs until they reached the lower levels where the cells were. They walked past a few of them until they reached the last one where Gaara and his siblings were. Hey Gaara. I'm back, Naruto said, waking up Temari and Kankuro from their sleep. Uzumaki, Naruto, Gaara said, looking at Naruto. It's Senju, Naruto now. I'm taking my family name Naruto, and Temari's eyes popped out of her sockets. You're a Senju? Temari asked with her eyes wide as saucers. Yup, Naruto replied and mentioned the Anbu to unlock the cell. But you have the Sharingan, Temari refuted. I belong to both the Uchiha and Senju clan, but I chose the Senju name, Naruto explained, and the Anbu unshackled Gaara. Where's Baki? Naruto asked. He already was released and went back to Suna. We decided to stay with Gaara until he was released, Temari explained, and Naruto nodded. Let's go, Gaara, we are taking care of you, seal, Naruto said, and Gaara stared at him. What? Naruto rhetorically asked. I promised I would take care of the seal, and I always keep my promises, Naruto explained, and Gaara slowly nodded. Where are we doing this? Jiraiya asked. At the Namikaze compound. My father has a room in the basement completely filled with seals that block everything. That is where I trained using the Kyuubi's chakra, otherwise the village would riot when they felt the chakra, Naruto explained, and Jiraiya nodded. Namikaze? Don't tell me the Yondaime was your father. Kankuro asked and Naruto nodded confused. I guess you didn't hear the news. I'll tell you everything later, Naruto explained, tossing them the Hittites. They quickly threw the Sunas ones away and placed the new ones. Congratulations. As of now you are all of the leaf, Naruto said, chuckling while Kankuro growled at being Namikaze's house. All of them arrived at the front gates, and Naruto swiped his finger to unlock the seals. They all entered the house to find Hinata running around with a few shadow clones, packing the most important stuff. Hey, Hinata-chan. Want some clones to help? Naruto asked. Sure, Hinata replied, and Naruto made 10 shadow clones. Each clone grabbed one Hinata and kissed her before going to work. Jiraiya never saw so much action in the same place and started scribbling furiously in his notebook. This way, the original, Naruto said, and led them all to the basement and into some room. They opened the door and all of them stepped inside. It was a large round room, at least 10 meters wide. The walls were littered with seals, and in the middle of the floor was a kanji circle with the most complex seals around it anyone had ever seen. Stay here. And don't interfere, Naruto seriously said to Temari and Kankuro, who gulped and quickly nodded. Gaara. Remove your shirt and lie down in the center of the circle, Naruto explained, and Gaara did as he was told. Do you want the new seal in any special place? Naruto asked and Gaara nodded. Can I have it in the stomach like you? Gaara asked and Naruto nodded. Ready? Jiraiya asked and Naruto nodded. Naruto placed his hand on Gaara's stomach and channeled chakra, converting it to ink. The ink erupted from his hand and spread through Gaara's stomach. Aki no Fuin Shiki, a trigram seal, Naruto said, and all the kanji started slithering into a focus point. The ink started to spin around Naruto's hand and started forming a spiral. Soon after the spiral was formed and remains of the ink formed scribblings around the spiral, finalizing the seal. The easy part is done, Naruto said as he completed the new seal. Now all they need to do is crack the old seal and switch Shukaku into the new seal. You hold the old seal while I transfer Shukaku over to the new one, Naruto said, and Jiraiya nodded. At the sidelines, Kankuro could only gulp when he heard Naruto saying he was going to switch Shukaku between seals. What if he escapes? Kankuro thought, scared out of his wits. Naruto is already defeated once, he can do it again. I hope, Kankuro thought as Naruto was preparing for the final procedure. This might feel a little uncomfortable, Jiraiya said, and channeled a great amount of chakra into his three-element seal, completely shattering it. Shukaku's chakra instantly started bubbling, but Jiraiya managed to keep it contained around Gaara's neck. Do it, Jiraiya said, and Naruto placed one hand on Gaara's neck and another on his stomach, and he began transferring the chakra to the new seal. Fuin, seal, Naruto said, and funneled all of Shukaku's chakra into the new seal. The procedure only took about 5 minutes, since he only had to shift it and not remove it. Naruto finalized the chakra transfer by closing the seal and transferring the key over to Gaara while explaining the works of the new seal. It's done, Naruto said, and both Kankuro and Temari rushed towards Gaara, who was now sleeping peacefully. He's sleeping, Temari said. Of course he is, Naruto said, getting up. The seal he has is the same as mine, and it was developed by my father, Naruto explained. He hasn't slept since he was born, Temari said, caressing her brother's face. He seemed so peaceful in his sleep. Thank you, Temari said and hugged Naruto while Kankuro patted his back. You're welcome, Naruto said. Take him to the Senju compound. My grandmother said you guys are welcome to stay there with us, Naruto said, and they nodded. I'm off, Jiraiya said, and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Damn pervert, Naruto muttered under his breath and led everyone out of the house. He gave Temari and Kankuro directions towards the Senju compound, since he now had another pervert to look for. See you guys later, Naruto said, activating his arms and swirling away. Damn. That was awesome, Kankuro said. Memorial Stone. Kakashi was once drowning himself in regret at the Memorial Stone. Even after Naruto had told him that he should put the past where it belonged, it seemed that he still couldn't. Kakashi was lost in his thoughts when he noticed a small swirl appear next to him. He instantly knew who it was as the swirl was very distinctive. Yo, Naruto, Kakashi said, greeting him. You're still here, Naruto said as he stood in front of the Memorial Stone and did a quick prayer in honor of the deceased souls. Yes, I am, Kakashi simply said and ended it there. I know what happened since you told me. But is it really for the best to pity yourself so much? I know you regret not being there for them, but you have to let go, Naruto said, and Kakashi sighed. Easier said than done, Kakashi said. So what brings you here? Kakashi said, trying to change the mood as he didn't particularly want to talk about them. I have the seal for your Sharingan eye, Naruto sighed, and Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Really? Kakashi asked, surprised, to which Naruto nodded. So what do I need to do? Kakashi asked. Nothing. Just sit down since you are taller than me, Naruto said, and Kakashi chuckled and sat down on the ground. Don't you need Jiraiya's help? Kakashi asked. He's busy, Naruto replied as he thought of what the pervert was currently doing. Shanro's voice echoed through the whole village, but it seemed to originate at the hot springs. Naruto looked up at the sky and managed to see a mop of spiky white hair flying while crying anime tears. He never learns, Naruto thought, sighing. Close your eyes while I draw the seal, Naruto said, and Kakashi did as he was told. He removed his hit eye aid and kept his Sharingan eye closed. Naruto placed 2 fingers on his left temple and started leaking the kanji. The seal twisted itself around his eyeball in a swirl pattern above his eyelid. Fuin, seal, Naruto said, and the seal glowed momentarily before cutting all the chakra into his eye, transforming into a pitch black eye that coincidentally matched his other one. How does it feel to see color with both eyes? Naruto asked as Kakashi gently rubbed his eye to get rid of a small itch. It works, Kakashi said in fascination. The eye is no longer draining my chakra and I can see perfectly, Kakashi said, standing up. Good. Now let's try and activate the Sharingan. Channel the seal on your left eyelid and he should activate, Naruto said. Kakashi channeled a small amount of chakra to the seal to deactivate it and the Sharingan flared to life. Naruto tried to punch Kakashi very fast and out of nowhere, but Kakashi managed to predict it. Good. Seems that Sharingan is working properly, Naruto said, and activated his own Sharingan to analyze the seal's interaction with Kakashi's chakra network. Naruto noticed that Kakashi's chakra coils behind his eyes were abnormally large. Your eyes' chakra coils are extremely well developed. They come close to matching mine, Naruto said out loud. It's no surprise, the Sharingan has been active for years, Kakashi said, shrugging his shoulders, but Naruto didn't think it would affect it so much. Rin sacrificed herself, forcing me to kill her, Naruto remembered when he talked about Kakashi's teammates. Kurama. Do you think it's possible for a non-uchiha to awaken, the Naruto asked his partner. It's a good question. The activation of the affects the body as a whole, and for someone who isn't an uchiha is difficult to say, Kurama replied, and Naruto brought his hand to his chin. Kakashi-sensei, can you do me a favor and channel more chakra into your eye? Naruto asked, and Kakashi shrugged his shoulders and did just that. His Sharingan eye started glowing and spinning and seemed to want to start merging its kamas. A bit more, Naruto said, and Kakashi channeled more chakra into his eyes. Slowly but surely the Sharingan started spinning and the kamas started stretching and fusing together. Just as I thought, Naruto said, looking at Kakashi's Sharingan, who had turned into a. Is something wrong? Kakashi asked, slightly scared that he would lose the only thing that connected him to Obito. You have a manjikyu, Naruto said, and Kakashi's jaw dropped. Kakashi calmed himself and noticed that his perception with the Sharingan had increased. He now could see further and with more detail. How is it possible? Kakashi asked, confused. Well, it's obviously a half-blood, but it's one nonetheless. I didn't think it was possible for a non-uchiha to awaken it, Naruto explained, and they both headed towards a nearby lake so Kakashi could take a look at his new eye. Looks like you got a brand new tool, Naruto said, chuckling at Kakashi, who was gapping like a fish. What can it do? Kakashi suddenly asked. He seemed like a kid on a sugar rush. Each has its own abilities. I know how to use 3 of them and I can teach you them, but if you can use them depends on your eye, Naruto explained, and Kakashi nodded. Another thing. These techniques require much more chakra than the standard Sharingan, Naruto said, and Kakashi nodded. Also, this is very important, Naruto said with a serious tone. Your eye belonged to half-blood, which means the more you use the more your side is affected, so you should leave it as a last resort, Naruto said, and Kakashi nodded, making a mental note on the implications of using his new eye. I can start teaching you now, or are you busy, Naruto asked, but Kakashi shook his head, getting ready to try his new eye. Let's begin with Kamui. Sundown Senju Compound. Naruto and Kakashi had spent the rest of the afternoon practicing their eyes. Naruto was using his and constantly spamming Amaterasu to further increase his power while reducing the cast time. All the while he was also teaching Kakashi how to use the powers. Of all the 3 powers that Naruto had, Kakashi only managed to learn Naruto's Kamui, and that was only partially. Kakashi could activate his Kamui to send objects to his own dimension, but couldn't send his own body. Naruto quickly theorized that he needed both eyes to be able to dematerialize his body. Naruto explained to Kakashi that he used his left eye for long-range Kamuis, while he used his right eye for making himself intangible and close-range Kamuis. Based on these facts, it looked like Kakashi had received the long-range eye. In the end, it didn't matter, Kakashi had still received a very powerful gift, but this one was meant only for killing. Kakashi could transport objects into his dimension, but somehow he couldn't bring them back. Anything that was transported to his dimension would remain there for all eternity. 2. Naruto channeled the remains of his chakra and used his Kamui to go towards the Senju compound. When you spend half a day spamming Amaterasu, you tend to exhaust yourself. At least he got his control better using the black flames. Naruto arrived near the compound gate and stayed there, astonished at the sheer magnitude of the place. The damn compound seemed to go on forever. He never thought that the compounds were this big. Sure, he had seen them on the outside, but standing inside one really placed things in perspective. Oh, Naruto-kun, Shizune said as she watched Naruto arrive and go to greet him. This place is huge, Naruto said, and Shizune giggled at his childish reaction. Yes, it is. When the village was founded, the Senju clan was in its prime and had many members, Shizune said. This compound has almost 100 rooms, not including bathrooms, storage rooms and training grounds, Shizune explained, and Naruto's eyes widened. 100 rooms. It's bigger than the Uchiha and Hyuga compound, Naruto thought, observing the buildings around them. Come on, Shizune said, motioning him to follow her. We will be all staying in the main house that is large enough for all of us. I'll take you on a tour, Shizune said, and Naruto followed. Naruto followed Shizune and she did a quick tour around the main house. It was a simple traditional house made of wood. It had 2 floors and a basement. The main house had 10 rooms, 4 bathrooms and a very large library. Library? I'm checking it out, I'll meet you later, Naruto said, blurring away from Shizune and heading into the library. Shizune giggled at him as he watched him run towards the library. The library was very large and was filled with scrolls. Naruto was pretty much drooling at the prospect of being able to learn so many. Naru-kun, Hinata said, and Naruto turned around to see his beautiful girlfriend at the library's entrance. Can you believe how many are here? Naruto said to Hinata, who giggled at his reaction. He was always a sucker for learning new jutsu so he could blow stuff up. By the way, did you destroy the space bridge at the house? Naruto asked. His clones didn't know anything about it and Naruto was wondering if Hinata had destroyed the seal at his house that allowed him to walk into the Namikaze compound. I did, don't worry, Hinata replied. Space bridge? A new voice asked and Naruto turned around to see Tsunade walking towards them. Yes. It's like a portal of some sort that I created and that allows, once activated, to simply walk through the portal and end up at the destination. Naruto explained, in my case I created one that allowed me to go from my house to the Namikaze house and back simply by walking through the portal, Naruto said, and Tsunade hummed in thought. Can anyone use it? Tsunade asked. She was already thinking of the applications of such a useful device. It was keyed to Mai and Hinata's blood, but it can be made for anyone. Why do you ask? Naruto asked. Because maybe you could place one that connected the Senju compound to the tower, so I didn't have to walk all the way there, Tsunade explained. I don't exactly have space-time techniques like you, Tsunade said, scoffing at the other blonde. Of course, Ba-chan. I'll do it tomorrow, Naruto said, and Tsunade left along with Hinata leaves Naruto to drown himself on jutsu scrolls. 30 minutes later. Naruto had spent half an hour skimming through the scrolls trying to learn something new. After all that time he came to the library scowling the whole Senju clan and muttering profanities against them. In the whole library he could only find related to earth and water. In almost 100 he didn't find any fire or lightning ones. He sighed and walked out of the library and went exploring the rest of the house. Nari-chan, Naruto heard Tsunade calling out, come to the kitchen for dinner. Naruto was happy, he never had anyone calling him for dinner except Hinata. Naruto ran through the halls with his Kamui phasing through the walls so he could reach it faster. Naruto arrived at the kitchen and saw everyone sitting and waiting for him. There were Shizune, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Hinata and of course the Sand siblings. He walked calmly towards the table and sat down to eat. He was finally home. With his family. Chapter 31, Fire Lord. Valley of the End. The Valley of the End. The place of the final showdown between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, the place where Madara died and Hashirama emerged victorious. Or so everyone thinks. The valley remained pretty much untouched since the fight, except for the addition of two gigantic statues. They represent the two fighters whose power could bring any country to its knees. They symbolize and honor those two legendary figures that left their mark in history. The statues of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, each one doing the battle seal as if until this day they were still battling each other. On top of Uchiha Madara's head we find someone sitting there. The wind carried his cloak, allowing everyone to see his clothes. He wore a black long-sleeve top that also covered his neck and chin, a pair of black gloves, and a pair of dark-colored pants. On his waist, he wore a thick black belt with armor-like metal plates attached to it. He also wore blue nail polish on his fingers and toes. But from all that, the most distinguishing feature he had was a strange mask he wore. The mask was strong orange in color and had a spiral pattern with a single hole for his right eye. The cloak itself was a high-colored black cloak with red clouds adorning it. The cloak pretty much said that this someone belonged to the mercenary group known as Akatsuki, who, according to Jiraiya, were searching for the Biju. The figure seemed to be deep in thought, as anyone could see. He was gazing into the emptiness of the sky, as if trying to find the meaning of life. Flashback. The same figure was seen walking through some cave in some unknown location. The figure stopped walking when he noticed two other figures approaching him. The first one had spiky orange hair with multiple metal piercings in his nose, ears and bottom lip, but what stood out were his eyes, silver eyes with concentric circles around the pupil. He was wearing the same black cloak with red clouds. The other figure was definitely female. She had blue hair, amber-colored eyes, lavender eyeshadow, and elaborate piercing. In her hair she had a paper flower strapped to it. She was also wearing the same cloak as the other figure. We need to talk. Madara, the orange spiky-haired figure, said, watching very closely the figure with the orange mask. Of course, Pain. Toby is a good boy, Toby said in a childish, almost high-pitched voice. Enough with playing around, Pain said in a serious voice, making Toby instantly drop his childish ways and take a completely different stance. We have some information that you forget to tell us, Pain explained. And what is it? Toby asked, but now his voice was more deep and serious. Hisam and Itachi went to scout the Kyuubi Jinchuriki and heard the most interesting news, Pain cryptically said. Don't play games with me and get to the point, Toby said. He didn't want to deal with Pain right now. For starters, the Kyuubi claims to be Uchiha Madara's grandson, Pain said, and Toby's eyes widened. Your grandson to be exact, Pain said, looking at Toby directly in his eye, waiting for his answer. And what proof does he have of that? Toby asked, trying to gain some time while his mind was running a mile per second, trying to figure out what was happening. The fact that he is an uncounted Sharingan user seems to help, Pain said in a monotone voice. How very interesting. If that brat has a Sharingan, that could only mean that it came from Minato, as Kushina's family is very well documented, Toby mused in thought. That would explain how back then he knew I wasn't Madara. Toby concluded in complete shock. Even during his fight 14 years ago he never felt or saw Minato's Sharingan. That means I'm responsible for killing his only son, Toby unconsciously gulped. He hoped that Madara wasn't very attached to Minato, otherwise he would draw the short end of the stick. This will require some adjustments, Toby thought. Care to explain? Pain stressed out, leaking a bit of killing intent to further drive his point. This doesn't concern you, Toby flatly replied. Madara, Pain stressed, he has and nearly killed both Kisame and Itachi, but they managed to escape, Pain explained. Everything was going so well, Toby thought, sighing to himself, and the brat has and was strong enough to drive Itachi away. Serves him right, Toby thought, chuckling to himself. I see, Toby said, still thinking about everything. If Madara had told him about his grandson, he would be able to mold him into his weapon, even better as his grandson was the strongest Biju. Anything else? Toby asked. Yes. He seems to have the same intangibility ability as you, Pain asked, and Toby was once again shocked. The brat was able to use Kamui. This would be a major setback since anytime an Akatsuki member appears he can warp away safely. That will make him extremely difficult to capture, Toby said, shaking his head. He should have stayed in bed like a good boy. I want answers, Madara, Pain said with his voice slightly louder. I don't answer to you. You work for me, you would do well to remember, Toby said with a smirk and his Sharingan glowing, but I'll get to the end of this, Toby said, and swirled away, leaving a fuming Pain and the woman stoic at the encounter. I don't like this, the woman said, breaking her stoic face with suspicion. What proof do we have that he's even Madara? The woman asked. Everything matches Conan. His power, his knowledge, and his grandson bears the same Sharingan ability, Pain stated, but that didn't seem to ease Conan's doubts and worries. Let's forget this for now. Let's focus on our current task and the preparations for hunting down the Biju, Pain said, and both left the cave. Then flashback. Toby was knocked out of his thoughts when he sensed someone approaching. Although he knew very well who was approaching, he didn't let his guard down. A popular saying came to mind: there is no honor among thieves. Just because the approaching figure was his subordinate and belonged to the Akatsuki group, it doesn't mean he should be trusted. The figure was a tall, tanned, muscular man. He wore a white hood and a black mask, with his eyes being the only visible part of his face. Underneath, his mouth was stitched together at the edges, and he had long dark brown hair. His eyes had an unusual coloring. Green irises, no pupils, and red sclera. His clothing included the traditional Akatsuki cloak and the forehead protector of his home village, with a scratch in the middle, which symbolized that he was no longer loyal to it. He also wore dark red nail polish, and his dark green Akatsuki earring with the kanji for north was placed on his left middle finger. His entire body was covered with various stitches and predominantly appeared to be sewn together. He was Kakuzu, an S-rank missing nin from Tokigaku, as displayed by his scratched Hitai 8. Is everything set? Do you have the sacrifices? Toby asked. Yes. They are ready for the leader to perform the technique, Kakuzu explained, sitting down next to Toby on the cliff. How do you know he'll tag along for the mission? Kakuzu asked. You forget that Zetsu has spies everywhere. His spy network puts even Jiraiya's to shame, Toby explained with a smirk. Zetsu was a member of the Akatsuki, however he wasn't the fighting type and was more the intelligence-gathering one. Fair enough, Kakuzu said, agreeing with Toby. Do you remember your primary objective? Toby asked. Failure is not an option. He's crucial to my plans, Toby pointed out. I don't know why you need him, but who am I to question that? How hard can it be? Kakuzu rhetorically asked. But how can you be sure he'll go along with it? Kakuzu asked. It's not as if his objective was hard to accomplish, but it was very tricky. There's a reason why pride is a sin. With the right incentive it makes people malleable, Toby cryptically said, watching the skies. What about the secondary objective? Kakuzu asked. The funds are always good for the Akatsuki, and his chakra would also benefit our plans as a backup, Toby explained, meaning. Don't fail either, Toby said, leaking out killing intent. I've never failed a mission, Kakuzu said in a strong and firm voice. I'll be watching, Toby said, swirling away. Let's get the show on the road, Kakuzu said, getting up and heading towards the midst of the fire country. Konoha Senju compound 12 hours earlier. It was a beautiful day in Konoha, it was warm and sunny all over. The sun was coming up, shining upon Konoha as the merchants were opening their stores to start up a fresh new day. A few sunrays broke through the village's barrier and started waking up people inside the houses. This was the unfortunate event for Naruto. The room was dark and a few beams passed through the window and hit him right in the eyes, waking him up from his slumber. He released a small yawn and tried to shift in bed, but realized that he couldn't move. He looked down and smiled at his princess snuggled next to him resting her head on his shoulder. One of the things he enjoyed most was waking up with Hinata next to him. Feeling her warmth against his body, caressing her soft hair. They hadn't had much time alone in the last 2 weeks with his pervert of a godfather hanging around. While he was caressing her hair she started to stir and slightly opened her eyes. She noticed that Naruto was looking at her with a warm smile. She returned the smile just before she closed her eyes again and placed her head on his chest, releasing a sigh of bliss and happiness. They stayed there for a few minutes just enjoying the warmth of each other, both happy they had each other in their lives. "How do you like our new room?" Naruto softly asked, still running his hands through her hair. He noticed that even though her hair was a mess from sleeping, she still looked beautiful to him, perhaps even more. The room itself wasn't overly large, but it was sufficient for a couple. The bed was obviously for 2 persons, they had a nightstand on each side. A closet was embedded in the wooden wall with enough space for all their clothes. Their room also had a private bathroom and small room they decided to use for scrolls and weapons. "I guess it's okay. The pillow is still the same," though Hinata said giggling and Naruto chuckled. The pillow in this case would either be his chest or shoulder, since Hinata usually would wake up resting her head in one of them. "You know we have to get up," Naruto said sadly. "I don't want to." 5 more minutes Hinata cutely pouted, drawing circles in his chest, trying to persuade him to sleep and cuddle a bit more. "How about I get a shadow clone to bring us breakfast to bed?" Naruto asked and Hinata quickly nodded. She was about to reply when Naruto placed a finger in her soft lips. "Breakfast for a kiss," Naruto said, and Hinata quickly replied giving him a passionate kiss. "That will do," Naruto said, chuckling and made a shadow clone to prepare the breakfast so they could eat together. Not even 5 minutes later Naruto's clone appeared in the room with a tray filled with juice, bread and some fruit. Naruto sat up and easily placed Hinata between his legs with her back to his chest. They happily ate their breakfast since they didn't have any major concerns. They didn't have anything scheduled for today, and as such they could enjoy the day or maybe get a mission. "So what do you want to do today?" Naruto asked while smearing some butter on bread and starting to eat it. "Don't really know. Do you want to get a mission or something?" Hinata asked while drinking some orange juice. Naruto pondered getting a mission, but then he remembered that they were both chunins and, as such, their sensei Kurenai would be no more. "We are both chunins so Kurenai is no longer our sensei," Naruto explained, and Hinata realized that what Naruto said was true. Right after the Chunin exams and promotions they both left on a mission so they didn't realize the teammate was no more. "What now?" Hinata asked and Naruto shrugged his shoulders. "How about we swing by Bachan's office to find out," Naruto said and looked towards the clock in the nightstand. "It's past 10 o'clock, so Bachan should already be in her office." "Damn, we really overslept," Naruto said chuckling. They weren't used to sleeping in as they had team meetings before. "I didn't mind," Hinata innocently replied. "I bet you didn't," Naruto tried to say with a serious face, but laughed nonetheless. They finished their breakfast and Naruto made another shadow clone to take the stuff to the kitchen while all the way muttering something about lucky originals. "Let's get up," Naruto said and was about to get up when Hinata shifted her weight and ended on top of him, pinning him to the bed. "We aren't going anywhere," Hinata said, giggling like a mad person that made poor Naruto shiver. "What are you going to do now?" Hinata teased. Naruto smirked before his eyes flashed to his M's and activated his Kamui. He phased right through the bed and reappeared in the middle of the room with a smirk. "That's not fair," Hinata said, throwing him a pillow that phased through him as well, making Hinata pout. "All is fair in love and war," Naruto wisely said, and Hinata stared at him. She sighed and got out of bed. They both got dressed and left the Senju compound heading towards the Hokage's office. They needed to find their status as of now. Hokage's office. Naruto and Hinata made their way towards the Hokage tower and up the stairs. They reached the office's entrance to see Shizune by the desk. "Shizune-chan, you are Bachan's secretary now?" Naruto asked and she nodded while going through paperwork. "Poor you," Naruto said, chuckling. "Is Bachan busy?" Naruto asked. "No. You can go ahead," Shizune said, stamping another piece of paper and placing it on a nearby stack. Naruto and Hinata walked up to the door and entered to see Tsunade buried in paperwork with Hiruzen nearby, smoking his pipe without a care in the world. It looked like Hiruzen left the paperwork built up when he asked Jiraiya to go search for Tsunade. Hiruzen would have liked to read his Uchiha book, but it might prove dangerous with Tsunade nearby. "Morning Bachan, old man," Naruto said, greeting his grandmother and the old. Tsunade looked up from all the paperwork and noticed Naruto and Hinata standing in front of her. "Hey Naru-chan, Hinata," Tsunade said, and Naruto sighed. He couldn't get his grandmother from calling him that. On the other hand Naruto called her Bachan, meaning she would be old which she didn't like, so it was an eye for an eye. "What brings you to my nightmare?" Tsunade asked and Naruto pondered telling her about shadow clones but decided to hold it for later as a trump card. I'm evil, Naruto thought, chuckling darkly to himself. Actually we are wondering what will happen to us since we are both chunins and currently without a team, Naruto said, and Tsunade stopped her work. She brought her hand to her chin deep in thought. For starters, Aburame didn't get promoted to Chunin and, as such, he was placed on Team 10 with Yamanaka Ino and Akamichi Chouji under Saratobi Asuma, Tsunade explained before picking another paper regarding Team 7 under Hada Kakashi. They will be on hold until we find a genin to complete the cell. In the meantime, Uchiha Sasuke will still be part of said team when not on Chunin's affairs, Tsunade said, and both nodded. Team 9, Guy's team, didn't get promoted so they would continue on standard missions like the new Team 10. That means our old team is permanently disabled, Hinata said. What about Kurenai-sensei? Hinata asked. She will be returning to her normal life as a jounin until she decides to take another genin team, Tsunade explained, and Hinata nodded. Without a genin team, Kurenai would most likely be more time away from the village. What about us? Naruto asked. I was getting to that, Tsunade started. Both of you will most likely be paired with other chunin or jounin for missions until we find a stable team, if any, Tsunade explained, and both nodded. What about Gaara and his siblings? Naruto asked and Tsunade got a tick mark from all the questions preventing her from doing her work and enjoying her sake. They are Team 11 under Mitarashi Anko since Tamari relies on her fan and Kankuro on his puppet and poisons, Tsunade explained. I just hope she doesn't turn Gaara back to his crazy state. I kinda feel sorry for them. Perhaps killing them would have been more merciful, Naruto thought, shivering at his previous encounters with the crazy snake lady. Do you want to grab a mission while we are here? Naruto turned and asked Hinata. We don't have anything planned as well, Hinata replied and Naruto agreed, pumping his fist into the air. Mission it is. Bachan, do you have any mission for us? Naruto asked and Tsunade shook her head in defeat. She was buried in paperwork and had yet to decide on the newer teams. I guess I will just pick up the new chunins and place them together, Tsunade thought before shifting through the papers pulling out the newer promotions. Shizune, Tsunade called out. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Shizune asked to enter the office. Let me Nara Shikamaru and Uchiha Sasuke, Tsunade said, and Shizune left to summon both shinobi to her office. What do you need those two for? Naruto asked, but he already had a suspicion. They will be your teammates for the next mission, Tsunade and Naruto sighed. Hiruzen cringed slightly because he knew the history behind those two. I hope Sasuke doesn't give much trouble, Naruto muttered under his breath. What was that? Tsunade asked as she didn't hear Naruto. It's just that Sasuke and I don't get along, Naruto simply said. Oh. My little Naru-chan is acting like a senju. He already hates the Uchihas, Tsunade said, wiping out a fake tear. Hiruzen and Hinata chuckled and Naruto shook his head at his grandmother's antics. By the way. You are both in the newest edition of the bingo book, Hiruzen said, throwing him the book. Really? Naruto rhetorically asked, opening the book. Let me guess. Iwa, Naruto said, and Hiruzen sadly nodded. Congratulations. You both have targets on your heads now, Tsunade said with sarcasm evident in her voice. Ages 112 and 113, Hiruzen said, and Naruto quickly found his record. Name? Senju Naruto. Age? 14. Alias? Konoha no Raijin, Konoha's Thunder God. Status? Elite Chunin. Village affiliation? Konohagakure no Sado, Hidden Leaf Village. Rank? S. Bloodline? Sharingan. Known elemental affinities? Wind, fire, lightning. Weapons? Uchiha Madara's Gunbai. It's a wide fan with 3 blood-red tomatoes on each side. It has a long handle with bandages wrapped around the base. The main part of the weapon is light brown with the edges being black. Abilities. Hijutsu. Jounin Cage level. Ninjutsu. Cage level. Huinjutsu. Seal Master. Ninjutsu. Chunin Jounin level. Summoning Contract. Fox, Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Yoko. Other known abilities. Senju Naruto was seen performing both the Rasengan, A rank, and Hiraishin no Jutsu, S rank, techniques created by Yondaime Hokage. Also has the ability to transform his chakra into golden chains strong enough to hold Shukaku in place. Physical description. Stands at 5 feet 7 inches with long mid-back blonde spiky hair, which partially covers the right eye, and deep blue eyes with 3 whisker marks on each cheek. Usually wears orange pants and dark blue combat sandals. He also wears a skin-tight black shirt with chest plate over it. Known relationships. Uchiha Madara. Paternal grandfather status. Deceased. Namikaze Minato. Father status. Deceased. Senju Kushina. Mother status. Deceased. Senju Tsunade. Maternal grandmother status. Yondaime Hokage. Hyuga Hinata. Rumored girlfriend status. Chunin, see next page. Bounties. Iwa. Wanted alive 50 million Ryo. Suna and Odo. Wanted dead or alive 10 million Ryo. Approach with extreme caution. Damn. They are well informed, Naruto said after reading his page. Although I like my alias. Konoha no Raijin has a nice ring to it, Naruto said chuckling and handed the book over to Hinata. You do realize you just made enemies from 3 villages, Tsunade said with a serious voice. I know. Though I wonder why Iwa wants me alive, Naruto mused out loud. Probably so they can skin you, Hiruzen said, chuckling, making Naruto glare at the old man. What about you, Hina-chan? Naruto asked and Hinata looked up from the book and showed it to him. Name? Hyuga Hinata. Age? 14. Alias? Shai no Megami, Death Goddess. Status? Chunin. Village affiliation? Konohagakure no Sado, Hidden Leaf Village. Rank? A. Bloodline? Byakugan. Known elemental affinities. Wind, water. Weapons? Twin trench knives. Abilities? Ninjutsu. Cage level, unknown technique that kills the enemy with a single touch. Ninjutsu. Jounin level, very skilled in water manipulation. Viewing jutsu? Unknown. Ninjutsu? Unknown. Summoning contract? Unknown. Other known abilities? Known to be able to disable with some seal technique. Uses weapons coated with deadly poisons. Physical description. Stands at 5 feet 4 inches with Heim-cut style dark blue hair and eyes. She wears a cream-colored hooded jacket with fur around the cuffs and hem, with navy blue pants. Known relationships. Hyuga Hana. Mother status. Deceased. Hyuga Hiashi. Father status. Jounin, Hyuga clan head. Hyuga Hanabi. Younger sister status. Academy student. Senju Naruto. Rumored boyfriend status. Elite Chunin, see previous page. Bounties. Suna and Odo. Wanted dead or alive 5 million Ryo. Don't approach if below high Jounin level. Do not engage into jutsu. I like my alias better, Hinata happily said, handing the book to Naruto. Shai no Megami Naruto said and hugged Hinata. I guess I can't call you princess anymore, Naruto whispered and kissed her. Tsunade faked a cough and cleared her throat to separate the couple before this could escalate. Yes. You will have to be extra careful with bounty hunters as of now, Tsunade said. Even the lowest bounty of 5 million Ryo is enough to attract a lot of attention, Tsunade explained. Yes, but I'm ranked as a cage level shinobi and Hinata as an elite Jounin one. We won't go down easy, Naruto said, and Tsunade shook her head. Idiot. Don't let the fame get to your head, Tsunade said, and Naruto waved his hands in defeat, not wanting to be punched. Knock knock. And Tsunade said, shifting her attention to the door. The door opened and in came the brooding Uchiha Sasuke and the lazy-ass Nara Shikamaru. They were both wearing the Chunin flak jacket and black pants. You called Hokage-sama, Shikamaru said, yawning. It was supposed to be a peaceful day for Shikamaru, but they had different plans for him. Yes, I have a mission for the 4 of you, Tsunade said. It will be a B rank, maybe A rank depending on the opposition, Tsunade explained, and they all nodded. Naru-chan, you will be the team leader since you hold a higher rank, Tsunade explained. Nuo. Don't call me that in public, Naruto pleaded, and even the almighty Sasuke snickered. You see. You even made the emo brooding king laugh, Naruto stated glaring at his grandmother. You have a problem, Naru-chan? Sasuke said in a teasing tone. Shut up, Baka, Naruto said, and Sasuke scoffed. Moving on, Tsunade said, diffusing the situation before it escalated. Your mission is to protect and escort the daimyo's grandson to the fire temple where he will link up with the daimyo. Since the 12 shinobi guardians are down 4 members, they can't spare anyone from their side, so the task falls to us, Tsunade explained, and everyone nodded. Call him in and tell him that I have an escort team ready, Tsunade and Shizune nodded. About 20 minutes later, a young teen walked into the Hokage's office. He looked like he was about 15, maybe 16 years old. He had light blue eyes, with short and straight black hair that ended just around his neck. He was wearing a white kimono with dark red edges. On the kimono were floral designs in a different shade of red. This is Kenshin-sama, the fire daimyo's grandson, Tsunade pointed out, and everyone from Naruto's team did a small bow in sign of respect. This is my escort. Kenshin asked in disbelief. A bunch of kids younger than me? Kenshin said and Sasuke scoffed. I'm a member of the Uchiha clan. We are not weak, Sasuke stated with pride in his clan. I seriously doubt that. Wasn't the whole Uchiha clan massacred by one of their own, and a 13-year-old at that, Kenshin explained, and Sasuke's anger was boiling. One. Naruto decided to intervene before Sasuke shoved a Chidori through the person that they had to protect. I'm Naruto, leader of the team. I assure you we are more than capable of protecting you, Naruto said in a formal and courteous voice. You seem even weaker than the Uchiha, Kenshin stated, and Naruto sighed. What exactly was this kid's problem with us? He should know better than to underestimate shinobi, as he should have plenty of interaction with the Guardian 12. Troublesome, Shikamaru muttered. I'll personally guarantee your safety during our mission, Hinata said in a formal and stoic voice. It seemed she still remembered all the harsh etiquette training she received from her clan. Hello beautiful, Kenshin said approaching Hinata. How did I miss you? Kenshin asked while bowing and kissing Hinata's hand. Naruto's eye was twitching and he was considering running a Chidori through Kenshin himself. Hands off my girlfriend, Naruto growled and Kenshin raised an eyebrow. Be nice Naru-kun, Hinata said, removing her hand from Kenshin's grasp. You dare talk to me in such a casual manner, peasant? Kenshin asked with a smirk. Naruto by now was releasing killer intent on the annoying Kenshin. Why would such a beauty associate with you? Kenshin asked, further angering him. That's it, Naruto said and quickly placed a hand on Kenshin's shoulder and warped him away into his Kamui dimension. Ah. Much better, Naruto said and everyone stared at him. He just sent the daimyo's fucking grandson somewhere. Naruto. What did you do? Tsunade asked while everyone else was still staring at the blonde who was acting like nothing had happened. We are supposed to escort him, right? Naruto asked and Tsunade nodded. What safer place than my personal pocket dimension? I'm the only one who has access to it, Naruto explained and Tsunade shook her head. Get him back here, Tsunade said and Naruto shrugged his shoulders. He used his Kamui and brought him back to the real world. Where did you send me to? It was so dark and quiet, Kenshin said as he arrived and immediately stumbled to the ground keeping a safe distance from Naruto and started sucking on his right thumb while rocking himself. They will be your escort team. This is Naruto as you have met, Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Hinata and Nara Shikamaru, Tsunade explained and Kenshin nodded in defeat embracing his fate. Also Naruto, there is another thing you have to worry about, Tsunade said and Naruto's team focused on her. Kenshin-sama has a bounty on his head due to his bloodline, so be extra careful, Tsunade explained and Naruto raised an eyebrow. Bloodline? Are you a shinobi? Naruto asked. I have no shinobi training. I just know how to use chakra so I can control my bloodline, Kenshin explained and Naruto nodded. Can you tell us about it? Shikamaru asked. Every bit of information was valuable even as irrelevant as it may seem. It's called Mighten, Dark Release, and with it I can absorb, manipulate and release someone else's chakra, Kenshin said, while showing everyone the palm of his hands. In his palm was a mark that looked like two diamonds overlapping each other. 2. Interesting, Hiruzen said, that is a very useful bloodline, Hiruzen said, smoking on his pipe. With the proper training and skill this bloodline would render any attacks against the user harmless. Although sometimes I can't absorb elemental attacks. I don't really understand why, Kenshin said, sighing and everyone nodded. You have your mission, Tsunade said and Naruto nodded and turned to address his team. You heard that, pack for 2 weeks as we will be traveling at civilian pace. Meet at the North Gate in 1 hour, Naruto said and everyone left the Hokage's office to pack and start their new mission. Looks like Naru-chan really did grow up into a good person, Tsunade softly said. Hinata really did wonders for him while he was growing up, Hiruzen said. And the brat is already stronger than me, Tsunade said scoffing. Can you imagine how strong he will be when he reaches his prime? Tsunade rhetorically asked and Hiruzen shivered. Naruto was a cage-level shinobi at 14 years old. What level would he be when he reached his prime in around 3 to 4 years? Legacy Part 1. Fire Temple Arc. Chapter 32, Fire Temple. Konoha's North Gate. There were 5 people near the north gates of Konoha. They were Senju Naruto, Hyuga Hinata, Uchiha Sasuke, Nara Shikamaru and their client Kenshin. Kenshin was the Fire Daimyo's grandson and Konoha was tasked to escort him to the Fire Temple where he would rendezvous with the Guardian 12. Alright, now that we are all here, let's take this from the top, Naruto said looking at his team supply check. Naruto ordered. 100 shurikens, 10 Fuma shurikens, 120 explosive tags, 1 medical kit, 1 sleeping bag, 10 food bars, 10 food pills, and 10 soldier pills, Sasuke said and Naruto nodded, turning to Shikamaru. Troublesome. 50 shurikens, 10 explosive tags, 5 smoke bombs, 1 medical kit, 1 sleeping bag, 10 food bars, 10 food pills, and 10 soldier pills, Shikamaru said and Naruto nodded. I have 100 shurikens, 100, 1 advanced medical kit, 1 sleeping bag, food bars, food pills and soldier pills, Hinata said and Naruto nodded, turning to Kenshin. What? Kenshin asked. What do you mean what? Naruto rhetorically asked. Don't you at least have a bag for sleeping and some food? Naruto asked and Kenshin shrugged his shoulders. It's your job to escort me, so I assumed that I was taken care of, Kenshin stated and Naruto sighed. Hold here. I'll go home to get some more supplies, Naruto said. You are going home now? What are we supposed to do in the meantime? Kenshin asked. Relax. I'll be back in a flash, Naruto said and ironically disappeared in a yellow flash. 5 minutes later he returned with another supply kit. Damn shinobi. The world would be better off without them, Kenshin thought to himself. We will be traveling in a loose diamond formation. Shikamaru on the back for support, me and Sasuke to the sides, Hinata you take the lead, Naruto ordered, and everyone nodded. Hinata, a 500-meter sweep every 2 minutes, Naruto said, and she nodded. Itetsu Naruto called out towards one of the gatekeepers, sign us out, Naruto said, and handed him the mission form with the permit to leave the village. You are clear to go to Naruto. Good luck, Itetsu said. Let's move out, Naruto said, and they started walking out of the Konoha towards the fire temple. It would take a few days for them to arrive at the fire temple, traveling at a civilian pace. 2 days into the mission, middle of fire country. Naruto's team and their client were traveling peacefully, and in just 2 days they were already at about half the distance. Kenshin didn't know how to properly use chakra, nor had the stamina of a shinobi, so they had to stop every couple of hours so he could rest. They had offered him to be carried, but he refused. Naruto even offered him to stay and rest inside Naruto's dimension while they traveled at shinobi speed, but he refused as well. According to Kenshin, Naruto's dimension was scary, dark, cold and lonely. It felt as if he was in a horror movie, too scared to even move. Hinata started gathering the attention towards her. What's life like to the daimyo's grandson? Hinata asked, and everyone raised an eyebrow at the question. They had been traveling mostly in silence the whole trip. Sasuke was brooding, thinking about his brother, Itachi. Shikamaru was watching the clouds, Hinata was busy sweeping the area, and Naruto and Kenshin didn't really seem to get along. Finally deciding to leave the peasant and come with me? Kenshin asked with a sultry voice, and Hinata got a tick mark. Why do you insist on calling me a peasant? Naruto asked, shaking his head and ignoring his comment towards Hinata. Because you are, Kenshin simply replied. Everyone on your team is from a clan. The Uchiha clan, founders of Konoha, the Nara clan and the ever-honored Hyuga clan, Kenshin stated. There were a few wrong things with that train of thought, after all neither Hinata belonged to the Hyuga clan and neither was Naruto clan less. Have you ever thought of asking me my full name? Naruto rhetorically asked. What is full name then? Kenshin asked in a superior and arrogant tone. Naruto. Senju Naruto, Naruto said, and Kenshin stopped walking and stared at the blonde. That will put the prick in his place, Naruto thought, nodding to himself. SC Senju? Kenshin stuttered and Naruto nodded. But I thought Tsunade-sama was the last. Why didn't you say anything when I called the peasants back then? Kenshin asked, shocked. The Senju were considered royalty in Konoha. There was a reason why Tsunade was called the Slug Princess. I don't care about titles, Naruto simply answered. I think respect must be earned and not given just because of the name you carry, Naruto explained, and Kenshin stared at him. Looks like even today the Senju remain honorable and modest, Kenshin thought to himself with a smile. Maybe he'll do a different job than them, Kenshin sadly thought. I supposed I owe you an apology, Kenshin said, but Naruto waved him off. Just stop hitting on my girlfriend and we are good, Naruto said, and Kenshin nodded. So, Hinata started, you didn't answer about your life, Hinata said, and Kenshin sighed before starting. My life is pretty boring now. Since my father died 6 years ago when I was 10 it became even worse, Kenshin sadly said. My father was supposed to succeed Grandpa as the new fire daimyo, but he was killed. Ever since then, the title fell to me and now I'm constantly taught in the ways of the daimyo. I have to learn extensive geography and history, negotiations, politics and economy. It sucks, Kenshin said, and Naruto chuckled. Naruto's days at the academy were pretty boring with Iruka as a teacher. That man was a very good practical teacher, but he couldn't, for the love of God, talk for more than 10 minutes without starting to sound boring. And the lessons tended to last hours, sometimes going on for 3 hours in a row. My instructor at the academy was also boring, Naruto replied, and Shikamaru snorted. Shikamaru would always sleep during Iruka's highly detailed and constructive lessons. I have a question, Sasuke, and everyone turned to stare at him. Who would have thought that the breeding Uchiha would actively participate in the conversation? Why weren't you trained in the way of the shinobi due to your bloodline? Sasuke asked. I mean, it's not powerful as the Sharingan. But old Sasuke, Naruto thought, chuckling. But it still seems like a powerful bloodline to be able to negate any ninjutsu, Sasuke explained. I never knew I had a bloodline until the day my father died. My mother died when she gave birth to me and she also was a civilian, so I never knew, Kenshin replied looking down. When I was 10 years old, me and my father were traveling and being escorted by a Konoha team, much like this, Kenshin started. We were ambushed by a team of, and my father ended up being killed during the battle. The Konoha team managed to hold on until the 12 shinobi guardians arrived, but it was too late. During the battle one fire attack managed to slip by the Konoha shinobi and was heading towards me, Kenshin said. Then it happened. I instinctively closed my eyes and placed my arms in front of me to shield myself from the fireball. The moment the fireball was about to hit me I felt a sharp pain in my hands and opened my eyes. I saw that the fireball was being sucked into my arm like a vacuum, Kenshin explained. I didn't know what was happening or how to control it. The fireball was sucked in completely and just moments later, from the same arm, came the fireball that I had just sucked in. It completely surprised the enemy, and I ended up killing one of them, giving Konoha enough time for backup to arrive, Kenshin said, remembering his first kill and how he threw up afterwards. After the whole ordeal was over, I was taught how to use chakra and control it by the 12 shinobi guardians. My bloodline was very dangerous if I didn't know how to use it. According to them, I could accidentally kill any civilian when I shook him. Kenshin said. Makes sense. Civilians don't have active chakra networks, but they need it nonetheless. You could absorb all of their chakra almost instantly, and they would never know of it as they weren't trained, Naruto concluded. Don't worry. You have 4 chunins guarding you, Naruto said. That didn't help much the last time. You ninja train every day and yet when the time comes you are all worthless, Kenshin flatly replied. You know what? Naruto rhetorically asked. I'm going to tell you something I told a friend I have back in the wave. Stop bitching about it and do something, Naruto simply said, and everyone raised an eyebrow at the bluntness at which he said that to the daimyo's grandson. After all, Naruto was never one to give any proper respect and honorifics to anyone. You are blaming Konoha shinobi for the death of your father, and I can accept that, but not all shinobi are worthless as you say. You don't want that to happen again, then get training in the shinobi way. Master your bloodline and train, bleed and fight for those you care for, Naruto explained, and Kenshin turned away, not looking at Naruto, thinking about what he said. I'm going to tell you something the Sandaime once said to me when I was a kid, Naruto said, and everyone focused on him in this society. True power is not attained from mastering all the world's techniques. This is something I have already taught you. When there is something important to protect, that's when a shinobi's true power emerges, Naruto quotes. Our true power comes from those who have the determination to protect. The true power of a shinobi emerges when he fights to protect those that are precious to him, Naruto explained. So if you want to protect those that you love, don't rely solely on others. Find your own strength and fight for them. That is how I unlocked the final tomo of my Sharingan when Hinata-chan was being kidnapped. I unlocked the next level, the Sharingan, when Hinata-chan was about to die and I needed to save her, Naruto explained and looked at Kenshin, who was deep in thought. Easier said than done, Kenshin muttered out loud. I never said it would be easy. But would you rather have someone you cared for die just because you thought that training was tiresome and hard? Naruto rhetorically asked, but Kenshin didn't reply. I guess not, Kenshin replied before he gathered his thoughts and made a promise to himself. I will do it. I won't rely on others and I will defend my family with everything I have. Kenshin started with a small smile. Naruto-kun, Hinata thought, looking at Naruto smiling. Naruto always had a way with words. Troublesome. I guess he will make a fine one day, Shikamaru thought to himself. Sasuke replied, not really paying attention to what Naruto had said. So Kenshin started. Can you train me? Kenshin asked and Naruto chuckled. Hold your horses. We will only be escorting you to the fire temple. Once there, we will leave. Although, if you ask the 12 shinobi guardians, I'm sure they would be happy to help you, Naruto said, and Kenshin nodded. Enemy inbound, both sides, Hinata said, and Kenshin froze. Relax, Naruto said, placing a hand on his shoulder to calm his nerves. I take care of my team and clients. No one is dying today. Except them, Naruto said and turned to Hinata. Can I get a head count? Naruto asked and Hinata focused on her. At this time the whole team stopped and took defensive stances around Kenshin. I count 12 people, Hinata said and focused more on each individual. Based on chakra level I estimate 9 around genin level, 2 chunins and 1 jounin, Hinata explained. The genins don't seem to have any experience or carry themselves as someone with training, so are most likely thugs who can use chakra, Hinata said, and Naruto nodded. They were probably taught by the jounin and chunis, Naruto concluded and activated his own Sharingan and started scanning the surroundings. I thought you were a Senju, Kenshin said, confused when he noticed Naruto's eyes. It was the fabled Sharingan. I am Senju on my mother's side and Uchiha on my father's side, Naruto said. I'm in the bingo book. Go look there, it has my family tree, Naruto explained. Incoming attack, Hinata said, and came flying from all sides, making it impossible to escape. Odendoryu Heki, earth wall, Naruto said and slammed his hands on the ground. All around the group, 4 earth walls rose from the ground to trap everyone inside. The shuriken hit the wall and got stuck. The earth wall blocked around 100 shurikens. You know the plan? Naruto asked and they all nodded. Naruto made a shadow clone of himself and used his to sink underground. Naruto's clone dropped the wall and everyone was standing there in front of them. All 12 of the attackers were standing there trying to intimidate Konoha's shinobi. Like Hinata had said, the thugs didn't have anything in particular related to shinobi, they had normal clothes and no armor or hidden pockets. They didn't even hit I-8 unlike the others. The Chunin and Jounin had a scratched Hittite that belonged to the Hidden Grass village, meaning they were. "How about you, kids, give us the bloodline noble and we will let you go on your way," the Jounin said. It appeared as if he was the leader of this small group. "We do not abandon our clients and we never surrender. It's the way of the leaf," Naruto said with his Sharingan spinning. "An uchiha. You might be worth something in another village," the Jounin mused. "Let's take him as well along with the Hyuga girl," the Jounin said with a twisted smile. "Get them," the Jounin said, and all of the thugs rushed to the target. "Putin, fanned wind," the original Naruto said, hidden in the trees. He picked his fan and, channeling chakra through it, he swung it, creating a very strong gust of wind. The gust collided with the thugs and all of them went flying and crashed into the ground and trees. It was clear that they weren't going to get up as they had cracked bones all over and some were even dead. "You were saying?" Naruto asked as the clone dispelled and the original approached his group. It was nothing more than a distraction so the enemy would think they were all there guarding the client. They didn't expect a surprise attack and, as such, Naruto was able to eliminate more than half of the group. Even if it were the weaker ones. "Meh. They are just cannon fodder," the Jounin said, and Naruto shook his head. There was no honor among thieves. They were willing to sacrifice them as pawns and nothing more. The Jounin wanted to kill them quickly and took out a sword that looked like a normal katana. The Jounin dashed towards Naruto's group and raised his katana and tried to do a downward slash to kill them. However, Naruto was faster than him. Naruto blurred from his position heading straight towards the incoming Jounin. Naruto closed the distance and gave no time for the Jounin to react. Naruto ducked under the swing and rose, placing himself in the middle of the Jounin's arms. Naruto quickly head-butted him, making the Jounin stumble backwards. Naruto kicked the Jounin's right hand and made the sword fly into the air. While the sword was still in the air, Naruto gave the Jounin a kick to his chest, making him fly away and collide with a tree. Naruto caught the falling sword and immediately threw it at the Jounin, piercing his clothes and snaring him to the tree. The Jounin and Chunins gulped when they saw that display of skill and speed. The Jounin was already sweating as the blonde kid could have been killed right away if he wanted. "Who wants a piece of action?" Naruto asked and Hinata and Sasuke raised their hands, making Naruto chuckle. "Hinata, you take the Jounin," Sasuke the left Chunin, Naruto said. "Why does Hinata get to take the Jounin?" Sasuke yelled, frustrated with the fact that Naruto would think that Hinata was stronger than him or that Sasuke wasn't strong enough to take the Jounin. "Shut up and do what I say," Naruto ordered, and Sasuke scowled. Releasing a bit of Kai to further his orders, Sasuke eventually caved and Naruto turned to Shikamaru. "Troublesome. I'll take the other one," Shikamaru said, sighing and stepping forward, leaving Naruto to protect Kenshin. They all immediately dashed towards the enemy who braced themselves to fight the incoming Konoha shinobi. "Aren't you going to help your girlfriend?" Kenshin was surprised at how calm Naruto was. He didn't seem any bit worried to see his girlfriend or the rest of the team fight for their lives. "Don't worry, all of them are very strong. Do you know the ninja ranking system?" Naruto asked and Kenshin nodded. It was one of many subjects he had to learn. After all, the Fire Daimyo was the supreme ruler of the Fire Country and, as such, indirect leader of the Leaf Village. The Fire Daimyo was more turned to economy while there was the military leader. "Even though we are all Chunin, I'm ranked as a cage-level shinobi, Hinata-chan is an elite Jounin, Sasuke is around low Jounin, and Shikamaru is a solid Chunin," Naruto explained, and Kenshin had his eyes widened. "You don't really think Tsunade-chan would give you an escort with 4 ordinary and fresh Chunins, were you?" Naruto rhetorically asked, but Kenshin said nothing. "Tsunade-chan?" Kenshin muttered out loud, and Naruto nodded. "Oh shit. I called him peasant in front of her. I'm so lucky to be alive," Kenshin thought to himself, shivering. Everyone in the world knew exactly why Tsunade was famous, and it was because of her short temper and monster strength. "If anything goes south, I'll intervene," Naruto stated and turned to watch the battles. Hinata versus Jounin. "Oh goody. The blonde kid sent the lamb to the slaughter," the Jounin said, licking his lips in anticipation. "Are you in the bingo book?" Hinata asked in a monotone voice. "No, why do you ask?" the Jounin asked, confused. "Shame. That means there is no reward in killing you," Hinata said, and the Jounin scoffed. "We will see," the Jounin said and took out a couple of kunes. "Suiton Tepidama, water bullet," Hinata said and sent a couple of water bullets towards the Jounin. He jumped to the side to avoid them and threw a kunai to Hinata wrapped with an explosive tag. Hinata dodged the kunai and the tag exploded, creating a cloud of dust. Using the cloud as coverage, Hinata created a shadow clone and activated her. Using her eyes, she easily bypassed the dust cloud and located the Jounin, who was observing intently the cloud for any signs of Hinata. Hinata took out a couple of poisonous enban and easily threw them towards the Jounin, using the dust as cover. The Jounin was fairly close to the dust cloud and, even though he was a Jounin, he didn't have reflexes quick enough to completely dodge the senbon as they were small and difficult to see. The senbon scratched the Jounin and introduced the poison into him. Due to his quick reflexes, he managed to avoid any critical strike from the Senbon, but he still got infected by the poison, although he didn't know that yet. It's the Jounin said before flashing through Hand Seal's Doten. Domu, Earth Spear, and chunk of earth rose from the ground and formed a spear that the Jounin grabbed and threw blindly into the dust cloud. He heard a piercing sound and smirked thinking he got her. The dust cloud finally lifted and the Jounin smiled at the sight of Hinata being pinned to the ground with an earth spear through her left shoulder. The Jounin approached her and kicked her. "Serves you right bitch," the Jounin said laughing until Hinata disappeared in a cloud of smoke to reveal a small log. "Awarimi, substitution," shit the Jounin thought as the log started sizzling. He took a closer look and saw that the log had an explosive tag attached to it. The tag detonated and the Jounin was thrown backwards but managed to flip mid-air and land on the ground barely hurt. He scanned his surroundings trying to find her. The Jounin knew he was at a disadvantage as he was fighting a Hyuga. His enemy had then was a safe bet that she knew exactly where he was unlike him, who had to rely on his senses to find her. "Fuetin ring Kuiden, wind bullet," Hinata whispered before taking a deep breath and firing multiple wind bullets towards the unsuspecting Jounin. The Jounin felt the chakra usage and immediately performed a Kawarimi to avoid the death zone. Hinata saw him mold the chakra with her and adjusted her trajectory with the last bullets. The Jounin performed the Kawarimi and avoided the bullet safely, or so he thought. He started doing hand seals for another jutsu when he felt pain through his legs. He buckled over in pain and noticed that he was bleeding from both legs who had holes in them. He tried to get up until he felt a sharp pain in the middle of his chest and then nothing more than darkness. Hinata had quickly approached the Jounin and delivered a strike to his heart, killing him instantly. There was no point in letting him suffer in pain, so Hinata took him out of his misery. Shikamaru vs Chunin. "Damn that Naruto. Giving me all the work while I could be resting by the client watching the clouds." Shikamaru muttered, sighing and stopping right in front of the Chunin. Shikamaru was already making plans and more plans to defeat his enemy and end this battle quickly. After all, the clouds don't watch themselves. "If you want I can leave," the Chunin said in a sarcastic tone. "That would be great." "Ca," Shikamaru said and turned to walk away from the enemy who had a WTF face. "I'm joking you bastard. You aren't going anywhere," the Chunin yelled and charged towards Shikamaru. "Troublesome," Shikamaru muttered and braced himself to fight that troublesome shinobi. Shikamaru crouched and placed his hands on the rat hand seal. The shadow beneath Shikamaru started shimmering and suddenly a thin line raced towards the incoming Chunin. "Nara," the Chunin thought as he stopped running towards Shikamaru and started evasive maneuvers. If he got caught in the shadow it would be the end of him. Even though the shadow bloodline from the Nara clan is very powerful, their techniques have several weaknesses. For instance, the most basic technique, which Shikamaru is performing, the user must be rooted in place keeping the constant hand seal making him vulnerable to an attack. Another weakness is that, if the enemy's chakra is powerful enough, they can break the shadow bind, placing the Nara user in a tough spot. Seeing this, the Chunin jumped high in the air and took out a couple of shurikens and sent them towards Shikamaru. Shikamaru was forced to stop his technique and jump to the side to avoid the shurikens. Shikamaru took out a couple of smoke bombs and threw them into the middle of the road, clouding the Chunin's view of his enemy. The Chunin knew he couldn't stay in the smoke cloud and, as such, he jumped into the nearby forest and latched himself into a tree channeling chakra into his feet. "Let's see," the Chunin thought, considering what to do against the shadow user. "Heitan. Kikaku no Jutsu, great fireball technique," the Chunin said and sent a big fireball towards Shikamaru who was still on the road, watching the cloud of smoke disperse. Shikamaru noticed the fireball and pinpointed the enemy's location from the jutsu. Using the fireball's shadow and the natural shadows created by the trees in the forest, Shikamaru did a quick kawarimi with a nearby log and immediately crouched. His shadow blurred from his position and quickly passed underneath the fireball and up the tree, snaring the Chunin into position. "How?" the Chunin asked. He never noticed the shadow crept on him. He looked towards where the fireball crashed and noticed a burned log, meaning Shikamaru had switched with it. "Very simple. I used the fireball's shadow along with the shadows from the trees. The smoke bomb's original purpose was to lure you into the forest," Shikamaru explained and performed another set of hand seals. "Shadow neck binding," Shikamaru said and the shadow under the Chunin's feet started crawling up his legs and taking the form of hands. These shadow hands easily reached the Chunin's neck and proceeded to strangle him to death. The Chunin fell to the ground and Shikamaru left to group up with Naruto so he could finally watch some clouds. Sasuke vs Chunin. "You should give up. Only an uchiha can defeat an uchiha," Sasuke taunted or most likely bragged, but in the end it didn't matter. Like most shinobi, when you taunt them they fall for it and charge head on. "Shut up you bastard," the Chunin said and blurred towards Sasuke who smirked and easily saw him approaching with his Sharingan. Usually the one that advances first is the first to make a mistake. They both arrived near each other and started exchanging blows with Sasuke coming on top. The Chunin threw a sloppy punch and Sasuke capitalized on it. Sasuke swatted his fist aside and grabbed his wrist. Sasuke flicked him and slammed him into the ground. The Chunin got up and Sasuke took his chance and gave him a roundhouse kick and the Chunin was sent flying into a nearby tree. "Pathetic," Sasuke said, smirking. "As expected. No one can match the power of an uchiha," Sasuke bragged. "Heitan. Housenkan no Jutsu, Phoenix Fire Technique," Sasuke said and sent multiple small fireballs towards the Chunin. He had just got up and coughed a bit of blood when he saw the incoming fire attack. The Chunin decided to perform a fast Kawarimi with a nearby log since it would be difficult to dodge all of the fireballs. The Chunin came into his senses when he noticed Sasuke appear next to him. Sasuke sent him a kick and Chunin managed to block with his right leg. Sasuke twisted his body and gave him a right hook. The Chunin blocked it once again with his hands, but Sasuke continued his twist and used his other leg and slammed it into the Chunin's face, sending him flying once again. Sasuke quickly repaired next to the Chunin before he could even land and gave him a kick that sent him flying into the air. Sasuke blurred from his position and appeared behind the Chunin in midair. Sasuke grabbed the Chunin, trapped the Chunin's legs with his hands and wrapped his legs around the Chunin's chest and plummeted towards earth. Sasuke slammed the Chunin's head hard into the ground, hard enough to bury him and snap his neck. Sasuke got up and smirked and his handiwork, all that training was paying off. Back with Naruto and Kenshin. "You see," Naruto said pointing towards the incoming members of his team. "Nothing to worry about," Naruto stated. "That's good but I can't stop shaking," Kenshin said, trembling. "It's the adrenaline Hinata started. You aren't used to seeing this type of combat and you were obviously nervous. It will wear off, give it a couple of minutes," Hinata explained and he nodded. "We will set camp here tonight," Naruto said as the day was already beginning to darken and they had just battled a couple of. "Sasuke, go collect wood for a fire, Shikamaru." "Water," Naruto said and they both left. "Hinata-chan, stay close to Kenshin." "I'll bury the bodies," Naruto said and left to go collect the bodies of the enemy and bury them. A couple of minutes later everyone returned with their respective things and Naruto started a small fire with a jutsu. They ate quietly and peacefully and Naruto formed a small earth dome so that they could sleep with some coverage. For 3 hours shift each one. "Who wants the first?" Naruto asked and Shikamaru stepped forward. "Troublesome. I'll take the first one," Shikamaru said, yawning. "No cloud watching," Naruto said grinning and Shikamaru waved him off. Little does he know it's a clear sky, so I'll be watching the stars, Shikamaru thought evilly. 3 days later, Fire Temple. The rest of the trip went without any sort of trouble as they weren't ambushed again. During the travel Naruto eventually caved and decided to show Kenshin the leaf-sticking exercise for chakra control as it could be done while traveling. Kenshin had a really hard time doing it because he was already old and his chakra network was a bit atrophied. They were reaching the Fire Temple and stopped at the supposed entrance to it. There were stairs as far as the eye could see and there weren't even intervals between them. It was step after step in what seemed to be a long walk. 234 steps, Kenshin said and Naruto's eyes twitched. "Keep those comments to you," Naruto said and they all started walking up the stairs that didn't seem to end. After 234 steps they finally reached the real entrance to the Fire Temple. The temple itself seemed to be surrounded by high and sturdy stone walls, with the entrance being a big golden gate with 2 statues near them, as if guarding the gates. They approached the gates and stopped in front of them. Naruto tried to push the gate to open it, but it wouldn't budge. "It won't open. Am I supposed to blow it to pieces?" Naruto asked Kenshin, who played at the thought of Naruto blowing up the gates. "Hold on," Naruto said and his eyes flashed to his and, touching every member of his team and using his Kamui, he simply walked through the gates. Kenshin got chills down his spine when traveling through the gate. Just what type of shinobi was this Naruto? He just passed through a gate like a ghost. Once inside, the temple itself looked very modest. It wasn't an overly large construction or fancy for that matter. It seemed to be a monastery built primarily of wood with some empty grounds around. If Naruto had to guess, these empty grounds were mostly training ones. "Hold," someone yelled and forced Naruto's team into defensive stances around Kenshin. "Identify yourselves," the person ordered. They relaxed their stance but kept on edge, after all appearances can be deceiving. The Konoha team escorting Kenshin Sama Naruto stated that someone stepped from the shadows to reveal a monk. The person was a bald man with dark eyes and very thick eyebrows. He wore the standard attire of the ninja monk, along with the sash worn by members of the 12 Guardian Ninja group, and went barefoot. "I'm Chiriku, the head monk in the Fire Temple," Chiriku said, greeting the Konoha team and motioning to another person to step out from the shadows, but Naruto's team already knew of his existence. The other person looked like he was around 14. He had shoulder-length dull bluish-gray hair in an asymmetrical style with a single lock falling into his face and brown eyes. He wore sandals and the standard monk uniform with a long right sleeve. "This is Sora, my apprentice," Shuriku explained, and Sora bowed to the Konoha team. "Pleasure to meet you," Naruto said, greeting them. "I'm Senju Naruto, leader of the team. This is Nara Shikamaru," Naruto said, pointing to the yawning Nara. "This is Hyuga Hinata," Naruto said, pointing towards Hinata, who slightly bowed, "and this is Uchiha Sasuke." Naruto sighed, and Sasuke did his traditional cocky smirk. "Nice to meet you all," Chiriku started. "We weren't expecting you for at least a couple more days," Chiriku stated, impressed with the speed at which they got to the fire temple. "We had a good time and we didn't have much trouble," Naruto explained, and Chiriku motioned them to follow him inside. "As we weren't expecting you on such short notice, the fire daimyo has yet to arrive and, as such, there aren't any 12 shinobi guardians here," Chiriku explained. "It shouldn't be a problem. Our mission is to escort and protect Kenshin-sama until he can rendezvous with the 12 shinobi guardians. As such, we shall wait here with him until they arrive. I will send a message to Tsunade Bachan to report our progress and explain our situation," Naruto explained, and Chiriku nodded. They approached the monastery and saw that some monks were practicing taijutsu in one of the training grounds. They weren't sparring like shinobi do. When shinobi spar, they aren't afraid to hit their comrade, while the monks would stop if the attack would hit the opponent. Seeing the curious face of the Konoha team, Chiriku decided to explain. "We aren't the traditional monks," Chiriku started, and everyone focused on him. "We are ninja monks. We usually don't take the traditional path the shinobi seem to take. Like for instance, we don't train much in anything other than taijutsu and elemental ninjutsu," Chiriku explained. "All of the ninja monks are around what you might call chunin level. More skilled monks are usually assigned to the 12 shinobi guardians, along with a select few from Konoha," Chiriku stated, and Shikamaru remembered something when he saw Chiriku's scarf. "You were a member of the 12 shinobi guardians," Shikamaru stated, and Chiriku raised an eyebrow. "I was. Why do you ask?" Chiriku was curious as to why he would ask such a question. "Because Asuma-sensei has the same scarf as you and was also one of the 12, Shikamaru said. "Sarutobi Asuma?" Chiriku was surprised to hear the name of his long-away friend. "Hi," Shikamaru said. "Oh, Asuma-kun, we were partners in the 12 back in the day. How's that bastard doing?" Chiriku asked. Shikamaru blinked at the way he phrased the question. Was a monk allowed to curse? "He's fine and a good sensei. He always took us out to eat after a successful mission," Shikamaru said, and Chiriku nodded. It was good to find that his friend was good and he got a genin team to teach. And if this young man's flak jacket was proof, Asuma was doing a good job teaching them. "This way," Chiriku said and guided them to the rooms where they will stay for the next couple of days until the fire daimyo arrives. After a couple minutes of walking they reached the rooms and each member took one. Naruto assigned the same shifts to watch over Kenshin. They were deep inside the fire temple and they shouldn't have much trouble, but Naruto didn't want to take any chances. He himself is a master at infiltration, but that is partially due his Kamui ability, but nonetheless there are a lot of skilled shinobi out there and Naruto wanted to make sure Kenshin was safe at all times. Next day, fire temple outside. Deep within the forest just outside of the fire temple were two cloaked figures. A small light bypassed the branches and showed them. They were Toby and Kakuzu and they were talking to one another. "You know what to do?" Toby asked and Kakuzu nodded. "Good. Don't underestimate Kyuubi's. I would classify him as an S-rank shinobi and we know for a fact that he can control at least 4 tails," Toby said. After all, if Kakuzu got himself killed before he could even finish his mission, that wouldn't please Toby at all. "Just make sure you do your part," Kakuzu said and dashed out of the forest going towards the fire temple's gate. Kakuzu approached the golden gates and formed a ram seal. His hands started to darken as they seemed to turn into something stronger than stone itself. "Oten. Domu, Earth Spear," Kakuzu said, forming a fist with his right hand and slamming it against the golden gates. The gates were obliterated and blasted backwards, crashing into the middle of the training grounds. Subtle, Toby thought as he warped away to get into position. Inside Fire Temple, Naruto and Naruto, Sasuke, Hinata, Shikamaru were guarding Kenshin, while Chiriku and Sora were taking them on a tour around the Fire Temple. Regarding Sora, Naruto felt that was something off about the kid. Naruto noticed the glares the other monks seemed to give Sora, and these types of glares reminded him of his life back in the old days. "Chiriku-san," Naruto said, gathering his attention. "Do you mind if I ask a personal question?" Naruto asked and Chiriku raised an eyebrow. "I'll do my best to answer it truthfully," Chiriku replied and Naruto nodded, thinking how to answer his questions the right way. "Truthfully, you say," Naruto thought before activating his Sharingan and hiding it with a small Jinjutsu. Hinata sensed the Jinjutsu and activated her as well. All of this and Chiriku never realized it. After all, would you expect a Sharingan user belonging to the Senju clan? "I noticed some strange looks that the other monks seemed to give Sora," Naruto said, and Chiriku remained impassive, but Hinata saw a small rise in his heartbeat and Naruto noticed a small increase in his blood pressure due to a small bulge in his neck. Sora just frowned as he wondered why he received those glares. Sore subject, both Naruto and Hinata thought. Shuriku looked over to Sora, who was silent, and watched him intently to see if Shuriku was going to tell him. I know those types of glares, and if he is what I think he is, then you should have let the Hokage know about this, Naruto explained, looking directly at Shuriku and letting his Genjutsu drop to reveal his Sharingan. I don't think you are equipped or trained if something should happen, Naruto said, and Shuriku flinched. Something did happen, Naruto stated. What are you talking about? Sora asked. You said you didn't know why they treated me like this, Sora sadly said, looking intently at him. Tell me, Sora yelled, but this time towards Naruto. You are what people call a human sacrifice, Naruto started. Jinchuriki are human beings that have a Biju sealed inside of them, Naruto said, and Sora's eyes widened at the implications. Which one does he have? Naruto asked Shuriku. Kyuubi, Shuriku sadly replied, sighing. What? Naruto, Hinata, Kurama, Shikamaru yelled. Kurama? What is he talking about? Naruto asked his partner, who was dumbfounded at the monk's statement. I don't have a clue. I don't sense anything coming off of him, Kurama replied. That is impossible, Chiriku-san, Naruto said to Chiriku. What makes you say that? Chiriku asked, confused. Because I'm the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, Naruto said. Sasuke's eyes widened along with Sora's and Chiriku's. But when it happened, I felt the chakra and it was definitely the Kyuubi's, Shuriku explained, and Naruto stayed silent. That done seems to have everything. The Kyuubi should belong to me. With it I easily could defeat Itachi. After all, the Sharingan is capable of controlling the Kyuubi, Sasuke thought to himself. Did I do something? Sora asked carefully, as nothing was making much sense as of now. Chiriku sighed and decided it was time to explain everything, but he never wanted him to find out this way. A couple years ago, when you were younger, you somehow unleashed that chakra that was sealed inside of you and proceeded to go on a rampage around our temple, destroying a good part of it and injuring many monks. Thank Kami no one died, but the damage was severe and they started looking at you with hate and fear. Chiriku said. It was that day I realized that you had the Kyuubi's chakra sealed inside of you. I don't know who or how it happened, but it doesn't matter at this point. After that whole incident, everyone became aware of you and started giving those looks, Shuriku said, placing a hand on Sora's shoulder. So, I'm nothing more than a monster, Sora said, looking down. No, you aren't a monster, Naruto said. How do you know? Sora yelled at him, almost sobbing. Because I'm not one either, Naruto replied, and Sora's eyes widened. Since you have the Kyuubi's chakra and since the Kyuubi's soul is inside me, when you use the Kyuubi's chakra, if you can't control it, it runs rampant. If you don't manage to control the chakra, it runs wildly and you won't be able to distinguish friend from foe and you will destroy everything in your path, Naruto explained. What am I supposed to do then? Sora asked. You're in luck, Naruto said, and Sora got confused. Me and the Kyuubi are going to help you control it so this doesn't happen again, Naruto said, and Sora was shocked. Kyuubi is going to help me? Sora asked fearfully. Yes. Kyuubi is both a dear friend and a trusted partner. He will help us, don't worry, Naruto said. Trust Naruto to call a Biju his friend. Troublesome, Shikamaru thought. When you are ready we can begin, Naruto said, and Sora nodded. Thank you, Naruto-san, Chiriku said. Maybe Sora would be able to make a couple of friends his age and Naruto would be the best as he was also a. Boom. What was that? Naruto asked as everyone recoiled from the explosion they heard coming from outside of the fire temple. After a couple of seconds a monk came running inside. Jiriku-san, we are under attack from a shinobi, the monk said between breaths, placing his hands on his knees. He destroyed the gate and is destroying and killing everyone in sight. Sasuke, the moment that he heard this, blurred away from Naruto's position heading towards the gates. Sasuke intended to kill this threat quickly so he could go back to training. Sasuke, Naruto yelled as Sasuke was running away from him. That idiot is going to get himself killed, Naruto said out loud and turned to Chiriku, who was discussing plans with a monk that came to warn them. Chiriku-san, Naruto said, gathering his attention. Kenshin-sama takes priority. Once we have him transferred into a secure location I can provide assistance, Naruto and Chiriku nodded. Let's hope your teammate can last, Chiriku said and motioned them to follow him so they could take Kenshin to a secure room inside the fire temple. After a couple of minutes of running they finally came across what seemed to be a panic room. The room had large metal doors. View into Peki, Kai, sealed iron door, release, Chiriku said, going through hand seals. The massive iron doors glowed momentarily before unlocking and allowing Kenshin, Sora, Hinata and Shikamaru entrance to the room. The room itself was very large and it was completely surrounded by iron or other metal. The room itself was mostly empty except with a table and a couple of chairs. Hinata-chan, Shikamaru, you stay and protect Kenshin. I'm going outside to help, Naruto said, and everyone nodded. Naruto was about to leave when Hinata grabbed him and gave him a small kiss. Be careful, Hinata softly said. I always am, Naruto replied and dashed away with Shuriku beside him. But Sasuke. Sasuke was running through the monastery inside the fire temple. After a couple minutes of running he finally found the monastery's exit and ran outside to find the shinobi and terminate his existence. Sasuke came outside and there was destruction everywhere. Monks laid everywhere on the ground and most likely dead by their appearance. Sasuke activated his Sharingan and scanned his surroundings. Sasuke felt a presence behind him and jumped away just moments before the shinobi came punching the ground. The ground exploded from the power of the punch and sent debris everywhere. After a couple of seconds the dust cloud settled and Sasuke saw a shinobi standing there looking at Sasuke impassively. The shinobi standing in front of Sasuke was very tall and seemed muscular. He was wearing a high-collared black cloak with red clouds on it. In his head he wore a white hood and a black mask, with his eyes being the only visible part of his face. His eyes were the strangest thing. The pupil was a very deep forest green, while the rest of the eye was blood red. He's making my job easier coming after me, Kakuzu thought, looking at Sasuke. He still didn't understand why that Toby person wanted Sasuke for, but it didn't matter to him. As long as he got paid he wouldn't ask any questions. Who are you and what do you want? Sasuke asked glaring at the man in front of him. I'm Kakuzu and as to why I'm here, I don't think that concerns you, Kakuzu stoically said. I guess I'll have to beat it out of you, Sasuke said, smirking and dashed towards Kakuzu. Naive Kakuzu thought and braced himself to put the brat in his place. Sasuke closed the distance between Kakuzu and himself in no time and jumped in the air trying a spin kick. Kakuzu, bringing his left arm up, blocked it. Kakuzu grabbed Sasuke by his legs and smashed him into the floor, making him cough. Kakuzu used his technique and tried to punch Sasuke who was on the ground, but Sasuke managed to Kawarimi out. Pain. Kakaku no Jutsu, great fireball technique, Sasuke said and sent a fireball towards Kakuzu who flashed through a couple of hand seals that Sasuke wasn't able to see. Suiten Sujin Heki, water wall, Kakuzu said and started expelling water from his mouth forming a sphere around his body. The fireball crashed into the water wall and disappeared in steam, leaving Kakuzu unharmed. The SK Sasuke scoffed at the sight of a mere shinobi defending himself so easily against him. Sasuke was so focused on Kakuzu that he didn't notice something grab his foot by the ankle. The hand emerged from the ground and caught Sasuke's ankle with a very firm grip, not allowing any kawarimi of any sort. The strange part was that the hand was only the hand, there was no arm unless a bunch of black threads attached to the hand. The hand rose from the ground and into the air, dragging Sasuke along and sending him crashing into a building nearby. Cough cough Sasuke coughed and got up, cleaning a bit of blood from the side of his lip and stretching his arms. Sasuke dashed again towards Kakuzu with a frontal assault. Once next to Kakuzu, Sasuke sent a punch to Kakuzu's face who didn't even try to block it. Instead, Kakuzu used his earth technique to strengthen his fist and smashed it into Sasuke who poofed in smoke. The clone. Kakuzu wondered when he looked to his right and saw multiple small fireballs coming hot towards him. Kakuzu easily dodged all of the fireballs with small and consecutive jumps. This time it was Kakuzu who ran towards Sasuke and engaged him in a heated taijutsu battle. Sasuke quickly realized that Kakuzu was much faster and much stronger than him, and by a large margin. Sasuke's Sharingan could barely keep track of Kakuzu and his speed. Kakuzu tried to punch Sasuke who tilted back to avoid a hit. Kakuzu tried another punch and Sasuke ducked, going for a leg sweep. Kakuzu jumped up and tried a downward kick that Sasuke blocked by bringing his arm up in a cross formation. Even though Sasuke blocked the kick he was being pushed down by the sheer strength of his adversary. Sasuke removed his arms and rolled to the side to avoid his kick as it smashed into the ground. Sasuke tried to jump away, but Kakuzu's hand split from his body and caught him by the ankle again and proceeded to smash Sasuke against the ground and nearby buildings multiple times until it finally released him by throwing him into the ground. Weak. Pathetic, Kakuzu said as he watched Sasuke trying to push himself to stand but having difficulties. His body hurt all over and Sasuke was pretty sure that his ankle might be dislodged from place. Why Itachi didn't kill you is beyond me, Kakuzu said, and Sasuke saw red. Itachi? What do you know of Itachi? Sasuke yelled towards Kakuzu who remained undisturbed against that pathetic killing intent. Tell me, Sasuke ordered. You are in no position to order me around, boy, Kakuzu said, and Sasuke gritted his teeth. Itachi belongs to our group. Anyone who wears this cloak, Kakuzu said pointing towards his black cloak with red clouds, belongs to the Akatsuki group, Kakuzu explained. Where is he? Sasuke yelled again asking Kakuzu where his brother was. His hate was dulling Sasuke's pain as he was standing even though his ankle was in very bad shape. Now that would be telling, Kakuzu said, chuckling and making Sasuke scowl at him flashing through hand seals. A Chidori popped to life in Sasuke's hands who proceeded to blur towards Kakuzu who remained in place. Chidori, Sasuke said and tried to pierce Kakuzu, who simply grabbed Sasuke's wrist and disrupted his Chidori with ease. With a small twist of motion, Kakuzu broke Sasuke's wrist, making him scream in pain. I guess Itachi left you alive as an act of mercy. You are worthless. Kakuzu delivered a strong kick to Sasuke's chest and he was sent flying into the ground. Where did all that training go? Sasuke wondered in thought as he got demolished by this shinobi. Damn it, I'm too weak. At this rate I'll never avenge my clan, Sasuke thought as he crashed into the ground, forming a small crater. Sasuke at this point couldn't even feel half of his body and was barely conscious. Primary objective completed, Kakuzu thought to himself. Bakiri, a voice was heard and the only thing Kakuzu felt was a very sharp pain from his chest. He looked down and saw a hand coated in lightning sticking out of his chest. How did you get behind me? Kakuzu said just before Naruto pulled his arm out and Kakuzu fell to the ground dead. Naruto's pierced cleanly through his heart and no one could survive such an attack. I guess I won't be needed, Chiriku said as he watched Naruto kill the enemy with a single jutsu. Both of them then proceeded to run toward Sasuke and get him out of the ground. They were lifting Sasuke when Naruto felt a chakra spike behind them. Naruto turned just in time to see Kakuzu finish his hand seals and say Fuutanatsugai, pressurized wind bomb, and sent a big chakra compressed vacuum ball towards Naruto and Chiriku. Naruto dropped Sasuke into Chiriku's back and, picking up his fan from his back, he swatted the wind bomb away into nothingness. The ball collided with the fan, but the only result was a loud sound as Naruto's fan neutralized the attack. Will you be alright alone? Chiriku asked. The enemy had just decimated Uchiha Sasuke, who was a Chunin and Naruto's teammate. I can take care of myself. Take Sasuke to get healed, Naruto said, and Chiriku jumped away. How are you still alive? Naruto was surprised to see his enemy still standing. I know for certain that I got your hearth. Naruto started looking at his enemy and noticed his cloak. So you are after me again? Naruto asked, looking carefully at him, Sharingan blazing, taking into account that I sent Itachi and Kisame with their tails between their legs. I suppose they sent someone stronger. Naruto asked, but Kakuzu remained impassive. And? Why do I feel 4 different chakra signatures coming off you? Naruto wondered as he focused more on his enemy, trying to find anything else. He's already close to figuring it out. He's not to be underestimated, Kakuzu thought. I'm not here for you, Kyuubi. But I suppose I can take you as well, Kakuzu said, and Naruto laughed. You can't take me that easily. I believe I will put up a fight at least, Naruto said. Ready? Kakuzu asked. Yes, Naruto said, and both of them dashed towards each other at high speeds. They met halfway and their fist collided with a shockwave. They were evenly matched in Taijutsu, with Naruto being faster and Kakuzu being stronger, far stronger than anyone should be. Naruto noticed that his skin was dark, almost black. Using his Sharingan, he decided to analyze as best he could why his skin would be so. He's using Earth Chakra to strengthen his skin and increase his strength, Naruto concluded from the analysis. Naruto jumped back into the air to gain some distance and he was surprised when Kakuzu's hands detached themselves from him. The hands were going fast towards his ankles and Naruto had to do something. Naruto focused his chakra and golden chains erupted from his hands. Naruto sent the chains into the ground and used them to outmaneuver Kakuzu's hands midair and land on the ground. Naruto channeled chakra into his wrist storage seal and took out his and began channeling chakra through it. Naruto dashed forward and sliced the black threads connecting the hands to Kakuzu. The hands fell limply to the ground. Naruto was a bit sick to see another set of black threads pop out of the ground and reattach themselves at the hands, pulling them back to their owner. What are you? Naruto asked, confused with his enemy. First I pierced his heart and he got up like nothing. And now he detached body parts. Naruto thought, shaking his head. Why couldn't he have normal adversaries? First was Orochimaru vomiting himself and now this one. Raiden Ryuuden, Lightning Dragon 1, Naruto said, blurring through hand seals and slamming his hands together. Lightning could be heard sparkling around his hands and suddenly a large blue dragon with yellow eyes erupted from his hands. The dragon roared his way towards Kakuzu, who had his eyes widened. Fuutan Tatapa, great breakthrough, Kakuzu said and sent a gust of wind towards the incoming dragon, intending to disrupt the jutsu. However, his wind jutsu was far too weak when compared to Naruto's and did little to nothing to even slow it down. Kakuzu had no choice but to run away. The moment the dragon was about to crash into him, Kakuzu sidestepped it and jumped as far away as he could. Even though Kakuzu dodged the attack, his left arm was spasming a bit from the electricity. Surprised, Naruto said as he reappeared next to Kakuzu's position with his hand crackling with electricity. Rikiri, Naruto said and slammed his hand into Kakuzu. Kakuzu was able to slightly dodge the attack but ended up being stabbed through the right shoulder. Naruto jumped back to gain some distance and once again Kakuzu fell to the ground lifeless. Naruto was no fool, this time he was ready and he could still feel 3 chakra signatures coming from Kakuzu. Kakuzu started jerking around in the ground and suddenly he exploded in black threads. His Akatsuki cloak was ripped to shreds, the whole mess of black threads started to form two separate globs away from Kakuzu's body. In each of these globs of black threads was a white mask with different color and design. The masks were light blue and looked like a bird, and the other one was red and looked like a dragon. Kakuzu's body rose from the ground and he still looked the same. Even though he just had those masks taken from his body he didn't change much. What is happening? Naruto asked himself. I already killed him twice and yet he still stands, Naruto thought until he looked around and noticed the other two masks on the ground. As expected from the Konoha no Raijin, Konoha's thunder god, Kakuzu thought to himself. That lightning dragon was exceptionally powerful and not even his wind technique managed to dispel it. The other masks were cracked and destroyed, but he could still see that they were brown and the other one was dark blue. Do the masks have anything to do with his life? Maybe I need to kill him 3 more times to make it permanent, Naruto thought, deciding on his approach. He looked towards Kakuzu and noticed that the masks were missing until he heard a swirling noise to his right. Fuiton Atsugai, pressurized wind bomb. Pain. Zukaku, cranium carver, Kakuzu said as both masks were staying side by side preparing to launch the. In the light blue mask the wind started swirling, the same as fire in the red mask. Both masks launched their jutsu simultaneously, combining the two elements to power up the jutsu. A shining ball of fire, like the sun, was flying towards Naruto at high speeds. Kamui, Naruto said and activated his. The ball was about to collide with Naruto when the space in front of him started swirling. True enough, the incoming fireball started to be absorbed into Naruto's right eye. It only took fractions of seconds until the shining fireball of destruction disappeared right in front of his eyes, literally. Kamui, Naruto said, and using his left eye he focused on the location of Kakuzu's original body. The space around Kakuzu started distorting and from it came the shining ball of fire that the masks had previously unleashed upon Naruto. Kakuzu had no time to dodge as the fireball suddenly appeared right next to him. The ball collided with Kakuzu and his whole body erupted in a tornado of flames. Naruto had to block his view from the tornado due to the intense light and heat being generated. The tornado died down and Naruto, still aware of the other masks, looked at Kakuzu's body, who seemed to be nothing more than ashes on the ground. Naruto couldn't find the mask and assumed that it was vaporized with his attack. Suddenly the red mask flew towards the pile of ash and dived inside of it. Slowly but surely, Kakuzu seemed to be rising from the ashes untouched. Seconds later Kakuzu was standing like nothing had ever happened. The brat really is dangerous, Kakuzu thought as Naruto had already destroyed 3 of his 5 hearts. Even if my power is limited. I have a feeling that he's not serious either, Kakuzu thought looking at Naruto who was staring at him impassively. The brat did really look like Uchiha Madara. Kakuzu, being very old, had obviously met up with Uchiha Madara back in the old days. Although Kakuzu never fought him, he knew very well that Madara was an enemy not to be underestimated and was said that only Senju Hashirama could match his power. And both of them were on a level that was so far out of reach of ordinary shinobi that they were considered gods among humans. And now, Kakuzu had the man's grandson standing in front of him looking, staring at him impassively and without a flinch. There was no doubt about Naruto's heritage, his battle fan, his hairstyle, and the power behind those eyes was far too great to be discarded as nothing more than bull. You give a whole new meaning to rise from the ashes, Naruto said and jumped to the side to avoid a wind blade sent from the light blue mask. 2 masks to go, Naruto said, smirking and Kakuzu's eyes widened. So you figured it out, Kakuzu asked and Naruto nodded. Yes. You seem to be linked deeply to each of the masks you carry. Judging from the number of critical hits I landed you should be dead 3 times already and yet you aren't. However, each time I killed you, in fact I destroyed one of your masks. Logic states that once they are all gone, you die, Naruto explained and Kakuzu nodded. Impressive observation. It's very true, I steal the hearts of powerful shinobi I defeat in combat. By doing so, I can extend my natural lifespan. I'm more than 100 years old and I once fought the Shodaime, Kakuzu explained and Naruto was shocked. Kakuzu was over 100 years old, that means he still fought in the clan wars before the village system was set up. Naruto guessed that Kakuzu had eventually joined Taki during his life only to later defect. If Kakuzu had indeed fought against his great-grandfather, it means that fighting Kakuzu was a family business, so to speak. And now, Naruto was going to finish his gramps' work. This is it, Naruto said before slapping his hands together as if praying. Kakuzu sent the light blue mask to interrupt him, but Naruto easily dodged the attack still with his hands in the same position. Senpu, Naruto started and green marks started appearing on his face. The marks formed a loop around his eyes going into his cheeks and they had 2 concentric circles on his forehead. Naruto's Sharingan eyes seemed to start glowing even more than usual, his eyes felt like they were radiating power. Is he going to Kakuzu was thinking but didn't manage to finish as Naruto's next words made him forget everything. Mokuten Hijutsu, Naruto said as he did the snake hand seal and the ground started shaking. Naruto looked towards Kakuzu who was panicking and running through hand seals as well. Pain. Zukaku, cranium carver, Kakuzu said and fired a torrent of fire towards Naruto, who had just finished his jutsu. Yukai Koten, nativity of world trees, Naruto shouted and flexed his arms forward, making trees burst from the ground. Hundreds upon hundreds of trees suddenly popped from the ground and started heading towards Kakuzu, destroying everything in their path. The torrent of fire clashed with his wood barrage but did nothing as the trees easily dissipated the fire. The trees didn't stop or waver at their obstacles and easily reached Kakuzu who had started evasive maneuvers. The light blue mask was firing wind blades and bombs, trying to destroy the onslaught of Naruto's wood attack, but nothing seemed to work. If they destroyed one tree, two more would grow from the ground. Kakuzu jumped in the air to avoid the major attack and started maneuvering to avoid being caught, but it was only a matter of time. One tree came from behind and wrapped itself around his left ankle, flinging him into another set of trees. In the end Kakuzu was trapped with trees wrapped around their legs and other ones wrapped around his arms. Kakuzu felt pain, this pain was coming from his chest. He looked down only to see a chunk of wood piercing his chest right through his heart. He gave a short, shallow breath as he looked one final time into Naruto's eyes, who seemed to pulse and start spinning. Once the spinning stopped, Kakuzu looked down, and instead of a piece of wood it was nothing more than Naruto's sword. Kakuzu looked around and everywhere the trees started to shimmer and simply fade away, as if it was nothing more than a dream. He looked over to his other mask and saw it snared to the ground with Naruto's golden chains. The light blue mask had his mouth pointed into the air so any jutsu it fired, it would miss. Kakuzu saw everything disappearing and was confused. What is this? Kakuzu asked Naruto who was behind him with his hands grasping his sword. You're over 100 years old and yet you forgot one simple detail, Naruto said and made his around Kakuzu standing in front of him. Naruto locked eyes with him and simply said never look into the eyes of an uchiha. Kakuzu's eyes widened in realization. Everything that had happened since the time Naruto started to gather chakra in that strange hand seal was a genjutsu. Naruto had played with Kakuzu's experience in battling the Sharingan to make him believe that Naruto possessed the. Naruto had used that as a distraction to permanently end the battle. The Madarasu, Naruto said, and the light blue mask erupted in black flames and completely disintegrated it. Naruto turned to Kakuzu who, by the looks of it, had just a few more seconds to live. This brat will be trouble in the future, Kakuzu thought just before Naruto removed his sword from his back and Kakuzu fell to the ground, face first, limp. With all of the 5 masks destroyed, Kakuzu had run out of hearts and was finally in the afterlife. Even though Naruto had won a long battle he felt something strange with it. All of the Akatsuki members were supposed to be really powerful and yet this one fell for a simple genjutsu. His battle had been pretty straightforward. Naruto wasn't saying he wasn't powerful, but he felt that Akatsuki's standard seemed to be higher. True to Naruto's thoughts, the body at Naruto's feet started to spasm. Naruto jumped away thinking it might be some end of the line suicidal jutsu. Once the body stopped shaking, Naruto approached it cautiously. He would never know just what kind of tricks they may have under their belts. Or cloaks for that matter. Naruto looked closely at the body and his appearance was completely different from Kakuzu. This someone standing dead in front of him was definitely not Kakuzu. This person was about Kakuzu's height but seemed like a regular Joe. He had brown hair and his eyes were completely white. He seems to be nothing more than a sacrifice like the others, Naruto thought as he realized something. If he's nothing more than a sacrifice, he was a diversion. Shit, Naruto realized as he focused on Hinata's Hirishin marker and vanished away in a yellow flash. With Kenshin, Hinata and Shikamaru. Kenshin, Hinata, Sora and Shikamaru were inside the sealed iron walls. According to Chiriku it was the safest place in all of the fire temples. Only someone who knew the correct hand seal sequence and had the right chakra signature could unlock the doors that led into this area of the temple. Do you think Naruto will be alright? Kenshin asked slightly, afraid of Naruto. He had started to grow fond of the fellow shinobi. Kenshin knew that Naruto was strong, but there were many shinobi around the world and there was bound to be someone more powerful. He will be alright. Don't worry, Hinata replied, but that didn't seem to ease Kenshin's worries. What makes you so sure? Kenshin was surprised to see so much faith placed on Naruto. Because he never gives up and he never surrenders. It's his shinobi way, Hinata softly replied. If that doesn't put you at ease, maybe this will, Hinata said and threw Kenshin a copy of the updated bingo book. Page 112, Hinata said and Kenshin quickly flipped to it. Inoha no Raijin. S rank. Uchiha Madara. Senju Hashirama. Namek is Minato. Kenshin had his eyes widened at what he found about Naruto. He was related to the most powerful shinobi to ever live, and, if his rank was anything to measure by, he was indeed very powerful. Suddenly they heard the sealed door unlock and everyone took fighting stances in front of Kenshin. It might be an enemy or it might not be, but it was best to prepare for the worst and hope for the best. The door opened and Chiriku entered the room with a heavily injured Sasuke on his back, barely conscious. "What happened?" Kenshin asked. He had never seen a shinobi in such bad shape and he had already seen the 12 shinobi guardians in bad shape. "He was defeated, but me and Naruto arrived in time to rescue him," Chiriku explained and gently placed Sasuke on the ground. "Naruto mentioned you were a medic," Chiriku said towards Hinata. "I'm training to be one. Let's see what I can do," Hinata said and activated her. Sasuke's injuries were extensive. "I can patch him up, but he will need to rest a couple of days," Hinata said and started the mystical palm technique to reset the ribs in place and heal other wounds. Hinata walked towards Sasuke's legs and picked his ankle. With a sickening twist she reset the ankle to its proper place and used the mystical palm once again. "It's done. He will need to rest his body for a couple of days now," Hinata explained and Chiriku nodded. They all started a bit at ease when Hinata, Shikamaru, Chiriku and Sora felt a presence enter the room. They turned around to see someone standing in the middle of the room. He had a black cloak with red clouds, but the most interesting fact was that he was wearing an orange mask with a swirl pattern. Everyone took defensive stances in front of Kenshin as they didn't know what this shinobi's target was. Hinata took a peek into his chakra levels and they were massive, they were on par with Naruto's levels and that was saying something. "Be careful. His chakra levels are on par with lower level," Hinata said and everyone gulped at the new enemy. "Looks like Kakuzu already completed his primary objective," Toby thought, looking at the injured form of Sasuke who was on the ground unconscious. "Who are you and what do you want?" Hinata asked not to look away from this new enemy. "Toby. I'm Toby, so you can call me Toby," Toby said in a childish voice, but Hinata could clearly see the chakra build up in his throat, meaning that this wasn't his real voice. "You weren't fooling anyone with that voice," Hinata stated and Toby's posture changed. "You know." Toby started. "Your eyes aren't half bad," Toby said chuckling. "What do you want?" Hinata stressed out ignoring his eyes comment. "You can say that I'm just looking for a piece of the puzzle," Toby cryptically said. "Meaning?" Hinata continued, but Toby stayed silent. "Hand over the pseudo Jinchuriki and I'll take my leave," Toby said, pointing towards Sora. "I see," Hinata started. "You can't come for Naruto-kun as he's too powerful for you, so you come after the weaker version," Hinata deduced and Toby chuckled. "Don't kid yourself, girl. Your boyfriend may be strong, but he's no match against someone like me. And by weaker version. He's just a backup," Toby said laughing. "What makes you so sure?" Hinata asked, still with her blazing. Toby activated his Sharingan for Hinata to see who had her eyes widened. "He's an Uchiha," Hinata said and everyone gasped. There were only supposed to be 3 Uchihas alive and those were Naruto, Sasuke and Itachi. "Who are you?" Hinata asked suspiciously. "Madara. Uchiha Madara," Toby said with his Sharingan spinning. Everyone was shocked to see that the legendary Uchiha warrior was still alive. Well, everyone but Hinata. "Bullshit," Hinata said and Toby looked carefully at her. "Naruto told me that his grandfather was dead, so you are not him," Hinata explained. "What makes you so sure?" Toby asked about flooding the room with Kai. Kenshin was on the floor while the rest of the shinobi were breathing heavily, with only Hinata and Chiriku being able to match it. "No matter. I'm taking what I want," Toby said and dashed towards Sora to capture it. "Shikamaru-san, Sora-kun, take care of yourselves and protect Kenshin-sama. We will take care of him," Chiriku said and both he and Hinata took defensive stances against the incoming Akatsuki nin. Hinata was in her standard stance and Chiriku had his right hand lowered with the palm pointing to the ground while his left one was in front of his chest. "Raigo. Senjutsu, welcoming approach. Thousand-armed murder," Chiriku said and his forehead seemed to constrict. Suddenly, semi-transparent arms seemed to form midair and start going towards Toby. Hinata, using her, saw Toby mold chakra in a way that she remembered it from somewhere. As the arms were about to connect with Toby, they simply phased through them. Hinata's eyes widened in realization of the technique Toby was using. She took a closer look at Toby's eyes and they weren't a standard Sharingan but a completely different form. Toby's eyes had shifted into a Sharingan and he seemed to be using Naruto's Kamui technique. Toby's was blood red with what seemed to be 2 triple-wheeled patterns overlapping each other. How is he doing this? Chiriku was shocked that his attacks were ineffective. He had never seen such a technique. His technique was passing right through the enemy without any obstruction. Toby was nothing more than a ghost at this point. It's a special technique he uses with his Sharingan called Kamui. He's able to dematerialize his body and thus allow any attacks to simply pass through him, as if he was a ghost or an illusion. Hinata explained and Toby nodded. That was the simplest description he could come up with. How do you know that? Chiriku asked not to lose focus as he kept his punching barrage. Because Naruto-kun can use it as well, Hinata said and went into thinking mode. Is he really Madara? He can use the same technique as Naruto-kun, Hinata thought, wondering if Naruto was mistaken regarding his grandfather. So what do we do? Chiriku asked. There is nothing we can do. He cannot remain intangible indefinitely as there is a time limit at which he can maintain the technique active. However, neither of us are fast enough to capitalize at the moment in which he materializes, Hinata explained, frowning. Naruto had explained to her how his technique worked and there weren't many flaws. Kamui was almost a perfect technique and a very powerful one at that. So what can we do? Chiriku asked as he dropped his attack. The concentration necessary to maintain the attack was too great and he could only do it for a couple of minutes at max. Stall until Naruto-kun arrives, Hinata simply said, and turned to Shikamaru. Use your shadow to help us, Hinata said, and Shikamaru nodded, crouching on the ground. Shikamaru started to expand his shadow to try and capture Toby. Of course Toby wouldn't be caught in such weak technique, but it provided Hinata and Chiriku a much needed help in distracting the enemy. Toby arrived near Hinata and Chiriku and they all engaged in Taijutsu. Hinata kept a very close eye on Toby's chakra network so she could try and hit him when he became tangible. Hinata back flipped away and looked towards the Taijutsu battle between Chiriku and Toby. Chiriku dashed forward and tried to punch in the chest, only to slip by him and stumble forward. Now Hinata thought as Toby was about to punch Chiriku in his back. Haki Kushu, air palm, Hinata said and sent a wave of compressed air filled with chakra towards Toby. The wave arrived near him and passed right through him, nearly hitting Chiriku who was on the other side. This is going to be hard, Hinata thought as she rushed Toby to give time for Chiriku to recover. Hinata went for a strike to his chest and phased through him. Toby turned around only to see Hinata start to spin. Peyton, Hinata said and was enveloped in a blue dome of chakra. Toby noticed it and used his to avoid the Kaiten and jumped back. As Toby was about to land he noticed Shikamaru's shadow was closing in at a very fast pace. Toby simply warped away completely and reappeared on the other side of the room. Hinata and Chiriku recovered and dashed once again towards Toby, who remained in place seeing them coming. Toby took advantage that they were on the other side of the room and quickly warped away and reappeared next to Shikamaru. Shikamaru disabled his shadow technique and engaged him in Taijutsu. Even he knew that this was a lost battle. Toby phased through a sloppy punch and, once behind Shikamaru, he delivered a quick chop to his neck and kicked him in the back, sending him flying into a nearby wall unconscious. Toby was going to approach Sora when Hinata and Chiriku managed to arrive near them and engage him in Taijutsu. Toby used his Kamui and easily outmaneuvered all of them and sent them into the ground with well-located kicks and punches. Kamui was such a useful technique that all he needed was that in Taijutsu and he was able to deal with even the most difficult adversary. Mokuton. Sashiki no Jutsu, cutting technique, Toby said, and from the solid concrete floor sprouted several pieces of wood in the shape of spears. Toby grabbed all of them and sent them towards Hinata and Chiriku who were getting up. Chiriku got grazed by one spear in his shoulder before Hinata could set up a Kaiten. Since Hinata and Chiriku were busy blocking the wooden projectiles, Toby calmly walked towards Sora and Kenshin who were scared. To Sora, this enemy shinobi was decimating his sensei who was the most powerful monk in the whole fire temple. To Kenshin, he was scared because he never saw such a powerful shinobi who could take on 4 enemies at once and defeat them like nothing. But then again, if he really was Uchiha Madara then there was nothing they could do. Let's just do this here, Toby thought as he arrived near Sora and Kenshin. Look at me, Toby said, grabbing Sora by his clothes and forcing him to make eye contact. Sora's pupil dilated and he gave a shallow breath before his head fell down. Once Sora raised his head his eyes were now blood red with vertical black slits. His right hand became beastly in appearance as it was completely red with large claws. Toby dropped Sora to the ground and looked towards Kenshin, who was on the verge of a heart attack. Toby noticed something off with his hands. He raised Kenshin by his collar and looked at his hands to notice that, in his palms, there were 2 diamond marks overlapping each other. The Might and bloodline. Excellent. This will speed things up, Toby thought before he focused on Kenshin. Toby's eyes glowed momentarily before he looked directly into Kenshin's eyes. After a couple of seconds Kenshin's eyes widened and his face became emotionless with nothing but a blank look and dead eyes. You know what to do, Toby said, and Kenshin simply walked towards Sora like a zombie. Toby turned towards Hinata and Chiriku who were running towards him at full speed, trying to stop whatever Toby was forcing Kenshin to do. Mokuton, underground roots, Toby said, and wooden roots bursted from the ground, pinning Sora. Sora was unleashing more and more Kyuubi's chakra, but the wood technique seemed to be able to keep Sora in place. Toby threw a scroll at Kenshin who caught it and kneeled next to Sora. Kenshin placed his right hand on Sora and his left hand on the scroll. Mighten. Akatsuki, dark release. Inhaling Ma, Kenshin said and started absorbing the Kyuubi's chakra from Sora and funneling it into a scroll. What did you do to them? Hinata asked, panting and sweating. They were trying their best, but nothing seemed to work. And now, with Shikamaru unconscious, there wasn't anything they could do but to see what Toby had planned. Nothing you need to be concerned about, Toby said, walking towards those who were trapped with wooden roots. Hinata had tried to release wind blades from her chakra points, but the wood was too strong for such a small attack. With one large roar, Sora unleashed the rest of the Kyuubi's chakra and was left on the ground unconscious and with his skin blood red. Unleashing all of the chakra he had inside of him burned most of his outer skin. Kenshin finalized the technique and fell to the ground unconscious. Toby approached them and picked the scroll and warped it into his dimension. And finally. To deal with the witnesses, Toby said and turned to Hinata and Chiriku who knew what was coming. Toby took out a kunai and walked towards them. Toby was about to kill them both when he was almost blinded by a bright yellow flash. Naruto appeared in a yellow flash with already sparkling in his hand. Naruto tried to stab Toby only to slip through him. This is my Kamui technique. Naruto thought with his eyes widened. Naruto had completely slipped by him when Toby turned around to stab Naruto in the back, only to also slip through Naruto. They both jumped away from each other staring at one another. Naruto quickly took multiple shurikens and, infusing them with chakra, threw them into the wooden roots, freeing Hinata and Chiriku who took their side. Sharingan and Mokuta, Naruto said with his eyes widened. Who are you? Naruto asked with his blazing. What is it with people asking masked men who they are? Toby rhetorically asked, sighing. He says he's Uchiha Madara, Hinata said, and Naruto raised an eyebrow in confusion. Naruto placed his hands in the ram seal, making Toby wonder what he was doing. Naruto focused on Toby and started sensing chakra. You're not Gramps, Naruto said chuckling, but Kurama had a much different expression when his host sensed Toby's chakra. What makes you say that? Toby asked, surprised by yet again someone stating that he isn't Uchiha Madara. Your chakra is nowhere like mine, Naruto simply said. You're half Senju, Toby replied. True, Naruto agreed. However, look at me. I have blonde hair and blue eyes, which means my father's genes are dominant. Which would mean that my chakra is similar to that of my father and grandfather for that matter, Naruto explained, and Toby scoffed to himself. This whole persona of him being Uchiha Madara was going down the drain. So Naruto started, who exactly are you? Naruto asked. I sense Senju chakra in you, but you are clearly an Uchiha, Naruto stated, observing him carefully. Naruto, Kurama called out, and Naruto focused on his partner. He's the one. He was the one who removed me from your mother and controlled me into attacking Konoha, Kurama explained, and Naruto's chakra spiked. The man in front of him was the reason why he had a crappy life and why his parents were dead. Filling intent flooded the whole room. Even though the Kai wasn't directed towards Hinata and Chiriku, they were both gasping for air. That's some power you have there, Toby said as a bead of sweat rolled down his face, not that Naruto could see it. You were the one responsible for my parents' death, Naruto yelled, powering his Kai with the Kyuubi's chakra. I'm going to kill you, Naruto shouted and powered his Chidori Nagashi and dashed towards Toby with swirling chakra in his right hand. Naruto appeared next to Toby and immediately flashed behind his back and tried slamming a Rasengan through Toby, only to phase through him and use it on the ground, making a large crater. He's fast, Toby thought, and nearly got me. I've got to stop underestimating the brat. Toby instantly pulled two and threw them as hard as he could towards the unconscious forms of Kenshin and Sora. Naruto's eyes widened when he saw it. They were moving at high speeds and would most likely kill them both. Naruto wouldn't be able to get there in time and neither Hinata or Chiriku were fast enough. I have to do something, Naruto thought and considered using his long-range Kamui, but they were going too fast and he wouldn't be able to teleport them and they were just out of reach of his Hirishin markers. Naruto's eyes glowed and his chakra spiked. The strangest thing happened, time seemed to freeze. Naruto looked around and everything had stopped. Toby still had his arms in the throwing motion and his were still midair but frozen in the same place, as if there was no gravity. He looked towards Hinata and Chiriku who had running motions and concerned expressions on their faces. Kuranosu, time god, Naruto subconsciously said and his eyes pulsed just before they started spinning counterclockwise. Naruto was watching as everything was playing itself backwards in slow motion. They were flying backwards into Toby's hands, Hinata and Chiriku were running backwards, and even Naruto himself felt being pulled back, even against his own actions. After everything rolled back, Naruto was on top of Toby's body with his Rasengan in his hand about to slam it into Toby again. Naruto's eyes pulsed once again and everything resumed. Naruto phased right through Toby and smashed his Rasengan into the ground. Naruto didn't know what happened, but he wasn't going to take any chances and immediately threw Hirishin at the exact same time as Toby did, intercepting them. How did he know I was going to do that? Toby wondered in thought. Toby jumped back to gain some distance and started observing Naruto, who had shock splashed across his face. "Kurama. What the hell happened?" Naruto asked his partner, who was speechless. I think you rolled back time," Kurama replied, and Naruto's jaw dropped. Just what kind of power his eyes had. Although, it did make sense as Naruto was able to see what would happen, and then it happened exactly as it was supposed to happen, so Naruto either rolled back time or he took a peek into the future. "Naruto-kun, what's wrong?" Hinata asked, snapping Naruto out of his thoughts. "I think I might have unlocked another ability," Naruto said, still in disbelief of what he had done. He had done something that was unheard of. Naruto didn't travel back in time, no, he forced time to roll itself back. "Really?" Hinata asked, surprised, and Naruto slowly nodded. "What does it do?" Hinata asked. I'll tell you later. Now we have a worm to deal with," Naruto said, locking eyes with Toby. "Amaterasu is useless, as is the Tsukiyomi, and with this new power, I don't know how to control it," Naruto thought. "I'm at a disadvantage and I already have what I wanted," Toby thought to himself and turned to Naruto. "Until we meet again," Toby said and warped away, leaving no trace of him. "He's gone," Naruto said and sat down thinking about everything that happened. "How is everyone?" Naruto asked. "Shikamaru, Kenshin and Sora are unconscious. Me and Shuriku are just tired with a couple of bruises. About Sasuke, I did reset his bones to their proper locations, but he still needs to rest," Hinata explained, and Naruto nodded. "Good," Naruto said happily that everyone was alive. "Let's clean this mess up," Naruto said, but Hinata interrupted him. "You should know that Sora no longer has the Kyuubi's chakra in him," Hinata said, and Naruto was surprised. "What happened?" Naruto asked, and Hinata informed him of what happened. How this Toby character had controlled Kenshin into removing the Kyuubi's chakra from Sora and sealing it into a scroll that Toby took. "I guess in the end everything worked out for the best," Naruto said, and everyone went to collect their friend to take them to the infirmary to heal up. 2 days later. In the last 2 days everyone had recovered from their injuries, including Sasuke, who, somehow, seemed to brood even more and throw himself into training even harder than usual. Chiriku and the rest of the monks had finished the cleanup and had already reconstructed the destroyed gates. During these 2 days the fire daimyo and his protection had arrived and he was shocked to know of what had happened. He thanked Naruto and his team for helping defend the fire temple and keeping his grandson safe. The fire daimyo had even asked Naruto if he would like to join the 12 shinobi guardians. Naruto had politely refused, saying that he had a group of criminals after the Kyuubi and that it would place the fire daimyo in even more danger than he already was. Everyone from Naruto's team was gathered up at the gate ready to leave. "Give my regards to Asuma," Chiriku said, and Shikamaru nodded. "Next time we meet I want to spar with you," Kenshin said towards Naruto, who chuckled and nodded in acceptance. "You are a new man, Sora," Naruto said towards the overjoyed Sora, who was happy that this malefic chakra was gone. "I know," Sora replied and shook Naruto's hand. "See you all," Naruto said, and they all left the fire temple heading back to Konoha. Naruto looked at Sasuke, who was scowling at something. "You are alright, Sasuke?" Naruto asked. "Mind your own business, Senju," Sasuke replied, and Naruto flinched at his tone but left him alone. How can I be so weak? He destroyed me in minutes, and Naruto was able to defeat him," Sasuke thought, seething. He had to gain power and fast. "I don't feel like walking," Naruto said, and without warning anyone he pulled them all into a hug and Hiroshine back to Konoha. Hokage's office. Tsunade was having a normal day. She had a pen in one hand, a bottle of sake on the other, and a stack of papers in front. Just another normal day for the busty. Tsunade was signing a piece of paper when she saw a bright yellow flash. She placed that paper back on the desk and saw Naruto standing there smiling at her while the rest of the team was on the ground seeing stars. "Mission accomplished, Bachan," Naruto said, and Tsunade motioned for him to report. She was shocked to find what had happened in the fire temple. "Akatsuki is getting bolder to unleash a direct attack at the fire temple," Tsunade mused out loud, and even worse that Toby fellow, Tsunade said. According to the Kyuubi, Toby was the one responsible for the attack 14 years ago. "I will look into this when Jiraiya is back in town," Tsunade said and turned to his team. "Good job. You are dismissed," Tsunade said, and everyone left the office and headed into their homes. "Want to eat something?" Hinata said, grabbing Naruto by his arm and resting her head on his shoulder. "Why not?" Naruto shrugged. "Ichiraku's ramen, here we go," Naruto yelled, and Hinata giggled. Thank you for watching this video, I hope you enjoyed it. If you want to see the next part, don't forget to turn on notifications by hitting that bell icon. Please like, subscribe, and comment below to let me know your thoughts. Check out my other videos for more content you might enjoy. Until next time, take care.